Hey, hey, 1, 2.
Check, check.
2, 2, hey, hey. Check, check, 1, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check hey, hey. 1, 2.
ready. You're going to do the, let's roll.
You want me to sing the national anthem?
Yes. Okay. Where's Massachusetts? Yeah, right. Good one. I think they may have won the cornholes tournament last night. Where's Connecticut? They're here. Where'd you guys finish? Massachusetts win it? Who was second? You guys? South Carolina and who? Oh, Joe. Really, Joe? The problem is, I think the biggest problem is Brian's throwing the damn beanbag down. He's so damn tall, you know? But all right, let's rock and roll. Actually, thanks, guys, for last night. The event went great. John English will be here later to talk about what the charity fund is doing and how much money we made last night. I hope everyone had some fun. Like Lydia was saying, we're all jacked up with these airfares. John McCarthy's not coming in because of airline. Jake Ellenberger, who is coming in, he's here now, but he was supposed to be in yesterday morning, and so he's sleeping. He'll be here at 3 to talk. So it's all jacked up. So I appreciate your patience with that. And like Lydia said, we'd probably have a full house if everybody was able to get in here this year. We're missing about, I think, 30 people that haven't even haven't picked up their registration because of airplane delays. But and Lydia was talking about not how we haven't raised the registration fee. We haven't raised the yearly fee for the ABC, and we're not going to. So I mean, for us to make about $10,000 to $12,000 compared to last year, this year is pretty amazing with the inflation and everything. So we got to really thank Allison Tully from Chickasaw and Lydia, because they worked their butts off for us. And you don't realize how much Lydia does for us. It's just crazy. Of course, she loves it, right, Lydia? Lydia, don't go too far. You got to talk about the convention coming up. You're the first one on the agenda, so come on back. We got some great stuff today. We got a lot of medical stuff, and I think Dr. Schwartz and Andy, as the medical committee foster, they do a great job. So I'm looking forward to that today. So let's get rocking and rolling. Again, Lydia is the one who pushed this back from 18 to 2019 to today. And I think everyone's having a good time. Again, it's the biggest one around, and Lydia's going to be talking about the upcoming convention. It has not been decided yet, right? So we're arguing right now about it, but I think I can pull it off. Miss Lydia, go ahead.
Mike and I argue a lot. Scott Bowler from Utah said that we strike him as a married couple. God forbid. I've been married a lot. And I've been divorced even more. And I promise if I were married to Mike, it wouldn't be a divorce. It would be a boneyard kind of thing. I have loved working for everybody on the board. But Mike's the toughest. All right, I've been asked a lot about next year's convention. Seneca has been wonderful, and heaven, yeah, I agree. And heaven knows we are as close to heaven as you can get here in Niagara. But it was a hard spot to get to, all would agree, I'm sure. So next year, we kind of want to do it in a place where you get out of the plane and you get your bag and you take the shuttle 5 minutes to your hotel. Would that be great? And we want it to be a destination that everybody wants to go to. Would that be great? Surely you're more enthusiastic than that. And we want it to be where there's a lot of food and entertainment. Would that be great? So how about Las Vegas? That is the targeted destination. However, we have not signed in blood. It is a matter of cost. As you saw with Allison's financial report yesterday that I gave, the ABC, Mike tends to exaggerate everything every time he speaks. The ABC has only made $5,000 over the year before, not. And every time he says it, it'll be 15 tomorrow. It is 5, but regardless, still in the days of COVID and inflation, I personally think that is exceptional. But it is a matter of cost. And Vegas is a very expensive place to go. So it's going to be a matter of working that out. So I have a question for you. What if we can't be on the Strip or just off of it? What if we need to be 20 minutes off of it? You still want to go to Vegas? I need to hear from you, really. Okay, Vegas is a yes then. I think it is a great destination, and it's going to matter where we stay. We've had some submissions, and here's the thing about Vegas. We're getting really high rates for Friday and Saturday night. A lot of you don't come in on Friday and Saturday nights. Those are the officials. And so that may not affect your commission, your state, your tribe. And then it is much more reasonable for Sunday through Wednesday night. But it is pretty high for Friday and Saturday night. And I have not been able to do that. However, they haven't met me yet. So I do better in person. And frankly, we just haven't been able to make that face-to-face meeting this time. So after I sleep for 2 weeks, maybe. Is that it?
Pushing you along. That's right.
Okay.
Thank you, dear.
He said that's it.
And actually, with that said, guys, don't hit me later. With that said, the Mohegan Sun actually is running the old Hard Rock in Las Vegas, which actually is the Virgin Hotel. So I am in the process of trying to get a hold of, well, I have gotten a hold of the convention services, and I had the chairman of the Mohegan Tribe call out there. So I'm working really hard on that weekend, which is real expensive. Because that weekend's very important to Lydia and I and the whole body, because we have a lot of the officials coming in. So, you know, for referee, judging, boxing, and MMA. So we are working on that. I think we should be. Here comes the winner right now. You can see who he is, the mountain man over there from Massachusetts. You won last night? Did you lose any games? Anyway, he cheated, but we'll keep going on. So we're going to really work on that. And we'll see how that goes. I think Las Vegas is a great view. Jeff Mullins really on board with us too, which is great. So I'm happy about that. So we'll keep working on that. But let's roll with the agenda. Lydia took my agenda. Do you have a new agenda? Why would she take my agenda? Thank you. All right. Hey guys, next up, I think, you know, I've got a lot of positive feedback the last couple of years with our medical committee and our medical presentation. So I like blocking them up in one morning. So we're going to start off with the medical committee, and we're going to first talk. And I'm going to have Dr. Schwartz. Him and Andy are the medical committee chair people. I don't think Andy is here yet. So Doc, you want to come and introduce your speakers, please? Dr. Michael Schwartz.
We have a great program this year. And our first speaker is Chris Newton. Chris is the president and CEO of Sportgate. And he's going to discuss concussion support and recovery. Chris?
Good morning. Let's see if that works. Yeah. Thanks. That works. Can everybody hear me? Yep. Okay. Well, thanks for having me this morning. Today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about concussion testing, what's out there, what to look for, then of course our system, which is called SportGate. The way we started things at SportGate is we took a look at what's important to measure when there's a concussion, okay? And then we went out into the literature, we went out and we tested all the different systems, and then we said, okay, let's put this into our platform. Then what we did, we created a research consortium, so then as the science actually changes, we stay on top of it and we can just plug and play into our platform. But one of the things I really want to make sure we stress is concussion, there's no magic wand. Concussion is a clinical decision. It's what your medical providers, they're the only ones that can say you have a concussion or not. We can give you great information, but to the medical provider so then they can use that thing, so then you can go ahead and they can have a tailorized recovery plan or whatever. Some of the other things you look at are the different things that you need to look at and measure we look at these consensus statements. Everybody kind of agrees on two major things you need to measure. One is your neurocognitive ability, your executive level thinking, how your brain's functioning. But the other part, which a lot of people forget, is the neurobehavior, especially your gait and your balance. It's how your brain controls your body. The other thing that really is important is reliability. Okay, reliability is basically consistency in the measure. So think about a weigh scale. You step on the scale and it says 195.2. You get off the scale, nothing changes, you get back on the scale, it should say 195.2. And it's measured from 0 to 1. 1's almost impossible. It probably is impossible. So the higher the number, the better, and you never want to have an instrument that's under 0.7. And then validity. Is it measuring what it's supposed to measure? For any of the clinicians that are out there and the docs that are out there, one of the things you should really look for in a system is large normative data. Normative data are people of your age and gender group, so then if you don't have a baseline, you can actually go ahead and get that empirical information, the docs can get it, and then they can say, okay, based on the national averages, you're over here, and that might be in the problematic direction. Then of course you need something that's sensitive enough to measure history, measures your results over time. Okay, many of the systems that are out there right now, they really aren't good after a week. Okay, so you need to be able to go ahead and measure over time, especially if you have a prolonged concussion. And then we believe that it's critical to be app-based because you don't want to get in your car every single day and go over, see the doc, and get measured. So the doc can now say, hey, listen, I want you to go ahead and take the test. He'll get the results over to you, and then he can measure your progress along the way. So our system that's in the clinics is this here. You have a pre-screen, which is all your medical history and anything that can actually affect the results of the tests, like ADHD is one of the questions, or prior concussions. Then we have a gait test, right? Gait. You're measuring your dynamic postular stability, and we use the NIH 4-meter gait test. Then we have the balance test, which is your static postular stability. Okay, we use the balance error scoring system, which comes out of UNC Chapel Hill, which is really, it's 3 20-second poses, but on 2 separate surfaces. One's on a balance pad, one's on the hard ground. And the other thing is the neurocognitive test. We use the Connors Continuous Performance Test, which is the market leader globally for attention deficit, okay? We have the exclusive rights for it for traumatic brain injury, and what it does, it measures your attention, your distractibility, how your brain processes it, and the processing speed. So if you take a look at the screen over there, you'll see there's a letter on there. So letters will come up at different rates, and you're on the space bar, just hitting it as fast as you can, okay? But then when the letter X comes up, you don't. You don't hit it at all. And it's a very difficult test. It's 7 minutes, 20 seconds. It seems simple, but when you're taking it, it feels like 4 hours. And it really tests your brain processing. So I want to get back into the reliability, just so you understand the importance of reliability. These are our 3 measures that I just talked about there. So there's going to be an error in any instrument that there is, okay? So if you take a look at the dotted lines, that is the error of the instrument. And you can see on the NIH, the one on the left, it's 0.97 is its reliability. So you can see those dotted lines are really close together, okay? Because that's the error of the instrument. So any measurement that's on that straight, solid line could be anywhere in between those dotted lines, okay? So when you take a look at the best test, which is 0.7, that's a wide range, okay? So if you look at the dots, in the middle, you have the purple kind of dots in the middle. Hopefully you can see those. And that's what we're calling the not impaired population. And then the green ones are the concussed, okay? So if you take a look at when you're getting better, right, and you're recovering, there's not much gap between the green and the purple. So you want to make sure your reliability is very high, okay? So the best test, yes, we can see bigger concussions, right? But when it comes to actual recovery, we're going to rely a little bit more on the CPT, which is our neuropsych, which is the one over to the right, which is a 0.92, which is extremely high, okay? So now in comparison to that, these are the two market leaders that are in the market right now. So SCAT, which is Sport Concussion Assessment Test, they use half the best test, just on the hard surface, no balance pad. So it's only 0.55. So you can see it's very hard to distinguish when you're recovering from a concussion when you're that far, 0.55. And then you have Impact. Impact's the market leader. Probably all of you have taken an Impact test. They were the first to market, but their reliability is so low that we don't believe that it's an effective tool, and it also doesn't have the neurobehavior. So what does that all mean, the reliability and the validity? Well, when we go up, our 7 minutes and 20-second test on our CPT goes up against, say, Impact. We use their best results in their published papers. We're 5-fold better. And theirs is 30 minutes to 40 minutes, and you have to be in front of a computer instead of on the phone. Okay? I'll leave these slides for you. There's a whole lot of other things, too, that go along with it. But the thing I want to get to is gait. Okay, it's in our name. This is what we're known for. We have 4 patents around gait and how you move through space. Okay, what we're doing is we're measuring acceleration over time, or gravity. So when you walk, I'll fall off the stage if I do that. But when you walk, your heel strikes, okay? And then your foot comes over, and then your toe pushes off, and then you swing to the next step, okay? And then there's a moment of time when you're walking where both feet are on the ground, okay? All of those things are key markers. If you look at those are all key markers. So if you look at HS, that's your heel strike, and this is your toe off here. From there, we can derive other variables. We have over 300 highly reliable variables that we can use to identify many different neurological diseases and conditions, especially concussion. So the way it works is this one here, the person has accelerometers on them, and they're walking, you can see when their heel strikes and toe off, and it's creating this chart. This technology leap is like the difference between taking a pulse and an EKG. It's the same thing as a step counter, and we call it a BKG. There's just such a plethora of information that we can get from them, and we've created the biomarker for concussion by using gait. The results have been peer-reviewed. We added our gait to the system. We accurately measured to 91% of what a pediatric neurologist said as far as concussion outcomes are concerned. We just showed you the NIH 4-meter gait and the BESS. Individually, the BESS test, we measure balance. We're doing gait, but we measure balance 4.4 times better than the balance test. We measure 2.9 times better than the NIH's gait test. And then when you put them together, our effect sizes are 1.7 times better. And the reason why I'm getting into this thing is because what we did during the pandemic, not too much sports were going on there, so we took all our research and we brought it all to the cell phone. Okay, so now what that means is, one, it's a 10-minute test. Okay, and I'll show you this in a second. You could do these tests at home. We're bringing medical grade assessments out of the 4 walls, if you want to say. And of course, now your doc is going to be able to measure you. You could send over the information, and he could be here, and then you could be in Arizona. So let's take a look at what it is. So this is the screenshots from a baseline. Okay, so a baseline test it's going to be almost the same thing. The results are a little bit different between a baseline test and an injury, a post-injury test. Okay, but the process is the same. Brief medical history, right? Prior concussions, ADHD, and any injuries that might affect your gait. Okay, then you go through a symptom evaluation, and you can see that on the screen. And then you do your cognitive test, and then you do your gait analysis. So the cognitive test, remember the different letters will pop up and you're hitting the space bar? Now you're just taking your phone out, I'll borrow somebody's phone, and it'll come up and you just use your thumbs. Boom, 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 right? And X comes up, you don't do anything, okay? You do that for 7 minutes, 20 seconds. The results, if it's a post-injury, you're gonna get green, yellow, red. If it's a baseline, you're just gonna get monochrome colors because there is no bad, it's you. That's what your baseline is, right? So the green, yellow, red, red's obviously in the problematic direction. If you can see that, that is your normative data, okay? And then we're putting the pin where you measure on your normative data. If you have a baseline, you can see on the bottom one here. Can you see that right there? You'll have a line, and then you'll have the pin, and then as you start recovering, taking more tests, you'll see it going back to where your baseline is, okay? Because you don't need a baseline, but it's always better to have one because it's tailored towards you. The next thing we do, you saw that graph, and we do our gait test. We bring the phone right up to your chest. You walk 10 steps, turn around and walk 10 steps back, and you do it 3 times, and that's it. And we take that graph, and we use machine learning behind the scenes. It's instant. You wouldn't even know that it's happening, but you were doing that behind the scenes, and then you'll get a digital output that you can take action on. So we put them into 4 main categories: power, stride, stability, and symmetry. Okay, and you can see the output over here, how many are outside the means. Each one of these, you can actually click in and get more results, and the doc can look at this as well. And what you say, your power is the measurement of the force that an individual is walking at. So if you think about when you're walking with a concussion, just the gait part of it, it's kind of like walking on ice. You're walking a little bit slower. You're not walking big strides like that because you're going to slip and fall. And then when you go into the turn, we never tell anybody how to do the turn. You're not going around a cone or anything like that. You just go up and turn. Because when you don't have a concussion, you usually go up, pivot, come back, and nice and easy. But if you're walking on ice, you kind of slow down a little bit. You're thinking about this turn, and then you kind of take small steps, and then you walk back out. Okay, all of this stuff we compute behind the scenes. Stride, we measure the different elements of your stride. And you can see on this thing, the display, the bright one is your average stride cycle, and all the other ones are your actual strides. When you're concussed, it looks almost like spaghetti. It really, some of the badder cases, it's all over the place. Stability, we're measuring your regular balance control while walking. So if you think about that diagram, it's like having a drone over your head. And you're walking, and we're measuring how much balance you have, okay, or don't have. And this one here, you can see from left to right, way off the charts, and you can see the sway side to side thing, that's off as well. Last but not least, it's symmetry. It's the ability to maintain regularity, consistency, and evenness comparing your left and your right. Okay, really important to be symmetrical when you're walking. And same thing with this; those graphs will actually go off center and so forth. I just wanted to give you a high level on all of this, but one thing I wanted you to do and have the experience is. What we're going to do is we're going to give everybody at this conference 2 weeks to download the app, and then you can use it for free for a year. Okay? Just take the test, do it yourself, experience it, share the information with your doc, and you'll see its power for using it. It is, when you do download it, there's a login screen, and right underneath the login screen it says enter login code. Just put in ringside doc, and then we'll know who you are, so then you won't get billed once on the monthly cycle. So you'll have a year of that. So in conclusion, concussion is a clinical decision, right? The doc has to tell you that you have a concussion or not. No, there's no magic wand, no magic app that's out there, but what we can do is look at the consensus. What do we need to measure? And let's do that as accurately as possible and get that information to the docs. With an accurate tool like SportGate, you're going to be able to track your health over time. Okay, a lot of concerns in a lot of sports are the continuous hits that we're taking. Is it starting to make my brain health worse and worse and worse over time? Well, let's measure it, okay? And then, of course, tracking recovery, because we're able to go ahead. We've proven it in our research. We can measure well over 6 months predicting concussion. So if you have a long, prolonged concussion, we'll be able to measure that along with the patient. Being app-based, of course, makes it so you have remote patient monitoring. And we believe with SportGate, we'll be giving the medical providers a quick and accurate information from anywhere, and hopefully your athletes' peace of mind. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Can't see it.
Something like ADHD also plays into this, and if so,
if you measure your neuroscience, I'm not a doctor, so I know a little bit of my knowledge here. But when you're measuring neuroscience, you're using your neuropsychological machine. So if you have ADHD, there's a certain signature. So that when you're recovering, a certain one of those cells from red to green, some of them won't come back because that's ADHD. So when we do implementation training docs, we'll actually go ahead and show, here's the signature of ADHD, so as it's recovering, and that's go down, and we're ADHD. We ask them to take their meds and so forth. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hey, Dr. Schwartz, can you kind of explain how this system would work for us, ringside and cage side? How would you want to implement it and utilize it? Because it seems pretty interesting to me, but this is for a long term to study one person. Somebody that has a bad gait, does it necessarily mean they have a concussion? I mean, would you utilize this system afterwards? I mean, how would you implement it cage side and ringside before or after the event?
One of the advantages I see is in suspensions. So, for example, suspensions are somewhat subjective. They're objective, obviously, and there are a lot of it is subjective. So oftentimes, you'll contact me, you'll say we gave 90-day suspension, and the fighter wants to fight in 86 days. That's very subjective if you and I, even with the neuro clearance, allow that fighter to compete. With a technology like this, we might be able to say, okay, listen, take this test, let's see if you pass. So therefore, you may be able to reduce suspension times once we're able to ascertain with an objective finding that the concussion no longer exists. So that's one, aspect that I think would be very helpful. I think after a fight is difficult because you're taking in emotions. They don't even want to do it. They don't want to do tests after a fight. I think it would be helpful, but I think that if you're asking a fighter who's lost, especially if they got a knockout or a TKO, I think the last thing they want to do is sit down and take a test. I think, again, the information data would be extremely helpful at that time. But I think it's more useful to see if somebody maybe has an abnormal neuroexam or borderline neuroexam take a test like this, say yes, you compete. But more importantly, somebody who's suspended, who after 90 days, we just take them off suspension. We make that assumption concussion is gone. And as a lot of you know, concussion, post-concussion syndrome could last for months, even years in some cases. And then we're allowing them back in regular cage. So that's where I see that it could be a very useful tool.
So if someone already had sort of a hitch in the gait, is that why they're really important? You have to have your baseline first. I know people have had resurfacing, they have a hitch.
Yeah, That's why we want baselines. So everybody's gait is actually as unique as your fingerprint. So it's actually a biometric. And one of the side of the actually will be like walk to a secure place because they'll know who you are. But that's how you need gait. But you also know when you see somebody just crack their brain, right? They have that, right? So, and that's true. The same thing with your neuroscience. When we talk about gait, it's really the neuroscience. You want to make sure that you have baselines as well. If you don't, you have the next best, right? It's compare yourself to your age gender.
Either Dr. Swartz or Mr. President, could you just speak about fighters that have, let's say, 7 to 10 straight KOs and TKOs would be the benefit of this because I suspect there are many conditions and regs or statutes that if you have successive KOs, TKOs, they can be a fight can be viewed neurologically, medically. So I don't know if this could be used for a case like that.
Sure. I think there's two aspects, components to your question. Somebody's lost 7 or 10 straight fights. I think that becomes an administrative question, whether they have the skills to compete. But again, I think this is a very useful tool because there are a lot of guys, and again, in my conditions, I'll see somebody who may be 4 or 14, but when you look at their fights, they're extremely competitive. And they're not getting hurt. And that's what my commissioners will tell me when I say, you're letting a guy who's, 4 and 14 fighting a fight who's 5-0, and they'll say, God, look at, especially you, Mike will say, God, look at his fights. And you'll see that, lost split decisions, just fighting wrong competition. But that doesn't mean that fight is not suffering repercussions. And I think another aspect that is extremely important is training. I've always been able to believe that most of the deaths in boxing and MMA, well, MMA you don't have one, but fortunately, actually occur in training. Because we can't follow training. We only know what happens when they get into the ring or the cage. So it may be a very interesting tool because measuring them, let's say after a fight and coming back, may take into consideration a concussion injury they might sustain, whether training prior to that time. So I think it's another way to look at that aspect, whether they lost a lot of fights or not.
That brings up a good point, and I tried to make this, at least for all the gyms I have in Philly. When a kid gets stopped in a bout, if you give him 30 days or 60 days, that means in the gym as well. He can't be in the gym, and those notices have to go to the gym, and say, hey, look, that kid's under suspension. He can go there and maybe jump rope or use him, but he shouldn't be sparring. And I think some of those kids, you know how I was when you were 20, 21, you're invincible. You're on a 30-day suspension. You want to get right back in and start sparring. That's where those concussions, I think, happen. They're not fully healed. It's just not done at bam. He's in there sparring 15 days later.
Please take advantage of that very nice gesture and utilize this technology. I think that's wonderful. You can try it at home and apply it to your missions, however you think is reasonable. I think that's great. Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Chris Herb. Chris is a sports scientist, works in both practice and research. As a applied physiologist specializing in MMA and other combat sports, his interests cover several areas of athletes and sport, including physiological demands and consequences of training, competition, and weight cutting. And I'm honored to have Chris, who just got his PhD. So.
Good morning, everyone. Everyone okay? First,
closer. Better? Oh. Superb, thank you very much. All right, guys. So, I'd just like to start by thanking the Commission for flying me out to be with you all over the course this week. Heard some very interesting stuff already. So, what I'm going to be talking to you about today is essentially a whistle-stop tour of the research that's occurred around weight cutting and weight manipulation in combat sports over the past 10 to 15 years realistically, because this is an area that has been very much ignored by sports science previous to this, even though we all know weight cutting has always occurred in combat sports. So I'll just quickly introduce you to myself. I'm a lecturer in sport and exercise physiology at Sheffield Hallam University in the UK. I also run my own private practice supporting amateur and professional athletes around their training and performance needs, focusing very much these days on MMA fighters. As Dr. Schwartz said, I just recently completed my PhD at Liverpool John Moores University, where I studied the training practices and effects of mixed martial arts competition. I also sit on an ad hoc board for the International MMA Federation, looking at athlete weight management for the amateur athletes taking part in MMA. So, what I'm not going to talk about in this particular session is the best ways of cutting weight for an athlete, of how to get an athlete ready for competition. What I am going to talk about is the prevalence of weight cutting in combat sports, how it might affect performance, more importantly, how it might affect the athlete's health, and then a slight consideration around how we need to protect youth athletes moving forward. So, weight cutting in combat sports, as we all know, it's part and parcel of the culture. It's part and parcel of the sports that we all work in. But in MMA in particular, the amount and severity of weight cutting far exceeds most of the combat sports. So just in the amount of weight usually cut, we can see MMA fighters are almost doubling most of the combat sports. And just a heads up, these are in kilograms. Within academic publishing, we use the metric system. I know I'm talking to a mostly North American audience at the moment. To put it into pounds, just multiply it by 2.2 in your head. Okay, just give you a gist of what numbers we're talking about. So MMA fighters cut a much greater amount of body mass than most of the combat sports, and they cut a lot more in the 24 hours just before weighing. In terms of after the competition, they also regain a lot more body mass as well. And they report that the highest weight they've cut is far greater than other combat sports as well. Now, the notion of cutting weight for a combat sport is built into our structure. We have weight divisions for a reason, and all fighters want to get into the lowest weight category they can do. But MMA fighters seem to be taking that to the highest degree we've seen so far in most of the sports. Now, how they go about doing that tends to fall into two different strategies. So I don't expect us to read every single number up on this board. I'm just going to highlight the key ones. So the ones that are currently highlighted in yellow are the methods that combat sport athletes report they most often use. And these ones in yellow we can categorize as severe energy restriction. So athletes going through a process of reducing the amount of energy they take in and increasing the amount of energy they expend. Body mass is dependent on energy in versus energy out. In order to get ready for competition, athletes are putting themselves in a very negative energy status. The second method that most commonly comes up is now highlighted in blue, which is dehydration. Forcing the body into a dehydrated state to remove as much fluid from the body as they possibly can. This includes a more recent method, which I'm sure most of you have heard of, which is water loading, which is the excessive consumption of water, which, for want of a better phrase, tricks the body into releasing more fluid into the urine to get further fluid out of the body. Now, we all know about these methods. We've all used these methods. We've all seen people using these methods. A lot of people in this room might well have prescribed these methods to their athletes. It's not necessarily the methods that are being used, but the extent, severity, and timing that matters for performance and health. Now, the most concerning thing about this practice is that all the athletes questioned within this particular study that was done by Dr. Oliver Barley and his group in Australia, there was virtually no input from
registered dietitians, physiologists, or physicians. Virtually all of these methods were prescribed and controlled and run by coaches, training partners, and friends. So that, for me, is the most worrying thing about this process that we're currently seeing. Every method that gets used by combat sport athletes is, again, this isn't a time to be using the word bro science, but that's essentially what we're talking about. Now, I'm not here to have a dig at coaches, to have a go at coaches. Coaches are doing an excellent job of getting fighters to the weight they need to qualify. What we need to do now is provide guidance on how to do that safely and appropriately to protect the person that they're working with. So, how common and how serious are these effects likely to be? Now, 2 recent studies have come out from Dr. Kudar Murugappan at Harvard Beth Deakin Israel Medical School, and it's ubiquitous. Virtually every single MMA fighter and boxer takes part in severe weight cutting, and it appears to become more severe as a fighter progresses throughout their career. Now again, anecdotally, if you spend any time in combat sports, we already know this to be the case. But what these studies have done, have documented it within the literature, so we have evidence to build on. Now, in terms of how serious and how severe this process is, there is only one incidence in the medical literature of a fighter dying as a result of rhabdomyolysis from weight cutting. Now, that's only one registered, documented case study. But we know there's been many other deaths and many other incidences of fighters being hospitalized either before a bout, after a bout, or even during training camp. The 2 people up on the screen at the moment, one is Jessica Lindsay, who I believe was 18, 19 years old when she died, and I think she was preparing for her 2nd amateur Muay Thai competition. She died during her weight cut. The second person is Yan Jinbing, who died after weighing in at one championship a couple of years ago. Now again, these are just 2 examples. There is a website run by Eric McGracken, who some of you might know. He's very prominent within combat sports law. On his website, he documents every single time there's been an incident at a weigh-in of either a fighter missing weight, a fighter being hospitalized, or a fighter unfortunately dying. He started this page in 2014, and I think currently there's over 900 entries that he updates on a weekly basis. So if you've not seen this website before, have a look, because this does bring into real clear focus just how serious a problem we have in our sports at the moment. Now, we talked about dehydration. I'm going to look at dehydration and energy restriction in 2 separate parts. But the general effects of dehydration on performance are entirely based on the fact that our bodies require fluid for our physiological systems to work. Fluid is the medium through which our body performs its functions. Now, after dehydration, we have a reduced blood volume. Most of your blood is fluid, it's water. Because our blood has reduced volume, it gets thicker, and it gets harder to push through the heart. So we have a 25 to 30% reduced stroke volume, which means on each beat, 25 to 30% the less blood is being sent out of the heart. That leads to an increased heart rate as the body tries to respond to that to make sure enough blood is moving around the body, to make sure the brain is being given its oxygen and its glycogen, and the body is able to function. But because the blood is so dehydrated and the body is struggling that much, it cannot keep up with the demands. So we have a lowered cardiac output. So there's not enough blood traveling around the body to serve its means, which is why we have incidences such as now infamous video of Darren Till going blind during his weight cut and fighters collapsing on the scale. Peripheral blood flow and sweat rate both decrease, leading to increased core body temperature. This is one of the key reasons why we do have hospitalizations and deaths within combat sports from dehydration. The core body temperature continuously rising until the body can no longer maintain function. As a result, we have a reduced VO2 max. 10% reduction occurs after just 2% body mass reduction, and 25% reduction after just 4.3% body mass reduction. MMA fighters, as a matter of course, reduce their body mass by 10 to 14%, some as high as 18%. Now, some of the things that Dr. Swartz talked about yesterday in the concussion talk, he was talking about the misbalance between sodium and potassium between the neurons in the brain. Through dehydration, we get that same thing happening throughout the body. So the neuromuscular function also falls apart. Now, there's a few other studies which have looked at dehydration methods, And in this study where they looked at, I think, 53 professional fighters get ready for competition, they found that each fighter had reduced upper body strength and lower body power, and they had a reduced sit-to-stand heart rate response. Now what that means, as the athlete stands up, their heart is not able to respond to those changes in blood pressure. And that's just from standing up out of a chair in a normal situation. What we're asking our athletes to do is change their body position and change their blood pressure rapidly during a contest and during training. We're seeing that the body cannot respond to that and cannot do that. Now, we've talked about not enough blood getting to the brain, not enough glycogen getting to the brain. The brain needs both things to function optimally. We're removing our athlete's ability, our athlete's body's ability to do that, so the cognitive abilities are impaired. Importantly, none of these measures return to baseline within 3 hours of competition. They were stepping into the cage, physiologically impaired. Now, a recent study that came out from Nazaruddin in the UK, they found that 65% of athletes reported at least one weight cut going badly. Now, again, anecdotally, we all know this. We've all spoken to fighters that we know. We've all seen them at the weigh-in struggling to walk, move, or struggling to get ready and warm up. But again, now they're telling us in the academic literature that this is the case. And linking into what Dr. Schwartz talked about yesterday, 70% of these athletes also reported their concussion symptoms lasting longer after a weight cut. Now again, if we're removing fluid from the body, we're also removing fluid from the brainstem, from the spinal cord, from the brain itself. What are the short, medium, long-term effects of that? We don't necessarily know at the minute. But the fighters are telling us themselves their concussions last longer, or they feel like they last longer after a hard, dehydrative weight cut. So what about performance? Well, after just a 3% weight loss amongst boxers, their voluntary force output is severely reduced, and their fatigue on power output tests occurs 16 seconds sooner. Now, lactate production is also reduced by 53%. Now, normally, when we talk about lower lactate being produced, that's a good thing. It means the body's further away from fatigue. In this instance, it's because their body does not have enough fuel, have enough energy to work and produce the lactate in the first place. So we can see that their power and their force output is reduced and they're getting tired quicker. And we also see this amongst mixed martial artists. In this study, Oliver Barley again reduced the athlete's body mass by 5% through dehydration and exercise and compared their performance on a 30-meter repeat sled push to athletes who did not cut weight. What we're seeing, if I just highlight the top lines, so these top lines are the athletes who did not cut weight. At the 3-hour mark and the 24-hour mark, there's no change in their performance. The bottom two lines are the athletes who did cut weight. 3 hours after cutting weight, they were slower and they were able to produce fewer repetitions of the sled push. 24 hours later, they recovered a little bit, but nowhere near as much as the athletes who did not cut weight. Now, we also see this in the amount of effort required for them to do this. The athletes who did not cut weight, they're the bottom two lines. They required less effort to perform more work than the athletes who did cut weight. So we have athletes who are not able to produce as much force, they're not able to move as fast, they're not able to do as much work, and they're doing it with a far greater amount of effort than athletes who do not cut weight. And again, this is only 5% body mass reduction. Again, normally, it's 10 to 14%. So we're sending athletes into the cage or into the ring who have reduced power output, who have reduced physiological function, and are requiring more effort to do that work. How well are they going to perform on fight night? And is that not putting them in more danger of sustaining severe blows to the head and being hurt more often? Now, further studies on the effects on physiology. This study actually had athletes cut weight by 10% before the bout. And they compared them to fighters who didn't cut weight. They took blood samples immediately before and after the fights. Within their blood, there was increased lactate dehydrogenase and increased alanine aminotransferase. In normal circumstances, increased amounts of these enzymes in the blood would suggest muscle damage, which after a fight makes sense. Before a fight, it essentially shows that the liver and the kidneys are not functioning as they should be doing. So the athletes who did not cut weight, they had normal amounts of these enzymes. The fighters who did cut weight were highly increased before and after. Now, within Finnish wrestlers, we've also found that if they cut 8.2% of their body mass, they have a 63% reduction in testosterone. Now, the authors themselves state in this paper that this number is probably incorrect. Because they use dehydration methods, then that actually reduces how much testosterone can be measured within the blood. So they report that it was reduced by 63%, but it was actually probably much, much higher. So the body is literally shutting down during this process. Now, why does the body shut down? Well, this comes on to the second stage, the severe energy restriction. In this study by Victor Coswig in Brazil, they took a group of 16 MMA fighters and had them do a simulator bout, so a sparring match essentially, but under normal competition rules. The winners happened to consume, during their weight cut, about 750 calories per day. Sorry. The losers, doing their normal weight cut, consumed about 300 calories per day. Now, normal recommended daily allowance for the average person for a male is 2,500 calories a day. For a female, it's 2,000. But these aren't normal people. These are competitive professional athletes. A competitive professional athlete male should be consuming about 4,500 to 3,000 calories per day, with a female about 3,000 to 4,000. During their weight cut, they're not even clearing 1,000. Now, they also measured their energy intake during their rapid weight gain phase. The winners, they're round about where they should be in terms of the amount of calories consuming. The losers are down around 3,000. Now, this is severe energy restriction. The body is not being given enough energy for its systems to function. Now, this leads to something called rebound hyperphagia. Now, there's an interesting study that you guys can Google. It's called the Minnesota Starvation Experiment. It's kind of horrific what starvation can do, but we only know the details of what starvation can do because of that study that occurred in the 70s. Have a Google, it's interesting reading. Now, what actually occurs when you go through a starvation period is that your body will take in far more food and far more energy than it actually needs. Now, this occurs for both physiological and psychological reasons. This study conducted by Dr. Carl Langan-Evans with a Taekwondo fighter. Before competition, this fighter was consuming about 12,000 calories per week. In just the week after, they were consuming 33,000. Now, I said that it's a psychological issue as well. This fighter reported being sat at home about 2 or 3 days after the tournament. He was watching TV, and he found himself taking a bite out of a Snickers. And he realized he did not remember getting up off the settee, going into his kitchen, opening a Snickers, or eating the first half of it. And he had no idea how he'd got there. This is a psychological effect of starvation because our bodies are designed to take on energy no matter what happens. Now, this athlete gained 8.3 kilograms of body mass, 1.5 kilograms of which was fat mass. Now, again, anecdotally, we all know this happens. We all see this all the time. And a prime example is the man of the moment, Paddy the Baddy. These two pictures are taken 2 weeks apart. The one in his fight kit is from his UFC debut, the night of his UFC debut. The picture next to it is a couple of weeks later when he's just out in town. 4th of September, looking like a high-level international athlete. 22nd of September, looking like he spent that night on press row rather than in the cage. This is rebound hyperphagia being demonstrated, and it's very common. So this severe energy restriction can lead to what's called relative energy deficiency in sports syndrome. Our bodies require energy to function, but through evolutionary processes, it will prioritize what it needs to do. Number one priority for our bodies is for us to move. Our bodies have no idea that we're in the 21st century. It thinks we're still on the Ethiopian Rift Valley Plain, running away from being food. So if our bodies are moving, our bodies will prioritize energy for movement. It will shut down what is considered to be not important at that point. So that includes endocrine function, it includes sexual function, it includes muscle redevelopment, and it includes bone redevelopment. All the things we need to be healthy get shut down during the weight cut and starvation processes. And again, they do not return in time to get into competition. Now, a study by Andy Casper demonstrated this in a case study with a professional MMA fighter. This fighter lost 17 kilograms over their 8-week period, including 7 kilograms in the 36 hours prior to weighing. What they measured was several biological markers of physiological function. So what we see in the big red bar is cortisol on the day of weighing. Cortisol is a substance in the body that is released whenever the body is working hard to perform its functions. If we see a high increase in cortisol, the body is struggling to perform its functions. Now, the most worrying one is also this fighter's testosterone. Over the week of weighing, this fighter's testosterone dropped from 1.4 to around 1.4, 1.8 millimoles per litre. Now, some of the physicians in the room might be able to help us out with this, because as far as we can tell, this is the lowest testosterone that's been recorded in a healthy person. As far as we could tell, these numbers only occur in people who are going through treatment for cancer. This is the day before someone got into a cage and fought a professional international cage fight. They also measured levels of creatinine and urea within the blood, both of which were highly elevated during weighing. Creatinine and urea in the blood at these levels suggest the kidneys were not functioning in this person at this time. The body was shutting down. And within the urine, there was a high level of osmolality, which means there is too much stuff within the urine balanced against how much fluid is in there, and extremely high levels of sodium within the urine as well. These numbers would have someone checked into a hospital bed, not cleared to fight in a cage. Now, this is only a case study of one fighter, and admittedly, this was a severe weight cut. 7 kilograms over 36 hours, it's severe, but we all know it's not uncommon. This is probably more likely to occur more often than we know. So, important question. Does weight cutting actually provide more chance of winning? Because otherwise, why would we do it? Now, I'm not here to say that the bigger person in the ring or the cage doesn't win most often. We all know they do. What we're asking here is, do the fighters need to cut as much weight as they currently do in order to prepare for competition? The literature is split on this at the moment. In the left-hand column linked to success, those are all grappling sports: judo, jiu-jitsu, wrestling. In the column, say not linked to success, those are mostly striking sports: boxing, kickboxing, with one wrestling study at the bottom. MMA comes between those two. So let's dig into those studies a little bit here. So Victor Coswig's paper that we looked at earlier with the calorie intake, they found that the bout winners regained 3% more body mass than the bout losers. But as we've already seen, the winners were consuming a lot more food than the losers. It's my strong suspicion that that is what made the difference there. The winners were fueled appropriately going into competition. That just coincided with them regaining more weight. Graham Breshney in Australia looked at a group of amateurs and a group of professionals, and they found the losers actually cut more weight than the winners, and the odds of winning decreased by 11% for each unit, pound or kilogram, of weight lost. Myself, Dr. Carl Langan-Evans, and Professor James Morton, a couple of years ago, we used some of the California weighing data to find that the athletes regained 7 to 15% of their body mass in 24 hours, but there was no difference between winners or losers when they got in the cage. The winners and losers could not be differentiated by the amount of weight they regained or how heavy they were when they got in the cage, and it didn't matter whether the fight ended due to strikes, submission, or decision. Now, key in this paper was the divisions that they actually weighed in at and what weights they really were. So as you can see, light heavyweights, when they got in the cage, they were all really heavyweights. Middleweights were close to the upper limit of the light heavyweight division. Welterweights were close to the upper limit of the middleweight division. From featherweight downwards, they were all pretty much 2 divisions heavier than they weighed in at. So that brings 2 questions. Are these weight divisions real, or are these just things that they have to tick a box in order to qualify for that division? And if we've got featherweights weighing almost at the upper limit of welterweight, why doesn't everyone just move up a division, reduce the weight cut? You're going to be fighting the same people with less damage to the body. A more recent study using the California data from a Brazilian group, they found the same thing in terms of the amount of weight they recut, but they found that the chances of winning increased by 4.5% with every 1% of body mass regained. Now, I believe, or I suspect that this result was actually because the sample size was so big. But they did find that there was no difference between the winners and losers in terms of the amount, in terms of their weight in the cage, and the difference between winners and losers only occurred at a regional level. People in their first fights at Bob's Backyard MMA, there was no difference. People in the UFC, in Bellator, there was no difference. At the regional level, LFA for instance, there seems to be some difference. Now, is that where different matchmaking capacities come in? Maybe. We don't know. Now, if there is a difference between winners and losers, and if we can make a difference in performance, then that's something we need to consider. But we do also need to think about youth athletes within this as well. We know that these practices can bring about eating disorders, and we know that these eating disorders are very prevalent amongst youth athletes taking part in combat sports. Now, in Olympic combat sports, they've been found that with youth athletes, they're doing the exact same thing that adults are. Now, youths in this instance are classed as 11 to 19-year-olds. Guidance is still very rarely sought from dietitians or physicians, and there is a wide range of adverse physical symptoms. Most worryingly is 2 out of 9 female athletes in this group were amenorrheic for 1 year. That means they did not have their menstrual cycle for at least 1 year. These are developing female athletes going through puberty, not getting their menstrual cycle at the time when they're going through weight cutting. And 7 to 11% of wrestlers reported developing eating disorders that lasted for at least 2 to 3 years following the study. So is there a better way? Well, in essence, yeah, there is. All we need to do is make sure that athletes are not being put in low energy availability. We need to make sure that weight manipulation methods provide enough energy so that they are not being put in a starvation mode and that they are not going through dehydration until it's absolutely necessary. This study by Dr. Carl Evans used this protocol, keeping the athlete's energy availability high and only using water restriction methods in the final couple of hours prior to weighing. They found no symptoms of relative energy deficiency or physiological dysfunction in the first 6-7 weeks, with only small endocrine changes in the final week before weighing. And this athlete's performance capacity, their strength, power, endurance, all stayed high and improved throughout training camp. So it is a relatively straightforward fix. The fighters, the camps, the coaches need to work with dietitians and physiologists to make sure that energy is available and performance can remain high. These 2 studies, these 2 papers, document this process. The top one, Making Weight in Combat Sports, was written by Dr. Carl Evans about 10 years ago. In the Ringside Physicians textbook that was shown last night, I was flicking through one of the chapters, written by Dr. Reed Reel and his team at the UFC Performance Institute. The exact same information is in that chapter. The American College of Sports Medicine also updated this information last year with their consensus statement. It's the same information. This information has been around for about 10 years. Where we've fallen down as scientists, as practitioners, and as regulators is making sure that the camps, coaches, and athletes are educated that this information is there and works. So it's just, I realize I've been going a little long here, so I'm just going to start to wrap up. I think the real discussion we need to have, that yourselves need to have as the regulators, again, I'm an outsider in this world, is whether we need rule change or culture change. The picture up on the board, I don't expect you to read it now. I'll WhatsApp it to you if you want to read it fully. But this was sent out on Instagram by John Wayne Parr, who was fighting in one championship. And it's essentially him documenting how he tried to get around the weighing practices using methods that he uses all the time to get around the weighing practices. We all know fighters. We've all worked in camps. We all know that the rules are just seen as a hindrance to fighters when it comes to weighing. Everyone tries to get the biggest advantage they possibly can do. Now, the rules that one championship have in place are well placed. The hydration methods are questionable, but at least they're trying to do something. But the fighters still try to get around them. So I firmly believe that the most appropriate approach that we can all take, yourselves as regulators, myself as a researcher and practitioner, is to build an education framework for coaches, registering, for licensing, to understand that there are more appropriate, safer, and more effective methods of getting athletes ready for competition than are currently used. Education, I firmly believe, is the only way we're going to get through the next 10, 15 years without further deaths and further tragedies. So just in conclusion, weight cutting in combat sport is extreme and highly reliant on severe energy restriction and dehydration. It's unlikely it provides any advantage in performance, most likely reduces performance, and is linked to lifelong eating disorders. The effects may be minimized, they cannot be eradicated, but it may be minimized by allowing sufficient energy intake and hydration. And it's my strong opinion that culture change and education is the way forward for us in our sports. So the next steps is for you guys to discuss. These are my contact details. I'm happy to answer questions now if there are any, and I'm happy to chat with you all today and via email over the next few months. Thank you very much.
Just a quick question. Looking at the data, it seems the majority of it is MMA. Do you find any substantial differences between, like, from boxing to MMA or vice versa, or are they pretty much the same across the board?
In terms of the amount of weight football affects it. In terms of the amount of weight football affects it.
Both.
So in terms of the amount of weight MMA fighters are cutting far more boxers. Boxers tend to be around anything from 4 to 6%. The upper limit is around 7% reduction. In MMA, it's 10 to 14% Now, there's not that many studies looking into the effects on boxers for some reason. I don't know why MMA is getting more attention to research. I don't know if it's just the people interested in the academics who want to see combat sports go to time, that's the case or not, they're just listening to the next that they're doing boxers. It's hard to get anything to monitor kickboxing, it's very little doing jiu-jitsu or judo, don't seem to be all that's good, that doesn't change.
Does the different sports you study, they have different weigh-in times? MMA, 24, 36 hours advanced. USA Wrestling, International Wrestling is everyday competition. Does that change the fighters and how much weight they're willing to cut or how the methods they're using?
Yeah, I think it does. So in terms of if you've got to weigh in the morning and step onto the mat an hour later, obviously you give you less time to recover and fuel. I think there are instances where people who are still got to extreme methods do not have to cut as much weight. It does reduce the amount of weight up, and I think it does bring some people to change their weight position. So for instance, I'm at the International Weight Federation, they have a 4-day competition, you have to weigh in every morning. So I think fighters of that competition actually fight the category. So a bantam weight will go and fight featherweight, for instance. Whether that translates into them cutting less weight to meet that, using less methods to meet that position, we don't know.
Thank you.
Two questions. One, it's a little gross. When we do post-fight testing for substances, sometimes we can see a fighter, mainly a male fighter, discoloration in urine. You made a comment about the two enzymes, one that impacts the liver and the kidneys. Is the discoloration because of pounding, or because of dehydration, weight cutting, or et cetera? That's number one. Number two, Dr. Sports, you made a comment yesterday about in the anatomy of KOs. You made the comment about the vagus nerve with the liver shots. And I just thought of it, I don't know, just was curious. Does it have does those two enzymes play a part in the impact of a liver shot, or is it purely a vagus nerve issue and not correlated to dehydration and weight cutting, et cetera? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Yeah, that's primarily vagus. You know, liver enzymes basically measure cellular death. So as our cells in our body die all over our body, which is normal, they give off enzymes. So something called an AST, ALT, GGPT, these are all liver enzymes, and that's kind of by a different mechanism. This is something called passive congestion in this case, where blood is not flowing through the liver and cells die at an accelerated rate.
And as far as the discoloration, the reason our urine has colour in the first place is because it's filtering things that have been removed from the body or leftover parts of cell death. The reason our urine gets darker is not because there's more stuff in it, because there's less and less fluid. So after a fight, after a weigh-in, the reason why the colour looks like the colour of these tablecloths is mainly because there's far less fluid, but there's a lot more stuff in there to darken it, if that makes sense. Yeah.
The data that you have, that you provided, showing that the MMA fighters are cutting more weight than boxers or any of the other combat sports, was that data collected from the California State Athletic Commission?
No, so the data up on the first slide where it showed the differences between sports, that was a survey study run by Dr. Oliver Barley, where he sent out a questionnaire just asking as many fighters as possible, how much weight do you cut? So and how often do you do it? Now that is them remembering and trying to think of how much weight they usually do cut. Now, for me, that's kind of like asking someone, how much do you weigh at the moment? We always reduce the numbers a little bit, don't we? So I suspect that those numbers might actually be a little bit higher. So when an MMA fighter say I normally cut around 10 kilograms, I'd add 1 or 2 kilograms on to each of those numbers, I'd say.
Right. I did a similar study where I just broke down the weight of the fighter from weigh-ins to the weight of the fighter the night of the fight, collected that data, and if you were to ask them those numbers, they're going to grossly exaggerate them.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. One topic I didn't hear in terms of the boxing aspect, that dehydration and the effect it has on the fluid and the cushioning of the brain. Have there been any studies done showing that dehydration or post-fight, what data do you have on the dehydration affecting the fluid in the brain and the brain bouncing against the skull and so on?
I'm not aware of too many studies that are able to directly look at that in terms of just how much fluid is in the brain. I believe Dr. Schwartz might be able to speak to that a bit more, but I am aware that Nazir Ruddin in the United Kingdom, he's currently running studies to find out exactly that how much fluid is left in the brain and how big an impact it does make. Do you want to add, or? Yeah.
The brain is a very interesting organ, and it will do everything it needs to protect itself. It's almost its own part of the human body, so it has its own auto-regulation ability. So it does play a role, but not as much of a role as it does on the kidneys or the liver or the muscles or metabolism in general. So that's controversial, whether or not the fluid decrease increases the risk of concussions or subdural bleeds because of the amount of fluid cushioning the brain, because the brain does have its own protective mechanisms.
Doctor, I'm curious about, over here. How long, I don't know if there's any data on this or anything, but how long does it take for the body to actually bounce back appropriately after a weight cut?
Yeah, great question. It really depends on what you mean by bounce back. Are we talk about in terms of bounce back and being able to perform optimally, or are we talking about in terms of physiological function returning to normal?
I guess probably both. I know that's a very loaded question, but I mean maybe the best balance of both.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of data. We don't know. We do know that in terms of getting ready to perform, the impact of training in the first place, the impact of the weight camp, actually means that fighters generally are at their peak ready to perform 7 or 8 days after the contest has happened. How much of that is due to the weight cut? How much of that due to unbalanced training methods? We don't know. But these are all studies that do need to be done. As I said at the start, we've really only got this amount of data on weight cutting because of the past 10, 15 years. Despite us working in the sports that are hundreds of years old, there's very little known from a scientific standpoint of the effects of this.
So does it stand to reason that theoretically, if they had 48 hours to bounce back from a weight cut or whatever number of days or whatever, that they could be significantly healthier on day of the fight?
Potentially, but alluding to the question about the different weighing times, it might just be the case if you gave fighters 48 hours to recover, they're just going to do bigger weight cuts because they think, well, I can recover more from that weight cut. So if we give them 48 hours, they might start cutting 18, 19% of the body mass because they think, well, I've got more time to refuel and recover. Again, I don't think rule changes are sufficient to tackle this. Yeah.
I had a question for Dr. Schwartz. You mentioned the blood-brain barrier that protected the brain against dehydration. Does that also inhibit rehydration after the weigh-in for the brain?
I think in the limited clinical data we have, you're probably looking at a 48 to 72-hour window because you're not just talking about hydration. Hydration is fluid, is water. We're also talking about electrolytes. So electrolytes are your sodium, your potassium, your chloride, your bicarb, your calcium, your magnesium. And these electrolytes play a huge role in every aspect of how our bodies work. So I don't think it's just looking at how much fluid we could replace. It's knowing that the fluid is going in the right places. And that process is not instantaneous. So the weight gain that you see when they come back gaining 8 kilograms, 10 kilograms, sometimes even more than that, is water weight. Doesn't mean that the fluid has gone to the places it was once prior to that rapid weight loss. No, the brain is going to auto-regulate, so it's going to take what it needs to do, and it's going to do it as rapidly as possible. I can't give you a time on that. Okay. I just want to say, one thing. This was a fascinating presentation, and I think that you guys finally have objective data. Yes, and this objective data is very compelling, and finally I challenge the commissions to make some decisions on how to fix this. I know Mike will weigh in the fighters the day of and see how much weight they've gained. And what are the ranges? They range up to sometimes 10%, 14%.
Oh, yeah, we go at 10%. Actually, I have to tell you, Andy and I both agree that massive weight gain between the weigh-in and the fight is cheating. It's cheating. At the end of the day, you're cheating. And so what we both do is we do a second-day weigh-in, and it's 10%. So I use a 100-pound fighter. It's easy, because I'm not good at math. A 100-pound fighter weighs in at 100 pounds. He comes back, and he weighs in at 125. That's 25 pounds he gained in less than 24 hours. Now, with that said, I can go, and you can come up and talk to me later about it. I got many fighters that, if they gain 10%, all right, 11%, I'll even go 12%. But I've had fighters that gain 15, 16, 17, 18%. And there's a lot of fighters that you guys all know, like Paul Daly does it. You know what I mean? And we talk about length of career at my weigh-ins. The fighters, I talk about length of career and weight loss. And there's a huge correlation between the two. Greg can talk about in wrestling what they do for NCAA. But I can guarantee you there's a reason why Bernard Hopkins walked around at 170 and fought at 168. There's a reason for that. His length of his career was huge. That's in boxing. Mojado down in Texas, and the Texas Commission's here. He fought for main events. He was an Olympian. He used to walk around at 200 and fight at 145. His career was about 5 years. He's not fighting anymore. So, yeah, there's a huge correlation. I don't know what the right answer is to fix it. We do what we can do, and then what happens is if for some reason somebody gains a lot of weight, I'll put them on suspension, and every once in a while you guys may see my suspension that he gained more than 10%, or I go more than 15% because I'm a nice guy. And if you want to fight at that weight class, you need a doctor's note. I want a doctor to tell me, yeah, it's okay for him to lose 45 pounds and fight at 145 and blow back up to 195 in between in a 24-hour period. And the doc actually checks it too, before, the guy weighs 185, but he's fighting at 135 3 weeks later. So the doc gives me a heads up and said, this kid is, his physical says he's 185, now he's fighting at 130, and he makes 135, which is crazy. But with that said, I check the weight the next day, and if he's more than 15% over, we have a conversation. He's got to give me a doctor's note to say it's okay. Yamuchi, which is a Bellator fighter, great fighter. He was doing that. He finally realized after I talked to him for 8 months that, you know what, I'm going up in weight. You know, and he feels better. The last fight he was up in weight. He said, hey, Commissioner, I feel great. So it's all psychological for the damn fighters. So I'm done.
Yeah, I would love to see like a Greg's List for this, where if you would all weigh the fighter the next day, and you guys could decide what you want to pick. It could be 10%, it could be 15%. A little star goes next to their name so that you are all aware that this fighter is not fighting in the correct weight class. And therefore, if you find that that's happening repeatedly over and over again, then you have the regulatory power to say, you know what, no, you're moving up like Mike has done. Mike has saved more lives by doing that because we cannot predict down the road how this is going to affect CTE. But I guarantee it has to play some kind of a role.
I also have to tell you, like, Bellator opened up a 165 class, right? No longer 155, 170, you got 175, you got 165, and they do it all. We talk about, I got to fight in a certain weight class. It's about contract. I can't stand where you say, it's a catch weight. My ass is a catch weight. You're fighting at 165. That's about contract weight. So for promoters to sit here and say, it's got to be a certain weight class, that's a crock. It's about, you want the kid to survive and have it extend his career. To extend his career, he's got to fight in the right weight class. So it's simple. You go to the damn promoter and say, okay, he wants to fight at 147. It drives me crazy when somebody comes in and weighs 145, and his opponent doesn't make weight, and then he has to give him a certain amount of money. When you can say, before you even sign the bout contract, let's fight at 147, right? It's not a title. So anyway, thank you, Doc. All right, we're gonna change gears a little bit. We're gonna talk about some amateur boxing, and then we're gonna go on break. We're gonna go downstairs and take a photo really quick, go on break and come back, pick up some glove. Greg's gonna talk about some gloves, and then we're gonna go back to the medical aspect. So without further ado, I want to introduce the executive director or the commissioner from West Virginia, Leon Ramsey. And again, come on up, Leon. What's really great is Leon, we had training for Leon for inspectors a couple of years ago. So we do a lot of training where we had people out in West Virginia. So Leon wants to talk about USA Boxing in the amateur programs because we all know the amateur programs are really, really slowing up in the United States. That's great. Pass it out. You need one or no?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to speak to you on what I see as very important, and that is state or commission sanction and regulation of amateur boxing. And I'm not talking about USA Boxing. They have their own thing, and we know they do that. I would like to see a show of hands. How many states right now have a form of regulation and sanctioning of amateur boxing? I'm counting 3, so we make 4. Where are you from, John? Well, I'll find that out here in a moment. The reasons, I have a 10-point system here on my list that I think is of utmost importance. I'm going to start with safety. And safety is very important. That's why most of us are doing what we're doing. One thing, if we are regulating and sanctioning that, it gives us the control all under one roof, just like you do your amateur MMA, your professional combat sports, and that means suspensions, records, a database that is universal. So that's one very important factor. Let me say another one, and we don't want this one to get out of hand, and it is in some places. Illegal, underground, unsanctioned events. And I've contacted several states because I deal with it very heavy-handed in West Virginia. We've put some people to court and in jail. We only had a few, but we do not allow that. So I've contacted some states. I said, hey, and I'm not going to say the name of the group that does this, give them any credibility. We can look on YouTube and probably find them. But they make a lot of money doing this. So I said, this is going on in your state. They can't do anything about it. You know why? They don't regulate it. So I think that's a serious problem right there when you have no ability to go shut it down. And there's somebody going to get hurt. Some of these people are fighting on dirt, cages, the referee, somebody untrained, just stuck in there. There's no doctor, no paramedics, no control, nothing. And we don't want our boxing to head in that direction. So safety, number one, I think that point right there could be a reason to have a form of regulation. And if your state does not want to regulate that, there are ways to sub that out, as Mr. Schaefer and I have talked about. I believe he's done that in several states. So there is an ability to do that, but that puts you in direct contact and control and communication with having this sanction if you do not want to do that. But there are several reasons, you know, that are very important, and that is putting it all under one roof, handling it the same way you do with all of your other combat sports, as far as medicals, on down the line, suspensions, records in a universal database, and having ability to shut down. And we're not talking about kids just sparring in the backyard. There are some of these things that are going on. They're having 15 fights, and I'm surprised somebody hasn't been killed. If they did, we probably wouldn't even know about it. But safety, number one. You know, number two, as we talked about, is control of record keeping. And as most states here, or commissions, sanction professional MMA, professional boxing, and amateur mixed martial arts. To me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to just go ahead and do that as well with amateur boxing, because it all goes into a database we can all access, and that's extremely important. So the control of the records is very important. And so the record keeping, that's another thing that would come on board with that. Three, it will create increased participation. We have seen a lot of participation, and this is from everywhere. These fighters bring fans. They're coming out of gyms or training with other pros, and it allows a format for them to move forward. So it increases participation, and we need that because we've seen for many years boxing that's kind of shrinking the participation. And you know, there's so many things that distract young people, et cetera. If you get involved in something, I like open doors to these gyms that give another opportunity to get in and get involved in something that makes you mental, physical, and teaches respect and discipline as well. And with that being said, the next one would be more opportunity for fighters, trainers, and promoters. We do pro-am shows in West Virginia boxing, and I'm assuming a lot of you here who do mixed martial arts on a pro and amateur level do a pro-am show. So in West Virginia, we don't wear the headgear. We took that off 6 years ago, 16-ounce gloves. It was by a study Julian Bales did for the AIBA, I believe it was. And he is convinced, whether he's right or not, I'm sure I don't want to debate that one, that headgear causes some issues. But we have seen one person get stitches in 6 years since we've been doing the regulated, sanctioned amateur boxing in our state. Very few, if one or two, lacerations. Better fighters, hands up, chin down, shoulders up, protecting themselves. And the transition becomes easier into the pro ranks because, you know, sometimes a headgear can become a false sense of security. I've seen that some years back. So the increased participation, you can have more events if you choose to. And that means if you have 8 or 10 amateurs on a show, 2, 4, 6 pros, promoter can save some money. And it can also be a lesser price of a ticket. So the increased participation is really important because, you know, we need participation and we don't want it to go the other direction. The other one is a training ground for new officials, for example. A lot of you states that do not regulate the amateur, you could start off with officials in these amateur level. And we're talking 3 2-minute rounds, 3 3-minute rounds. And it's a beginning for judges, referees, timekeepers, scorekeepers, whatever it may be. So it allows you that for people who want to come on board and start other than just stepping right into the pro ranks, which may be a more difficult step. The other thing is increased revenue from license. So whatever you're making from amateur mixed martial arts of your license of these fighters, you could probably look at that or double that. And that's something to look at as well, and also trainers. So an increased revenue is always good for a commission, I believe. The other point is communication between state commissions sanction amateur boxing. That's with, like we say, records, suspension, et cetera. So now we're communicating directly, state to state, as we do for amateur mixed martial arts, professional mixed martial arts, professional boxing. So that's going to allow that open door of us back and forth, like we said, into the database. This is BoxRec. We've been entering these fighters, I think, for about a year, maybe going on 2, in West Virginia on the BoxRec, the amateurs. And I firmly believe, I don't care who it is, if they're sanctioned, they should all enter it into a general database that we can view and see. It's very important to know suspensions and records, because we know that. That's why we do what we do. And the other point is the opportunity for these amateurs to turn professional. And when you have that, you have a open door as well for a feeder program into your pros, if they choose to. Some of these people may fight amateur 30 fights and never turn pro. But I'm seeing a lot of them fight 12, 14, 20-some fights, and they want to become a professional. Then when you're doing this, you're creating other opponents for them in your state or others that gets a record of 18-2, 16-4, whatever it may be. And then you have an opportunity for the debut for these fighters. So that is another factor. And I believe the 10th one here is a better opportunity for all of us to go forth in the picture of safety and communication. And if we do that, it'll bring us a better product overall. And I would like to have an open discussion if anyone has any questions and answers. The way we do it, if you're just now becoming an amateur, you have an affidavit you fill out with your record. If you're 0-0, 10-0, and I count everything, no matter what type of sanctioned boxing you're in. If you're going to err, it's on the side of caution. So if they say they're 6-2, I can pretty much prove that. But if not, that's who they're going to have to fight, is someone closer in that level. But you have to start somewhere. And I'd like to know who the other ones are that sanction and have regulation over amateur boxing. Where are you from? Colorado, okay. That's interesting. That's where USA Boxing's out of, and you have, that's good, okay.
District of Columbia Combat Sports Commission.
Yes, sir.
We have regulations to regulate amateur boxing, but we defer to Potomac Valley Association. What do you call it? The local, it's the whatever the acronym for the LBC. Yeah. So we defer to them, but they still they still have to provide a permit, though.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's 2. Wasn't there someone else over there? We got Colorado, and anyone else? We have one more. Right there.
Mississippi, if it's a USA sanctioned event, we don't, but everything else for amateurs, we do.
It's through USA Boxing, though, you say, or?
No, if it's USA, we do not.
Oh, okay.
But everything else, we do.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, boxing was kind of your first sport, and I know USA Boxing's been around forever, but a lot of states and people do not sanction that like we do and regulate mixed martial arts on the amateur level. Yes, sir.
Florida has, we do USA Boxing sanctioned events, but there are a lot of, we call them ASOs, they have separate sanctioning bodies. But if an athlete competes in one of those sanctioning bodies from an MMA and boxing sanctioning body, they can't go back to USA Boxing and compete at any regional or national or qualify for Olympics. They're done.
Okay.
It's a non-sanctioned bout according to USA Boxing, but the state does sanction them.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that's very interesting, and I just think, like I said, since boxing was kind of the start of it all, and USA Boxing has been there for years, I'd like to see us all work together, and I think this would bring unification if we do this. And that brings them on board with us, on board with them. I'm not saying push anybody out of the way. I'm saying, hey, let's work together. We do this for amateur mixed martial arts. We do it for professional mixed martial arts. We do it for professional boxing. And it's going to build a better product down the road. But I'm looking at this, for, like I said, for safety, unification, and building fighters as well who want to turn pro and make their debut. It builds a better product. Do we have any questions?
Well, it's not a question. My name is Alberto Ramos. I'm based in San Diego in Mexico, TJ, Tijuana. You mentioned about record keeping, so 6 weeks ago, I started I'm an editor for BoxRec. If you have any questions, you want to send me any information and I can load it on BoxRec for amateur program all over Mexico or the United States or wherever you need, all right? Thank you.
Yes, and when we can have a database we can all access, that's extremely important. And like we said, here we do this for amateur mixed martial arts, and to me, there's not much reason not to do it for boxing and get this into BoxRec. And I did speak to the president of USA Boxing. I said, why don't you enter yours on BoxRec? And he said, well, those are our records, and they'd have to pay for them if they want them. Well, I guess we could all say that, but to me, it's, again, about safety, and you really should want to do that, because how would you know who's suspended and who's what and who's where? And, I know personally some of them who lose their passbook after 30 fights, they start over again and say they got 2. That's dangerous, especially if you move to another state and you go somewhere else, and we just kept this quiet. But the database is extremely important.
So you had mentioned that y'all are heavy-handed out there on these legal events, smoker events.
I'm sorry, I could barely hear you.
Y'all mentioned that y'all are heavy-handed on these illegal events out there. Do you have some kind of specific statutory authority regarding a criminal penalty, civil injunction? How are y'all handling those smoker events?
Could you hear what he said? I couldn't really. I'm sorry, I could not hear what you. My hearing is.
Oh, the illegal events.
Go ahead.
How are y'all handling the illegal events through, do you have a statutory authority for criminal penalties where you make arrests? Do you do a civil injunction, take them to the AG?
Yeah, are you asking that you got to do the, civil, I'm sorry, I can barely hear what you're saying. If maybe he can relay it to me, that'd be great. Thank you, sir.
Leon, he's asking, what authority do you use to shut down those events? He asked if it was criminal prosecution or legal prosecution or AG's office. How do you shut them down?
Okay, what I do go through the AG's office, and I'll also, you can do a cease and desist order. I actually shut one down on the Virginia line not long ago. They were fighting in a cage, on the ground, standing up. A lot of it was boxing. So I took off with authority from the AG's office. I picked up 2 county deputies to West Virginia State Police, and we went and took control of it. And they can be jailed. They're in most of your states, you can find something that they can. It's it's a health and safety issue, but when they're in violation, you need something in there that allows you that civil criminal side. But without that, I don't think you have much on the illegal, unsanctioned events. And, these things can get out of control. And as we know, youth, and we were all young, I think somebody stated earlier we were invincible, maybe Greg, when we were young, you can do anything. You can go in here and fight over and over, fight somebody 40 pounds heavier, no referee. But it is very dangerous, and sometimes a negative draws these youth in. And that's a bad thing. That's why we don't want that out there, and bring them in the gym in the right way. Because, a lot of these gyms are training, cross-training. You have some that train just boxing, some just mixed martial arts. But I'm seeing a lot of them, they train boxers and mixed martial artists. They've got a group of people in there. This would allow your product better and bring that open door where someone who wants to learn boxing on a lower level can come in and start. But yes, you do need to have a form to handle the ones that do this unsanctioned and illegal. And yes, I go through the AG's office on that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you for addressing this. Just in support of what you're saying, we all recognize that we're living more and more in the area of crossover combat sports athletes, and that's going to increase, not decrease. Information access is power. We have access to amateur and pro kickboxing information, results, suspensions. We have access to amateur and professional MMA results, suspensions. We have access to professional boxing results, suspensions. It's unconscionable that we don't have access to amateur boxing results and suspensions because we know that this is a crossover. My company, ISKA, has the privilege of regulating amateur combat sports under a lot of jurisdictions. And I know as a fact, it works better with commission oversight. I can't see why amateur boxing would be an exception to that. Information access, recognition that there could be a significant percentage of crossover athletes, and the recognition that the supervision of amateur combat sports by approved sanctioned organizations works best with direct commission oversight of some method. I'm entirely in support of what you're saying.
Thank you, sir. I do certainly appreciate that. And as we said, if a commission, a body doesn't want to do that, there are avenues to sub that out, to have that done where you're direct contact and control with the entity you sub that out. Anyone else? I have, yes, sir. No, go ahead. No, I'm sorry. Now, I have some of these points of 10. I think I ran 60 copies, and I can leave these where, oh, you got one? Okay, great. But no, I'd like everyone to take a serious look at regulating, sanctioning amateur boxing. And I think it's going to build a better product, going to build unification, and it'll be better for everybody, for commissions, fighters, promoters, trainers, and it actually increased revenue, and that's not what this is all about. The number one was safety. Like we said, you got all that under one roof, one way if you do it, just same as you do with all your other combat sports, as well as having an avenue to shut it down. Because to me, it was very discouraging. I'm not going to say the state, but there was one during COVID, and they were advertising bare knuckle boxing in a strip club, and it's not in my state. I contacted them, and they don't regulate amateur boxing. I said, well, I'm sorry, we can't do nothing about it. I said, well, at least it's a health and safety issue. Maybe you can get your health department to do something. I don't know if they did or not. It's out of my, but I have contacted them, and it's really concerning whenever you have a commission says, nothing I can do about it. They're basically doing this as a sanctioned group, and they're going out here banging each other in the head, and it's very, very dangerous. But there are a number of reasons to do it, but I think it's going to build a better product all the way around. I want to thank each and every one of you for what you do. You're a unique group. There's only about 100, around that do this. It's a unique job, and it's not easy by doing it. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
All right, guys, really quick. We're going to, Lydia just yelled at me again. I've been married 29 years, and she's like the toughest woman I've ever met in my life. Not to her. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go downstairs, and we're going to get our picture taken. Joe is going to be up top of the camera, and then we're going to have a 10-minute break after we all get up and go straight downstairs. No bathroom breaks, no nothing. And then we are going to start up again with Greg's glove thing, and then back to medicals. So 10-minute break after the picture is done, then back in here. All right, let's roll.
one goes straight across. These are the angles, and they're starting more and more to go with this angled look. Angled look is to give a better protection to the wrist. That's why they started it. I personally don't see it, but some of my friends like that angled part. But if you have an angled part, okay, come on. We're just going to do this rather quickly. Want this glove nice and my dad used to say, you feel it? I feel it. I feel it. So when we tie this glove up, we're tying, we're going to put the knot. I love when the knot is here so that I can't maybe use it with no cover. But as Frank will tell you, most trainers do it right up on front. And they try to do it here or try to get it as close to that crease as they possibly can. So the knot is going to be right here. But when you take, this glove gets taped. And he brings it up. Now I can feel a difference. Because when you tape it here, they're bringing all this down. It's called skin in the glove. It's not legal, but this is, you know, you can feel the difference it puts here. But then when you tape this glove, this has got to be covered. You can't have tape here and have this knot out there so somebody's going to rub it up against somebody's face. This all has to be covered. And when you have an angled glove like that, that becomes a little bit of an issue. The rule on taping on the outside of the glove is the cuff should be covered. The cuff should be covered. That should be all taped up to the red. That should be covered. If it's tough and it's up here, that should not be allowed. There's no tape allowed on the glove. If I see tape on the glove, what do I suspect, Frank? He's pulling back that shit. He's pulling back trying to skin it himself. And bringing that glove to make a 10-ounce glove, maybe a 9-ounce glove. There's no tape on the glove. The glove only covers the wrist. That's it. So that tape ends right here. But when you have that angled part, it gets a little bit more difficult because you have to increase the size of that tape. The one thing that that I've noticed, at least again, I'm just talking about tape, we do not allow pre-made wraps to come in. When a trainer wraps a hand and he layers, we're watching him layer. Some trainers bring in a pre-made wrap to save time. I used to allow that. But then over the years, when I would go back in the dressing rooms after the fights and we'd see these pre-made wraps on the floor, there were some things in that pre-made wrap that I wasn't comfortable with. So we stopped. You cannot come in as a trainer with a pre-made wrap and put it on his hand. That has to be made right in front of me and your inspectors. I'm going to go through these rather quickly with just a little observation. Go ahead.
We will send you the glove. It will have a card in it. The card is going to say the weight of the glove, which of our employees verifies the glove, and on the back of the card, the proper weight, the length, arrival glove, so that the knot goes on the
I'm going to put my hand in this glove right here. Leah, I'm going to use you. No, you know, I'm going to use my man too.
Take a shot, Chris.
The hybrid model, to me, I don't know why they make this, but it's got a cheap-ass thumb suggestion. It's got a huge hole here, that I feel uncomfortable with. The bigger the hole here, the fighters tell me, the more I can scratch you with. That bigger the hole right here, the more I can use it. The hybrid model, we did not approve. All the other Everlast gloves, the MX model, a lot of commissions, we approved it, Everlast MX. But we only let this one time. The MX model is an approvable glove if it's brand new and used one time. This is another 8-ounce glove. One time, when we used this glove, there was damage to this glove after that week. So when I decided, hey, I'll let this go, it's got to be brand new and it's used once. So if you have promoters, and everybody does the small club shows like I do, you know the promoter brings in a huge bag of gloves and you're just picking them out. If it's an MX, it's got to be brand new. These are not to be reused. This is the new Everlast glove. This is called Protex. I like this glove, but it's very stiff. This might be one of, when you come up and look at this, take a look at this Everlast glove. The other thing is, these strings are like rope. This is rope. You better make sure when you take this glove, these are taken. If there's any of this rope showing, I would guarantee you that's going to cause a problem for a cut. If you want to scar somebody and that rope showing, I'll slip my hand and slip backward on that. I'll make sure you throw that rope somehow or another. See how long, this needs to be covered when it's done. But I give you a chance to look at this Everlast because it's stiff. We call it a stiff glove. Now, it's stiff.
Somebody objects to that, what do you do? Because that's not the same as any other glove up there.
No, it isn't. I have yet to have an objection to it, but they like them. This is Everlast Power Lock, one of my favorites. The Power Lock glove, I have a much better thumb to it, and for some reason, just the way they made the thumb, this is my opinion, just the way they made this thumb, I can feel, get a grip on this one. This one I can grip. This one I like. I can grip this one. I like this glove. I can feel my hand, but the Power Lock I do like. It's one of my favorite gloves right here. Fuel 10-ounce model, not the Diablo model. This is Fuel Fight Gear, rather a new glove. The Diablo model is not the greatest, but the Fuel Fight is a big glove. I'm going to show you. Can you see the difference in the punching area? The Fuel is a big glove. The normal punching area is right around 4 inches, 4.5 and that, to where we say punching area, we measure from here to here. Look at that size of the Fuel. This is a big punching area. The premise being the bigger the punching area, it may not be a puncher's glove. This is more, this is more of a protective type style glove. But it is a fruit glove. Grant's been in the business for years. I like Grant. Grant came up with, and me and Pat were talking about, every company now wants their name on their glove. Everybody's got their name on their glove. This is hard plastic. This has to be covered with tape. We say you have to cover the sleeve, you must cover full foam pad holds that whole thumb together. Full foam pad, that's a good 2 inches holding that thumb together. I'm not going to be able to function now with this glove. I can't move, my hand's locked. Exactly, that's what that power lock. When my thumb's locked, I like that. I like that. I think that's why I can get a little bit more pop when my thumb's locked. But if you cannot spread that, that's not going to break. 4 or 5 ounces later, that'll probably snap. That little piece there will probably snap. Rivals. Rivals probably the most popular club used. Racing rivals, no question about it. They just changed their model. When did you change the designation? So, if you know, both models of rivals are accepted. RFX, which is this one, smart. RFX, that's a foam glove. Very good glove. I like every one that they make. Foam, all foam. If you get a model SFH, same thing, but it's SFH. That means it's horsehair. H. That's a horsehair model. It's also acceptable, but it is a different glove. It is a different glove than what we're going to have between the foam and the horsehair. This is a newer glove, Lansdale. Very good glove, solid glove. Again, this is back to that punching area. This is another stiff glove. When I say stiff, I'm going to put these two together. Everlasting Lansdale. You know what I mean when I say stiff. But what do we notice about Lansdale? Again, they want to put their logo on here. Feel that. How hard is that? That's rock solid hard. If your instructor's not paying attention and they don't cover that, this is rock solid plastic hard. That must be covered at all times. Again, that's the part I don't like. That thumb has just that little piece in there again. This is a new model, PBS Pro. The thumb's a little bit of an issue, but it is an approvable glove. These are new to me. We haven't used these very often, PBS Pro, but I did put them on my list so far. They stand up pretty well. The Garcia glove, again, another good model. This is rather new to the bottle. 8 ounces, though, was 8.2. So it's a little heavier, so I didn't make a bitch about it. It's a little heavier than an 8.2. It should only be up to 8.1, but if it's a little heavier, I'm not going to make a big complaint about that. Thumb attached, these gloves are made in Pakistan. The problem being, yeah, this is a 10. A 10-ounce glove. I have trouble getting it. That's a 10-ounce glove that's tight on me. I'm not sure if you've got a Garcia and you've got a big cruiserweight or heavyweight, I'm not sure it's going to fit the Garcia. I'm not sure, even at 10 ounces, I'm not sure it's going to fit. Dukes was the last model that we looked at. Has anybody had Dukes in their commission yet? You did? So DC had them in there. Again, I like that it's a good glove. It's one of those that are provable, should not be used more than once. Same type of deal. And I'm going to give you, let's see, that difference in that. I'm going to put these up here so you can feel this. This is a punching glove. The Duke. Everlast, not so much. That's a hard, stiff glove. Another new one that came out was Venom. Venom has been approved. They are probably the fanciest glove on the market today, as you can tell. You name it, Venom will do it for you. Any color, any size, any logo. Again, it's huge. The logo is huge. Again, feel that. Look at the logo. It's hard. You got it covered. It's also made, this leather, and I'm not too sure what type of leather, but this leather, you can see, will crack. This is going to eventually crack. Who's going to crack the glove that easy? They're done. The laces on this one, it's stiff. They're stiff laces. These are fairly stiff laces, so when I tell my inspectors to do a Venom, we got to make sure this is covered, because this can really hurt somebody, and this stiff lace has got to be covered. And the last model that we've been looking at, Zaragoza. I didn't think I was going to like this glove that much. I don't know why. It's a solid glove. I'm not thrilled with that little thumb attached again, but nice laces, fits well, and it has good damage control. Zaragoza did. What I thought was extremely good damage. And then the last two that we haven't really looked at yet fully, but I still have them on my list, is Sting. It's called Sting Evolution. The all foam glove, which I like, huge. Look at that punching area. Nice big punching area. Again, very stiff. Go down on that. Stiff enough. That's a stiff punching area. That's, we like it. We haven't rated that one, but I'm going to put this one on my list for now. And a group called Onward. Pretty much in the same category. Still going through some training. Take a look at this glove. Again, that always must be covered. Always must be covered. Any questions on just the gloves? Great. Richard.
You know, in a lot of the title fights, we get designer gloves coming in that are fighter specific. Have you, on the surface, they're fighter specific, but have you ever seen the glove itself tailored?
I haven't yet, but we've had that discussion. If you do a title fight, and anybody worth mulling at, Jeff, when they do title fights, half of these guys have their own gloves, right? And they're getting money to wear those gloves. They're getting paid to wear that glove. I don't want to take that money from my player. I want him to be able to put his glove on, and sometimes it has his name right on it.
Yes.
Yeah, that has his name right on it. Have you ever seen it just with his name on it, and now the glove's different?
No, all the models have been the same. We have certain models of every make that are approved. And if there's a new model, the new model has to be approved. But every one we've seen so far has been a model that we have approved. But we get our gloves in 72 hours ahead of time. We weigh them. If anything's irregular, we'll dissect them. So sometimes we'll get like 3 sets of gloves in and want to look a little funny. We'll cut them open. Alex Ibarra, who's a inspector for over 20 years and is now the chief assistant, he and I will go in there. He'll take a razor blade. We'll cut them open. We'll weigh the striking surface. We'll weigh the metacarpal. We'll weigh the cuff. And we'll weigh the strings to make sure they're within industry standards, because he's got a spreadsheet of industry standards. But that's only if there's an irregularity. We'll check the inside and outside of them and weigh them before the fight. Then we'll seal them up, and then we'll let the fighters check them on weigh-in day, and then we'll reseal them and keep them until the day of the fight.
That's the normal procedure for a title fight. For many of us who do those little club fights, when they bring that big bag of gloves in there, you or one of your inspectors, that's the first thing you should be looking at. The gloves should be good quality. I know when we're a title fight, gloves are expensive. And the promoter's trying to get as many fights out of that glove as he possibly can. I realize that. But there's a limit to every glove. I don't care how good that glove is, there's a limit to every glove. So the first thing I have my inspector do is go see the bag of gloves.
Greg, the procedure I said was only for 12-round title fights or 12-round feature fights. We don't do that for, small fights. Yeah.
Bring them back to the commission. We'll weigh them there. We have the same thing like Jeff has. All the gloves that we've ever approved, they're cut open. We have a model that's cut open so we can review the same material that's in there. We also have a model that has not been opened so we can measure what the weight was compared to the custom-made glove.
It's happened to me. It's probably happened to half of us. It happened. If you get that done, even at the club show level, if you have an 8 or 10 round meter there, hey, what gloves are you wearing? Well, I got my own. Take them. If they're approved, that's fine. How about your opponent? Is he going to allow you to wear those? I don't care what you wear. That's fine. That's good. Opponent may say, no, I don't like you wearing those. I want to wear those. And they both wear the same one. And they both wear the same one. I actually had a title fight last year. What's the little lightweight? Dustin. The little lightweight fighter who brought his gloves. Own gloves has his name on them. Beautiful gloves. The opponent said, I'm wearing anything. He said, I want to check this guy's gloves. Let them check Dustin's gloves. Has his name on the glove. And the opponent said, I want to wear those. I let him wear them. Go ahead. Those fighters have Dustin gloves. My judges gave me a little shit after that because, you have both a fighter's name on both gloves. But, that's the way it works. The key for the club show level is, remember, it's got to be in good condition. Every glove has a lifespan. Once that lifespan's out, done, that glove's done. That shouldn't even be in the gym anymore. That glove's done. Once you learn the system a little bit, it's a lot easier. We'll send out this. If you want to get Jeff and Matt, send me their list again so that we walk through these every 6 months and cross-check just to make sure we're all on the same page of where we're at. We'll send this back out again, but remember, I am not approving gloves. That's your job. I'm saying these are acceptable to this little system. You did it, you like it, you approve it. You don't like it, send me a notice and say why I didn't like it. And we've had a few of those and we take them off the list. Any other questions on gloves? Thank you.
Okay, we're going to continue with the medical presentations. I'd like to introduce Dr. Lou Durkin. Lou is an emergency medicine physician in Massachusetts and the vice president of the ARP. He's going to be speaking about the older fighter.
Actually, can we switch it up? Dr. Barlotta has to go.
Okay.
Him up before me?
Sure. Okay.
So, Joe, do you have this thumb drive or do you have it on?
No, probably. They're going to break for lunch, so we'll bring you up. Sure. I'll introduce Dr. Barlotta, New York State Athletic Commission physician, and he's going to be speaking about therapeutic use exemptions.
It all works.
the down button? Got it. Thank you very much, Mike. Thanks for having me, both mics. So I'm Dr. Varlotta. I'm a ringside physician for New York State for 30 years. I'm a certified ringside physician with the Association of Ringside Physicians, and I'm a board member of the Association of Ringside Physicians. I also, for the past 15 years, have been working with the International Tennis Federation on their anti-doping and therapeutic use exemption program, and I'm presently the chair of both the International Tennis Federation and the International Tennis Integrity Agency in doping for tennis. So that's just additional info about me. I did previously publish a clinics in sports medicine back in 2009, and as people might have seen last night, I do have a manual of combat sports medicine, which I'm the editor, and there are other speakers here today that are involved as co-editors and writers within this manual. 71 authors, 52 chapters, and 3 years to make. So if you're interested, there's flyers out on the table outside. So what's the incentive for doping and for performance? Well, you know, part of it is to get the belts and to get the trophies. But the real incentive is the advertising money that comes in and get your name on a $100 bill. So the dangers and the risk of doping in sports is that you increase power punching, you increase longevity, that you can stay in the ring, endurance. And the bottom right slide, if you take a look, is before and after shots that were done of fighters in a book called At the Fights by Howard Schatz. And you can see that there's a significant facial deformity that occurs, and whenever you see the facial deformities, you know that there has to be some other issues that are going on. So there's a lot of advertising that we put out towards the doping world. If we look at just the advertised use of PEDs in boxing, we can see that they're fairly significant. Use in MMA is even more significant. And there's a number of people that have this kind of sentiment where they feel that drug testing program in MMA will not work. Everyone is on steroids and uses pot. There'll be no one left to fight. So that's the culture that we need to change if we're going to have an adequate TUE and doping program. So the therapeutic use exemption program is basically to allow people that use medicines for medicinal purposes and justified medical reasons to then continue to fight with those justified medical reasons. So if we look at just a series of fighters, and we look at, there were 41 fights where the fighter had failed a drug test. And if we recorded the PED users, they were only winners 13 times. So that's about 66% of the time the fighter taking performance-enhancing drugs lost 66% of the time. So the pre-positive average win rate was about 69%. Post-positive win rate was around 52%. So 1 in 7 fighters that lose a fight are more likely to have lost because of the use of PEDs, or they're using the PEDs because they feel they're going to lose the fight. So it is significant within the boxing and MMA world, and it does not correlate to wins, is the take-home. So the purpose of today of the doping program is to maintain the integrity within the sport and protect the health and rights of the athlete participating in any sanctioned events. So to do that, you need to adopt and implement the World Anti-Doping Code as the first step. You also need to educate the participants and their team as to the anti-doping and TUE program, and that includes in boxing promoters, sanction organizations, Association of Boxing Commissions, and other organizations and participants. So I don't need to go through the history of WADA. You can find that there are entities which are not part of WADA, but they do follow components of WADA as the NFL, NBA, MLB, and NHL. But they have very vibrant programs and basically skew what they'd like to find to their benefit. So it's rare that we hear about a lot of different players, except in Major League Baseball, that come out testing positive and are sanctioned. So if we look at the WADA prohibitive list and you just take a look at the names of the medicines, I can't even tell you what any of those names are. But if we break it down, we can have those that are banned in competition, those are banned out of competition. The WADA prohibited list changes annually. There's a formal notification that occurs in every September, and there's a watch list of medicines that they're looking at. So they're advertising what they're looking at for the following potential year of changes to the WADA list. In 2022, the biggest change was any injected glucocorticoids or any ingested glucocorticoids are now banned. So a fighter that's in competition cannot receive an injection of any sort of glucocorticoid, so any steroid injection into any joint. There's a British Journal of Sports Medicine that had an article in 2021 that showed that there was significant increase in blood levels with injected corticosteroids. So that now has become banned. There's also a provision that came out in 2021 to where anybody who enrolls in a substance abuse program can continue to take that medication, and they have a 2-month period of time where they can utilize the medicine legally and not be penalized, and that includes cocaine, any morphine product such as heroin, amphetamines, and THC. So there's kind of a pass that's given if you're involved in a drug treatment program, and you have 2 months to become clean from that program in order to then not be tested. And you can continue to participate. Supplements are the biggest way that many participants in sports will test positive unknowingly, and the greatest risk is that use of supplements. So all these supplements are marketed under different names, and they're not listing every product that goes into these supplements, and they're very, very poorly regulated around the world, and they're not regulated very well in the U.S. So the prohibited list, again, everything comes out on the WADA list. There's a change. There's also the monitoring program. I don't need to go through the sample collection, but there has to be a standardized sample collection that is performed. There are many ways to get around these sample collections, including the famous Whizzinator, where someone takes somebody else's urine, has a little bag under their arm, and has multicolored, depends on your skin tone, of these Whizzinators that are actually used in order to try to get by drug testing. So it's a participant's responsibility in order to make sure that they're not ingesting or utilizing any banned substances. So if we take a look at the therapeutic use exemption, there are required medical conditions that are permitted for patient or players to use these substances. And withholding those substances will provide significant health problems to the participant. And that there's no reasonable alternative treatment available. So that's somebody who then will apply for a TUE. So it permits the participant to participate with the use of that medication. The highest medication that's being used in tennis right now is ADHD medications and amphetamines, and we get about 80% of our requests for TUEs are for amphetamine use. So if we look at the application in tennis is downloaded, and this is a sample of the application that's submitted. Once the application is submitted, it's sent to the committee. There's sample documentation, or there's documentation that's then provided from their practitioners, and then there's a reply sheet where we get to apply. We've now developed an app, so everything is confidential on the app, and it's immediately released from the app, so the information is secured. I'll go back to the retroactive in a second. So So again, as part of the review process, it's usually within a short period of time of the player becoming eligible at an international level within tennis that they're then submitting a TUE. The TUE committee is blinded as to who the player is, and all the documentation has redactions within it, so we're not looking at who the player is, so there can't be any bias according to nationality or according to knowing the player or any other biases. We have a short period of time. The shortest we've turned around applications is within hours. There was a need for use of fluids during one of the matches at Wimbledon last year, and within an hour we turned around that it was appropriate for the use, and we then provided a TUE within an hour. But many times the documentation and getting additional supporting documentation is what holds up the TUE process. Now, there is a process where you end up testing positive and you forgot, or something happened where you end up having a test that became positive. You can apply for a retroactive TUE where in fairness and other things that may have gotten in the way of appropriately applying, a player can actually apply and receive a TUE. So let me fast forward. So these are the diagnoses that require a TUE. So everything from ADHD, adrenal insufficiency. You'll hear Dr. Sethi's talk about transgenders, and certainly we have a number in tennis to where they're taking either testosterone or estrogen, and the testing has to be appropriate, and the documentation has to be appropriate for them to be participating at a particular level. Again, there's growth hormones and other products, and every product has a certain validity amount that goes with it. So sometimes it's just for the use of a single injection. Sometimes it'll be 8 weeks. We can go all the way up to 8 years with an annual review for diabetes, and 2 to 4 years for ADHD medications if someone happens to have a need for amphetamines. Some of that is changing and constantly under review. So again, with the anti-doping program, we do supply wallet cards. We have a lot of online information. And if we look at the amount of players that were tested in 2020, we can see that 3,200 players were tested randomly in the international tennis realm. So if we get into some of the numbers, about 65% of those that were tested have some sort of adverse analytic finding. 12% were dismissed due to a valid TUE. So 12% of the people that tested positive are automatically dismissed. 7% there was no specific case. 8% had resulted in no sanction, and 8% still had pending reviews on this review. And therefore, the overall yield is about 1% of all players tested that come up positive that end up being sanctioned. So it's a fairly low number, but I think there's a lot of room for improvement in testing, and there's a lot of room of improvement in the application of the TUE program. So some of the PED substances that are found, and the highest number is the anabolic steroids. Stimulants are second, diuretics as a masking agent, glucocorticoids, hormones, cannabis, and other substances. So if we look at the adverse analytical findings, 79% happen to be males, 21% females in the study that we looked at. 24% were tested and found positive out of competition, but 76% were in competition. There were 80 different sports that had adverse analytical findings, and 121 nationalities. So this is not just a US-based problem. And if we look at boxing, it was number 8 on the list of the amount that were found. Tennis was ranked 12th, and of nationalities, US was ranked 9th behind Russia, Italy, and India. So there are a number of high-level players that have been found within tennis, including Maria Sharapova and Maldonium. And some of the problems with the program, or with testing positive, and some of the requirements within the tennis world are to be as upfront as you can if you're caught. And part of the problem with Maria Sharapova was that she continually provided misinformation, and therefore we always started about 4 years of a suspension. And she was reduced to 2 years because she came out in support of the TUE program, but then on tracing back her medical records 10 years back, found that she never put the medication on any of her lists of doctors that she's seen in the past. So that's why she ended up with a 2-year suspension, and that was very difficult to come back because she then had to start as a qualifier. And she ended up missing Wimbledon and a few other events. So on an annual basis, the ITF publishes the number of times individuals are tested. They also publish the names of the people that are under the random testing list. And there's a whole program that is set up, including an investigational review board, and that allows for appeals, not only within the ITF, but also to WADA. And the WADA appeals are basically at their own expense. If we look at the cost of the TUE program, there are 3 reviewers for every TUE, and it's $150 that is paid per reviewer per TUE. So it comes to about $450 per case. And the entire program of testing that's done within tennis is $2.25 million in way of testing. Some of the testing that is done for some of our high-level events can be as much as $200,000. So that would be 10% of the total cost of an annual testing, random testing program. So again, the annual, or the doping program and the TUE program are for fighter safety. Thank you for your time. Yeah. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Can we get a copy of your PowerPoint?
I don't see why not. Mike has it on the laptop here. Sure.
All right, great.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Yeah. Anybody else? Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
We're going to have one more lecture before lunch. I'd like to introduce Dr. Sethi. Dr. Sethi is the Chief Medical Officer in New York State and a neurologist, and he's going to be talking about transgender athletes.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Mike, for inviting me to talk. I'm basically a neurologist. I head the concussion center at Cornell. I'm very passionate about traumatic brain injuries in boxing, trying to make the sport safer. Mike gave me a complete different topic, transgender athletes. I'll try to do justice to this topic. The way I'll present it, it's a very polarizing topic. We all have our own thoughts about this topic, even now, before the presentation begins. And I'll just make you think the way I'm thinking about this topic. So, first question, a quick poll. How many of us in this room will allow a transgender woman to fight a cisgender woman? What that means is a cisgender woman is somebody who was born a woman at birth and is a woman right now. A transgender is a person who was born as male, has now transformed into a female. How many of you, we all come from different backgrounds, will allow a transgender woman to fight a cisgender woman? Anybody? Okay. How many of us would allow a transgender male to fight a cisgender male? A woman who's now transformed into a man is fighting a man who was born a man is a man. We have one person. All right, so we already have a little difference in opinion, but by and large, nobody wants to do anything for any of these two cases. So let's get to a little bit of the definition. Transgender at times is referred to as trans. So basically, a transgender person has a gender identity or a gender expression that differs from the sex that they were assigned to at birth. So I was assigned as a male, and if I have now a gender identity or a gender expression and I identify as a woman, I'll be trans. Now, when transgender people with medical assistance, they transition from one sex to another, then they are referred to as transsexual. So there's a little difference between transgender and transsexual. So two broad categories. We can have trans men and trans women. It's a very umbrella term. It may also include people who identify as non-binary or gender neutral. And broadly, very broadly, it may include cross-dressers. But cross-dressers are not transgender. I may decide every Sunday I want to dress up like a woman and go out. That doesn't make me a transgender person. So again, trying to emphasize that there's no universally accepted definition, even among researchers. And transgender is distinct from a sexual orientation. So even transgender people may identify as heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, asexual. And so there's difference between what is transgender and what's your sexual orientation. As I said, the opposite of the term transgender is cisgender. So these are people whose gender identity matches with their assigned sex. Important point, many transgender people will have some gender dysphoria. And as a result, they'll seek medical treatments, including hormone replacement therapy, sex reassignment surgery, or psychotherapy. So not every transgender person is going to take hormone replacement therapy. Not every transgender person is going to go to a doctor and say, do me a gender reassignment surgery. Now, when it comes to transgender athletes, it has become one of the most polarizing issues in sports over the past few years, and that's the debate about transgender athletes. A couple of things kind of fall into this whole thing. What are the rights of transgender athletes? Let's not forget about rights. We are a free country. America is all about equal rights. What are the rights of these transgender athletes? Who's allowed to compete as a woman in a women's sport? Who's allowed to compete as a man against a cisgender male? All these topics are very important, which we need to discuss as a group. So again, transgender athletes are asking for their rights. They say, we deserve a moment to be in the spotlight. I want to be in the bright lights in Madison Square Garden. Why are you denying me that right? And a few slides, there are different rules and policies for transgender athletes across different sports. So when you look at NCAA, they have firmly and equivocally support the opportunity of transgender student athletes to compete in college sports. And that's based on their values of inclusion and fair competition. And if you look at the actual policies, a trans male, so that's a female to male. Person who was female has now become a male. And that person has a gender identity disorder. That person can compete on a men's team, but is no longer eligible to compete on a women's team without changing the team status to a mixed team. That's how that's one of their policies. Now, a trans female, that's somebody who's a male who has transformed into a female and again has a gender identity disorder. They may continue to compete on a men's team, but they cannot compete on a women's team now without changing it into a mixed team status and until they complete 1 calendar year of hormone replacement or of hormone suppression therapy. So a few changes there. That's the way they have got around. They changed the status to a mixed team, and then if you are a male transforming into a female, you need to suppress the hormones. The hormone suppression therapy has to be taken for at least 1 calendar year. Now, when you look at the IOC, they require all trans women athletes to declare their gender. So you have to publicly declare your gender, and you cannot change that gender for at least 4 years. You can't keep transitioning. One day you become trans, and the next day you say, I'm not a trans anymore. You need to kind of have that for at least 4 years. And again, the hormone suppression suppressed the T levels to at least 10 nanomoles per liter for at least 1 year prior to competition and throughout that period of eligibility. So that's the IOC guidelines with respect to letting them compete. So now let's come to the main issues which are confronting us as a group here. First and foremost, should transgender women compete in women's sport? Will a transgender athlete have an unfair advantage over the cisgender woman? Does a higher T level, differences in body fat, musculature, bony structure, are these the reasons, are they enough to say that a transgender woman has an advantage over a cisgender competitor? So now when you look at combat sports, again the main issues are this. In my opinion, these are the main issues. Should we allow a transgender woman to be granted licensure to fight a cisgender woman in a professional bout, a boxing bout and an MMA bout? Two main things. Is it a fair bout? And second thing which applies to us as doctors, is it a safe bout? So this is the way I looked at it. Is this a fair bout? Arguments against it being a fair bout. It's not a fair bout. So while we can use T as a metric to ensure fairness at the time of the bout, so let's assume we say both the competitors at the time of the bout, at the weigh-in physical, I got the labs done, they both have the same T levels. Many would argue that by the time a transgender woman launches her professional career, she has already gone through puberty, and thus she went to puberty as a male. So now she has the musculature and the bony structure of a male. So it's not a fair bout. That transgender woman has an unfair advantage over a cisgender woman. So whatever the T levels are, I don't care, because she's already coming in with the advantage. Now, arguments for. You might say, yes, it's a fair bout. And it's very easy to see. Everybody in this room, we all genetically different. Some of us are superior athletes than the other person. You know, some of us have better speed. Some of us are more agile. So you may have a person, a transgender woman, who's better genetically, better physically, better in whatever way than the cisgender woman. And so, you know, it's not the T levels which are giving her advantage. It's just the fact you're a superior athlete. So that's what distinguishes a champion from a runner-up in any sport. So you can't just place everything on T levels and say T is the main thing. It might be other things. Now, when you come to medical things, is this a safe bout? Now, one thing which is different as compared to the NCAA, swimming, boxing is unique. I'm very passionate about boxing, making boxing safe. Boxing is the only sport where every punch thrown at the head is thrown with the idea of knocking the person out. That means of causing a concussion. Every punch thrown at the head is thrown with the idea of causing a concussion. No other sport has that. So as a result, boxers have a very high risk for acute traumatic brain injury, like a subdural hematoma. The picture you see above there, blood in the brain, between the skull and outside the brain. And that's going to press down the brain. Sooner or later, that athlete is going to herniate. And if he's herniating, he or she is herniating, pupils become unequal in size. The only thing you can do at that point in time, get that athlete to a level 1 trauma center. The neurosurgeon goes in. He cracks the skull open, lets the blood flow out. You might save the athlete's life, but that woman or male boxer is never going to box again. It's a very unique sport. The incidence of subdural hematoma, epidural hematoma, subarachnoid hemorrhages is very, very high. Boxers die in the ring or soon after the bout is over because of a subdural hematoma. They don't die because of a cardiac issue, laceration. So there are definitely a lot of health concerns, and health concerns are unique to combat sports. You will not have health concerns in NCAA, swimming. You might have concerns about the fairness of the bout. Combat sports are unique because we are dealing with two issues. We want the bouts to be fair. We want the athletes to be safe. And that's where I think as combat sports, that's where we need to focus our attention on. Is it safe for both the competitors? So the IOC allows trans men athletes, that means athletes who have transitioned from female to male, to participate without any restrictions. So you're a female, and now you become a male. Go ahead, you want to participate against other males, no restrictions. So what about in combat sports? Should a transgender male, that means a person who was a female has now transitioned into a male, be granted licensure to fight a cisgender male in a professional boxing bout? Again, same question, is this a fair bout? So again, you can say, while we can use hormone suppression, the T, as a metric, and we can say, at the time of the weigh-in, I'm going to check both those athletes, and I'm going to make sure they both have the same T levels. Many would argue by the time a transgender male launches his professional career, he has already gone through puberty as a woman. So he already has the bony musculature and the muscle musculature and the bony structure of a female. So if you allow this bout to take place, that transgender male is actually at a disadvantage against his cisgender male. So now you're worried about the trans athlete. In the first thing, you are worried about the cisgender woman. Now you're actually worried about the other athlete. So there are no easy answers. Both the bouts in our case become a problem. As compared to the IOC, which says, okay, fine, if you want a woman and you want to fight, you want to go and compete against a man, no problem from our side. We cannot allow that also because we are concerned about both the athletes. So allowing this bout to take place raises concerns and safety about the transgender male combatant. Now again, you can make an argument for, and the argument for will be, we all know there may be a trans male, a woman who has transitioned to a male, and they may have a superior skill set, better boxer, better training, superior mental and physical stamina, and that trans male might defeat his cisgender male. So, hey, it might be a safe bout, it might be a fair bout. Very, very polarizing topic. As you can see, it's just not the people in this room. If you look at people in America, 43% of US adults feel that trans women should never be allowed to compete against other female athletes. And if you can see, 14% of say that's yes, regardless of what their T levels are. So I again emphasize, T levels are not the answer. 23% says, yes, if the T levels are the same or below a particular threshold, let's go ahead. And a couple of us, we are still sitting on the fence. We don't have an answer yet. And if you look, it's just not us in the room. Our leaders, the Democrats and the Republicans look at it in a different way. So a very, very polarizing topic. There are going to be a lot of not just legal implications. There are implications coming from the level of the state and the federal government. So I'm going to end with a few things. Transgender athletes in combat sports, to fight or not to fight, I feel it's a very polarizing topic. There are no easy answers. I do believe that it needs to be debated and scientifically studied and decided purely on scientific and medical grounds. When you start bringing things like transgender rights into it, I think what happens is you're bringing an element of emotion into it. A topic which is purely scientific, is it safe, is it fair? You're bringing in social media into it. And so I think that takes you away from it. So it needs to be debated on scientific and medical grounds, and then we come out with the data. But our foremost goal should be protecting the health and safety of both the combatants. And the goals of all the parties in this room, whether we are refs, whether we are doctors, whether we are commission officers, is that we should have two equally skilled and match athletes competing in the cage or ring at a level playing field. It has to be a level playing field, and they need to be matched. We need to keep the matches fair. We need to keep the matches competitive, entertaining, and most importantly, safe. So while we debate this topic, let's look at other things which are easier for us. We should, I feel, as the combat sports community, we should support transgender rights. It's not either or. We can debate the topic of whether we can allow these athletes to compete or not, but we should support transgender rights. It's not an issue, I feel, which the combat sports community should turn its back on. You know, recognizing the gender identity of every individual, protecting them from, you know, gender discrimination at work, in employment, and education. I think that's something which probably all of us in this room will agree to. And I don't think so that's exclusive of debating whether they can fight or not. And I end by saying that I think we should discuss this calmly. We should get the scientific data, let the scientists look at it, let them study it. And then if we follow the science, we shall have an answer. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Any opinions, any comments?
Thank you, Dr. Sethi, for putting yourself forward to discuss this extremely controversial topic. In terms of whether we can have fair contests from a trans female and a cis female, from my understanding of the literature, it seems that regardless of whether the T level is 5 nanomole or 10 nanomole, it seems that those performance advantages that cis males have over cis females don't get removed from the performance advantage, regardless of when it occurs. But in terms of a trans male fighting a cis male, in order for that person to go through transition, they have to take on exogenous testosterone. So how would that be handled by the drug testing and the PED methods that we have in place to make sure a contest is fair between cis athletes?
Yeah, that's a very good question. By the way, I really liked your talk. Again, that's what I wanted to make people think about this topic. There are a lot of issues which are entwined here. Just by measuring hormones and saying we can level the playing field, I don't think so it's as simple as that. The IOC looked at it, I think, in a very simplistic way. But the IOC was not worried about safety. In combat sports, just as you mentioned with dehydration, how the concerns are with dehydration, concussions, traumatic brain injuries, same thing I think with these athletes who are transitioning. First and foremost, the first slide I said, how do we know where they have transitioned into? When somebody comes to you, and if you're a commissioned officer, and a trans male submits his application to you, we have even no clue where in the transition process are they. Are they taking hormone replacement therapy? Have they had gender reassignment surgery? What's their hormones? What the levels are? T levels vary between everybody. If we have all males in this room and all females in this room measure their T levels, everybody's different. It's a topic which is really hard to kind of figure out. I think we are not there. The science is not there yet. But all I want to say, you cannot base it on T.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Andrew Huff, Chairman of the Commission in the District of Columbia. Thank you for your presentation, especially your conclusion slide. I thought that those are important issues to consider when we're thinking about these issues in general. Are there any, I'm just curious, are there any state commissions that have developed regs or have any draft regs, or have you actually had any licensees? Have you had anyone apply, a trans athlete apply, and if you did, how did you handle it?
California, I think Andy will be the great person to ask, because Andy has been dealing with, has already addressed this, and I think you should have Andy speak a little bit about it.
We have regulations for this topic. I'm not going to. Are you asking if we've done it? If we've licensed folks? Is that the question? We have. The important piece of this is to remember the matchmaking component, because there's licensing and then there's trying to make sure these things are fair. So you've got to kind of, or competitive, or whatever term you want to use. this is a pretty hot button topic, so I'm not going to go into it in a lot of detail. But I will say that that if you choose to license this and you go through it, there's a big media component that goes with this. Okay, and the trick is to make sure that I had a fighter. It was female to male. I'm wanting to be politically correct. I don't know all the terms. I'm not meaning to be funny. I'm trying to be respectful. But before the transition happened, the fighter had qualified for the U.S., had been on, qualified in the U.S. Olympic trials, and high-level amateur boxer. After the transition, applies for the license with the commission using the transgender regulations. The question was, who am I going to approve for this particular athlete? I think we, after several denials, we got to who I thought would be a reasonable opponent. A lot of media scrutiny on this, a lot of political scrutiny on this, a lot of decisions. Anyway, make a long story short, the trans fighter actually won the fight 39-37. It was a 4-round fight. But matchmaking and every decision that you make is going to be further examined. So you really got to rely on your doctors a lot. So that'd be my thoughts on that. But you know, it's also very important to be very respectful to the people. You know, we all come from different backgrounds, but it's very important, in my view, is not be, you know, don't be judgmental, don't take your own stuff, just follow the regulations just as they're written, follow them, and treat them just like treat fighters, any fighter, because you know, you want to treat everybody the same, you want to be equal about things. So that was the but we did it. I think it was the first one that in the country that using this license that we did. So yeah, we've done it, and we have more in the pipeline.
Thank you, Andy.
I was fortunate enough, Leah Thomas, who's, you know, a lot of this came out because of the swimmer at University of Penn. And, you know, obviously Pennsylvania got a lot of play on that. You know, this is this girl, she dominated, you know, the team, dominated some races. And one of the pictures that I saw of Leah Thomas on the podium, it wasn't taken face, you know, in front, showing all the faces. The person who took it went behind the podium and took a picture of all these people that were on the podium. And the question posed to me, she said, who do you think is the transgender? And when you looked at that photo, her back had that V expression that men have, that no woman had. Her hands were twice the size, and her feet were twice the size of any competitor. So my point was always, and I don't think there's a right answer to this. I kind of agree with it. I don't think there's a right answer to this for that. But everybody, oh, she must transgender. The Cycling Association said now transgender before 14, or you can't go into you can't become an international cyclist. Doesn't matter what your testosterone level lowers to, the size will never change. You can't change the transgender size. The size of the muscle, the size of the heart, no matter where you put that testosterone level, the size of the individual will not change. And that's where I think I have my problem.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Yes, I think this is a great summary. But if we just go back to facts and to science, it's very simple. We have done a lot of research and a lot of work we have put into women's boxing. We have defended the 2-minute round and the 10-round fights. Through that, we've done a lot of research, and we gone back to what it is science. The difference between a skeleton of a man and a woman is very clear. There's a clear difference between a man and a woman in the physique. There's some issues in the vertebra. How do you call the
Neck muscles.
the vertebra? Yeah, sorry for my English. But and women also have the menstrual period, which changes. So we have had a difficult time with those that want to prove equality. And this is not about equality. It's about science. It's about safety. And when we go to the transgender and the discussions, it's absolutely, what complicates matters are society and perception and groups that want to they do their part. But if you go to sports, and especially combat sports, there should never be allowed any transgender activity unless it's transgender against transgender in the same level player field. But in simple words, men against women, it cannot be at all.
Mauricio, let me interrupt you, because then I heard some, and I like your thoughts about it. I heard about making a transgender league or sort of a different category. What are your thoughts about that? I mean, is that doable? What do you, since you brought that topic up?
Yes, that's a possibility. However, we need to see about the universe, because how many athletes will there be, weight categories, etc., etc. But I believe there are a few differences. I don't know about so many like LBG, all those letters. I don't know how many different categories are there. Right. But as long as there's a universe of athletes that can make up a league, that would be the only reasonable solution. If we don't want to get into safety matters.
Thank you.
And I applaud you for the work. I don't know if you have read Dr. Sethit's articles. He continuously put every 2 months a great article on safety. And whoever has not seen him, it's a very, very interesting work that you do.
Thank you, Mauricio. Thank you for your comments.
We've seen a really rapid shift in cultural acceptance and support for teens and even pre-adolescent people to transition younger and younger. So I guess my concern would be, like, when we talk about making a decision about whether or not it's a fair fight, that's assuming we have that information. So legally, are they even obligated, say they transition, in their late teens or early 20s, are they even legally obligated to divulge that information to us? I mean, I know we asked the question, what surgeries have you had in the past? But I'm not sure that a transgender female would say, yes, I had sexual reassignment surgery. So legally, do they have to tell us that they have transitioned? Yep. And once that has happened, we might not even have the information we need to make the educated decision as to whether or not it's a fair fight. I think that's where I start to get a little concerned.
No, I completely agree, and that's the reason when my second slide, when I went to the different terms, just like Andy said, the terms can get a little confusing. Transgender, transsexual, whether they have transformed, to what extent they have transformed. Is it just hormone replacement therapy? Is it a sex reassignment surgeries occurred? You're very right. I mean, I think that's the first thing. I think the first thing you do when you get a trans athlete applying to you is to figure that thing out. Where exactly are they in that whole spectrum? Because, or you might not know, and you will raise a good. I completely get it, and I think there are legal implications of that. How much can we ask them, and how much can they are obligated to tell us?
I want to go back to your comment of puberty and the impact of that, because if we're going to set aside the T level, what's the implication of the transition occurring during puberty or after puberty, and then correlating that to the safety part, because the performance, you know, that's out there, but if the safety aspect is, or the health and safety aspect for combat sports is a cornerstone for us, how does the puberty, not the T level, but how does the puberty aspect play into the safety aspect
right?
and transitioning? So, because you mentioned the
I think
puberty
the
part.
puberty aspect is coming in because that's the time you're kind of developing the secondary sexual characteristics of a male or female, your body mass, your bony structure. I think that's where I think like she said, what age did they transition becomes important too. And I think that needs to be factored in. But the main point is that if you make the argument just by the simple fact that a transgender woman will beat a cisgender woman in combat sports, very simplistic. A transgender woman might lose to a cisgender woman. It's not that, because you need to factor in how the athletic skill set, the boxing skill set, everything like that. So I don't think so you can base it just on the fact that if Leah Thomas defeated everybody else, then it's going to happen in boxing also. No. So I think you have to base it on two facts, in my opinion, humble opinion. Fairness, is it a fair bout where the commission step in and everything else has to be matched? And then is it a safe bout? And I think if you go on those two things, I think that's the way to kind of, whether this bout can happen or not.
Just a follow-up. I know you talked about, sounds like there's a lot of data on the T levels. Is there a lot of data, or is the data coming in on the puberty aspect that you talked about?
Yep, exactly. I mean, T levels, but I would say the T levels are all over the place. I don't think so you can base the answer just on T levels.
No, I know that. I'm focusing, my focus is
yes.
on puberty part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so over the last few years, quite a lot of governing bodies have gone through this process of trying to think about what they should do within their sport. I know World Rugby, FINA, the UCI, they've all gone through this process. But I do know that World Rugby were one of the first to try and tackle it, and I think they spent a 2-3 year process of having a relatively large committee of regulators, physicians, scientists, athletes as well, and importantly, lawyers to figure out what is their policy going to be, what underpins it, and how robust is that going to be when they actually bring it out into practice. So I think it would be, if you've not done it already, I don't know, I think it would be a really good idea for someone for the association to reach out to World Rugby and talk to them about what process did they go through to determine their policies in this topic, because it's ridiculously complicated, but everyone involved also needs to be protected from a legal standpoint as well as protected by the data. So I just wanted to put that out. Again, I don't know if you've already done it or not. It's, yeah.
Thank you. I agree with the comment.
Just because of the complexity of this issue, and I don't have a solution to it, but then you throw in things, for example, Caster Semenya, who is a assigned at birth female elite athlete from South Africa, track and field, with internal testosterone levels equal to men, that would create some other governing concerns that we'd want to be thinking about, like do we let her compete against other females? So it's a very complex issue that I don't know if one-size-fits-all answer is going to work.
Yeah, no, I would like to end by saying, I don't think so we should turn our back to this topic. It's a difficult topic, but I think it's coming our way. Sooner or later, we will have to deal with this topic and come out with answers. And I think we need to do it with, I still feel we need to respect transgender rights, realize where they are coming from, what their rights are, and then figure out if this is doable or not. Thank you.
Hold on, I got one other question, comment. Andy, I got a question, because you guys have some regs in place for this. So for the rest of us commissioners and also box recs and the MMA database. And for the doctors and us commissioners, one of the concerns I have is the pre-fight physical and the post-fight physical. And the doctors know, I'm assuming they, would be looked at differently. The physicals would be differently based on if they're a man or a woman. Did you put anything to identify if they're a man or woman or what their makeup is in the results? Is it a part of your regs to have it go in the results so other people will know, so physicians and other commissions can be aware of it for their safety? How did you record that in BoxRecs or MMA database? And shouldn't we be also coordinating with them to have a discussion, should we be tracking this as well? I don't know how you report, I know you put the results in. I don't know how you recorded them or what you're required to record.
The results are reported just as any other fighter. There's no differentiation. There's not a little asterisk that says, hey, this person uses a different license. None of that. It's just a straight result. Regarding the pre-fight physical and the post-bout physical, and then also this is another thing that I don't think, you got to think about the drug testing component of this. And there's a whole lot more drug testing components to this type of license type than ordinary license types. For example, female to male requires exogenous testosterone, which by every commission in this group is a banned substance provided. So you have to develop a therapeutic use exemption regulation for this particular license type. But then there's levels as to how much of the exogenous testosterone you can have. You understand? There's levels. Now I don't have my book in front of me, so I don't have the levels in front of me, but that's something that a doctor, so essentially what I'm saying is you still have to worry about doping abuse even with this license type because there's certain levels and doctors can track that, but there's lots and lots of testing that goes into this. But there's absolutely much more detail into the pre-fight physicals, into these type of documents that go into this license type than just your normally licensed fighter that you on a regular basis license, okay? This license type is different. It's in the regulations, but you don't want to single out this particular license type and treat it differently other than just what the regulations say. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch, I think 1:45, Michael? 1:45. Okay, we're going to get started. I'd like to introduce Dr. Durkin. Dr. Durkin is an emergency medicine physician in Massachusetts and the vice president of the AARP. He is going to be speaking on the older fighter.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me all right? I'll take that as yes. All right, I'm usually not too hard to hear anyway. Yeah, I'll give it a second. We got some folks still coming on in. Here's where I would make my inappropriate older fighter comments, but I'm keeping it to myself. Don't turn and look at the people walking in. All right, so older fighter. So it's like a lot of things that we talk about in combat sports medicine. We don't know the right answers for a lot of these things, but it's a work in progress, and we get better at it every year, little by little. So this has become a little bit more of a hot topic recently because of a few big high-profile events. There's a few different scenarios, though, with the older fighter. The most common that we see a lot but sort of flies under the radar is the active fighter who's been doing this for a long time, usually on a long losing streak, and they're kind of the professional opponent. Sometimes not on the losing streak, but either way, they've been doing it for a very long time. And we're kind of used to seeing them. They recycled through the events over and over and over again. Or there's the active aging fighter that's switching sports. This is one of the things that have sort of made it a little bit more high profile because we've got bare knuckle. We've got people moving from MMA to boxing. So they do pretty well in their original sport, but then like to move to another sport that might be a little bit less of a grind, especially when you're talking about MMA. There's a lot of grappling, there's a lot of musculoskeletal issues, but these guys are still pretty intact cardiovascularly, but they're not performing quite to that standard that they were, so they were maybe really high level a couple of years ago, but they just can't compete at that level. And then it's hard to sort of stay in your same sport, and now you're just fighting lower and lower level opponents, or you could switch to another sport and sort of have a fresh start. So we see a decent amount of that as well. And then we've got the making a comeback group. So these are the guys who haven't fought in 10 or 12 years, but they're still pretty big names in the sport, and they're coming back to do exhibitions or maybe real fighting, but it's a pretty big paycheck, a pretty good reason that they would want to, sort of consider coming back. And then we've got the occasional guy who's like, in his late 40s, early 50s, who just, really feels like they missed their calling, and now they're going to start their professional combat sport, whether it be MMA or boxing or whatever. So it's the new guy that's never really done much. So those are kind of the four typical scenarios we see, and you got to kind of think of them all a little bit differently, because it's the risk-benefit analysis is a little bit different in every single situation. Depends on how they've been doing. So what is an older fighter? So there's not a specific definition, because what do you mean by older? When I was younger, an older fighter was anybody older than me. That was pretty easy. That guy's an older fighter. Then I got a little older, and then it was, anybody who I thought looked older than me. That was sort of the definition. Now it's like, if I think I could take you, you're probably an older fighter. But there's not a lot of science to that. So let's go with the other definitions that are out there. And again, there's not a ton of science. There's some. 40. 40 is the most common definition. And the reason for that is because that's when your cardiovascular risk tends to start going up. Your risk of heart attack, stroke, diabetes, hypertension. 40 is really the if you look at the incidence curve, that's when it starts to go up. So if you look at other sports medicine, 40 is where you start doing more screening. So if you look at sports medicine societies and they start talking about should you do an EKG, should you do a stress test, 40 is sort of the cutoff. And most of them sort of say 40 plus some risk factors. So if you're 40 and diabetic or hypertensive, you need a stress test to start exercising. So we sort of co-opted this into combat sports. But especially in combat sports, there are a lot of variables because it's not just really your chronologic age, and it's not just your cardiovascular risk, it's all that other stuff that we know about. It's the mileage. So there's your chronologic age, but then there's the mileage that you've had. So genetics plays a part, lifestyle plays a part. We talked about severe weight cutting repeatedly, maybe playing a part in, you know, sort of adding mileage to that. And then of course there's all the damage. You know, were you a fighter that takes a lot of damage in order to give your damage and win, or were you more of a defensive guy? If you had 20 pro bouts, if you had 200 pro bouts, you know, so mileage is a big, big factor. I mean, we've all seen guys in their early 30s who look like they're probably in their late 50s and just have a ton of mileage. So chronologically, they're not very old, and they're probably not really at a cardiovascular risk like every other sport thinks of the aging athlete, but we know they're at a neurologic risk, musculoskeletal risk, because they've taken a lot of punishment in their prior bouts. Yeah, by the way, feel free to stop, you know, just raise your hand if you have a question. We'll obviously do questions at the end, but if you see something or I say something that you want to talk about, feel free to interrupt. All right. So what happens as we age? So this is kind of universal stuff. It doesn't always happen on the same timeline, but this tends to, you know, happen to all of us as we get older, like 100% of us. Cardiovascular, like I was talking about, that we start seeing that pickup in risk factors for heart attack, stroke, and other cardiovascular issues. The older you get, the higher your risk. 40 is where we really start to see it pick up. Musculoskeletal changes, and this one, it really isn't that bad. So if you look at the difference between a 25-year-old and a 65-year-old, on average, there's a 15% decrease in strength. I was actually, when I saw that stat, it's like, oh, that's pretty good. That doesn't explain why I've lost as much as I've lost, but still, it's you know, it's not bad. You still do okay. Again, as long as you haven't taken the punishment, had a lot of injuries, etc. And then the neurologic changes. This is what we talk about a lot in combat sports because this makes a big difference. So everybody knows you lose a little bit of speed as you get older. And in a combat sport, a little bit of speed is a bit of disadvantage, right? It's those split seconds. We all see some of the slow-mo knockout footage where the one guy's glove is there just an inch ahead of the other guy's glove, and you know that extra 1/100th of a second is the difference between a knockout and a non-knockout. So speed is critical, which comes with lower reflexes. So you can't get out of the way as fast. You can't respond as fast. You can't counter quite as well. You get issues with balance. You can't quite move the same way. So you're gonna have a little more of the slips and falls, and then your risk of concussion goes up as well. And that's a little bit of chronologic change as well as mileage change. Everybody, you know the fighter that's got a good chin until they don't have a good chin anymore. You know, there's only so many shots to the head you could take before you start losing the ability to absorb that. And so prior injuries result in future injuries. You get a shoulder dislocation, it's going to dislocate a lot easier. You get concussed, you're going to get concussed a little bit easier. It affects other things too. I know this is depressing, right? I know. It affects other things too. So the skin thins a little bit, which means increased chance of cuts and lacerations. Vision changes as we get older. We get a little more farsighted, but more importantly, your globe gets a little stiffer, which makes you a little more predisposed to retinal detachments and globe injuries. So your chances of issues go up with time as well. And obviously, if you've had prior eye injuries, you're predisposed to future eye injuries. But just brand spanking new data, the worst thing about getting old. We proved this definitively last night. Is that with age comes a sharp decline in cornhole ability. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I'm up there too, Mike. I'm up there too. But the team from Massachusetts, also known as the Massholes, on the left, we're the winners, but the runner-ups. But there's at least a 25-year average age difference between the winners and the runner-up and then everybody else in the field. So good job to the young guys. All right, so what do we worry about? So as the clearing physician, when you're trying to determine, all right, have you hit your expiration date yet? Is it time to hang up your gloves and just stop competing? That's the big question, and that's a hard question because you're weighing their ability to do what they love, their ability to make a living versus the risk of damage and injury. It's the same question that we have even with the younger fighters after an injury. Is this the injury? Is it time? Should we try to rehab? Should we try to get you back in? So it's always this risk-benefit analysis, but the older we get, the higher the risk. Sometimes the older they get, the higher the reward as well. Some of the really high money guys going back at it when you're 57, that could be a $20 million paycheck. So that's a pretty big reward, fairly decent risk, depending on what the actual scenario is. So you have to balance all of these things. And of course, short term, we worry about the trauma. We worry they're gonna die in the ring. You know, so what are the odds of the absolute catastrophe? Believe it or not, the data doesn't necessarily show a much higher death rate in the older fighters. Now, granted, most people who are fighting are on the younger side, but the average age of boxing deaths, at least head injury-related deaths, is 26, with a pretty big range. You're gonna hear more about that in the following talk. But with a pretty big range, anywhere from 17 up to 46 in a 20-year period, from 2000 up to 2019. And that's the link if you want to look at the publication. So, and you worry about cardiovascular compromise. You know, are they going to go and have a heart attack in the ring? So some of these things we can screen for pretty well. Some of the things we can't necessarily. But we also think about long-term issues, right? So disabilities. We know that CTE, the more exposure you have to head injury, regardless of the combat sport or contact sport, the more likely you are to develop CTE. Some people do, some people don't with the same exposure. There's a lot of variables. We don't understand them all, but we do know the longer you're in the game, the higher your risk. Is the next fight going to be the one to push them over the edge? You know, that's impossible to say, but that's what you wonder when you're sitting there with the fighter in front of you. And the new term, so we know about CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. That's actually a post-mortem diagnosis. You can only do that on, autopsy. But in the living, when you suspect that they actually have it, it's traumatic encephalopathy syndrome. So subtle differences, but two different words. Traumatic encephalopathy syndrome is a clinical diagnosis, so based on signs and symptoms. But the hallmark of this is a gradual deterioration over time. Usually, it might start during the career, but really starts later in life. So it's an early dementia kind of picture. They might have stopped their career when they were in their 30s, but then all of a sudden in their 40s, 50s, they have this sharp neurologic decline. So predicting when you're looking at the fighter in front of you who's now 44 years old, whether they're really at high risk for traumatic encephalopathy syndrome / CTE, it's a tough call because they probably haven't had symptoms yet, or those symptoms. They might have had some decline. The question is it enough to where you say, all right, risk is too high, we're hanging up your gloves. So the ideal test would be one that predicts it early. You know, so everybody, we always talk about, you know, the MRI. Well, not, you know, why not do the MRI? What if it shows that they have CTE? Well, one, MRI doesn't show CTE. That's autopsy. It can show some aspects of damage and injury. Now, if they don't have any clinical symptoms with that, yeah, again, you're sort of left trying to decide how important is this. But the ideal test would be one that said, all right, they're showing signs of damage, at least on the test, although not necessarily clinically, so it's early enough, where you can say, absolutely, we need to stop you from competing now, because if you can continue to compete, it will get worse, and you're going to have a bad outcome. And it would be one where there are no false positives, because if, you know, say half the time, really they would have been fine anyway, you know, you're stopping a lot of careers early. But that test at this point in time doesn't exist. Blood tests don't do it. Imaging like MRIs don't do it. Neurocognitive evaluations don't necessarily give you that information in a timely enough manner. So we're left with the guidelines that we have, and the Association of Ringside Physicians is currently modifying these guidelines. Hopefully we're going to have a new set of guidelines out later this year, maybe early next year, with a little bit of updates on recommendations of how to follow the fighter as they get a little bit further in their career, and when to start putting the brakes on, and then when to really just slam on the brakes and say, that's it, you probably shouldn't do it anymore. Just knowing that we don't have that perfect test. So the current guidelines, if you want to see what everybody in the country is doing, not necessarily guidelines, the ABC has an outstanding resource on their website. That's the link for it. That'll show you every commission that they were able to get data on, and what they require in general, as well as if they have data on anything they do differently for the aging fighter. And that's anywhere, it depends on the commission. Those guidelines can be anywhere from 35 years old, 40 years old, a little bit over 40 years old from a chronologic standpoint. Some of them have subcategories like more than 200 rounds fought. So some of them talk about mileage as well as age, when you need to do additional testing. And then, as we know, you know, what's required is a little, you know, different variations across all of the different commissions. But this is what the ARP old recommendations are. They've been taken down while we revamped them, but the old recommendations were an MRA, so magnetic resonance angiogram, once at the age of 40, with now annual MRI and neurocognitive testing, as well as a cardiology evaluation consisting of an EKG and a stress echo to look for either structural changes to the heart or signs of basically narrowing of the arteries, you know, cardiovascular disease, with a dilated eye exam by an ophthalmologist, and blood work consisting of a comprehensive metabolic panel and a CBC. So those are the old recommendations. The new recommendations will be still a variation on that theme, but will probably be not quite as frequent cardiovascular testing. And then we recently put out new neuroimaging guidelines, which Dr. Neidecker will refer to a little bit, which specifically talks about neuroimaging for the older fighters. So it recommends still an MRA at the age of 40, but then an MRI every 3 years minimum. You can do it more frequently if there's an issue, bad knockout, et cetera, but every 3 years minimum. So if you turn 40, you get your MRI, and then at 43, if you've been doing okay, you get another MRI to look for structural changes. And then the neurocognitive evaluations has yet to be determined with what frequency we're gonna recommend that. What we do know is testing. There's threshold testing, in other words, how do you look right now? And then there's comparative testing. How do you look right now compared to how you were a few years ago? The comparative testing is much more valuable information, because a lot of guys, you know, you could say, all right, you're here, and that's our threshold for saying that you're okay, you're fit to compete. But if 2 years ago you were really here and now you're here, that's really an issue. If you've always been there, that's probably not as big of a deal. You're kind of okay, but if you've had a big decline, that's not good, because if you've been declining, you might continue to decline, and continuing to compete will accelerate the process potentially. So the future guidelines are probably going to look more of the comparison testing over time as opposed to the static one time. So it's, you know, it's one thing to say you get an MRI in 3 years. Question in the back or comment? Okay, good question. So the question is the difference between an MRA and an MRI. So MRA, A stands for angiogram, and angiogram means you're checking the blood vessels. So you're it's a little bit more specific for arterial venous malformations, aneurysms, things like that. So it's more sensitive and specific for that. An MRI, which is magnetic resonance imaging, is more looking at the structural detail. And the MRs are much more sensitive and specific than CAT scans. So the shift, and they're much more readily available now than they were, say, 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. And the price difference is it's still more expensive for an MRA, compared to a CAT scan, but the difference is less than it was, you know, 5 years ago, and the information yield is much, much higher. So that's the reason we're recommending that. There are some caveats, like if you can't have an MRI because you've got implantable devices, there's a few things that would limit your ability to have an MRI where you say, all right, I guess we'll deal with a CAT scan, but just realize it's very limited in some of the information we're looking for, and you might have to rely more on clinical assessment. Does that all make sense? All right, so MRA, you inject some medication into the patient. MRI, no injection, no IV, no medication is the other part of that. Oh, like I was saying, so probably more emphasis on baseline and then looking for a decline over baseline. So some of the considerations, like I said, a lot of times they're going to pass the test. You know, especially with the cardiovascular stuff. Every now and then you're gonna turn something up, but a lot of these athletes are in pretty good shape, and you know that's not going to be the real limiting factor. The real limiting is going to be some of the neurocognitive stuff, which is a little more nebulous, and they seem okay, and their balance is good, and the reflexes are about where you'd expect them. Well, you know, now what? It's back to what I was referring to earlier on with the risk-benefit analysis. What's the pattern been? What's the scenario? Are they the career guy? They just turned 40. They basically fight every month for an extra $1,000, and they're probably going to keep doing that as long as they're allowed to. You know, are they the opponent that comes in, really does a pretty good job protecting their head with the high guard, just waiting for that liver shot so they can go down and take a knee halfway through the first? You know, there's not a ton of risk to that guy. There's not a ton of benefit either. So it's sort of on the low level. Are they the very high-profile fighter who's coming back, who may not quite be what he was 15 years ago? Everybody's kind of hoping they are, because you know we're all kind of nostalgic. Well, what's the scenario? You know, and that's the thing. As a physician, I'll just say they're fit to fight. Like they're fit. They're okay. They're not showing me anything that's really bad. But if they're in front of me and saying, yeah, I'm coming back to do an exhibition against this other guy who's also 55, and everybody knows it's, you know, everybody on the inside knows this is an exhibition, and they go out there and they basically spar for 10 rounds, and nobody's really headhunting or trying to kill each other, there's not a lot of risk, and there's a whole ton of money for that. But, you know, I had one scenario where, yeah, it's going to be an exhibition. I was involved in helping clear a fighter who hadn't fought in 10 years, and it was going to be a relatively high-profile fight. And then his opponent got cleared as well. And then next thing you know, they're not doing an exhibition against each other. His opponent got pulled to fight someone else and got his ass kicked. They didn't, you know, it's like someone forgot to tell his opponent that this is supposed to be an exhibition so that he could get a few more paydays. You know, and it was short. Nobody really got badly injured and stuff. But it's a very different scenario, and it's a scenario that could change. You know, I can't clear the guy on top to fight the guy on bottom. I could clear him and say he's fit, but that doesn't, you know, we got to all, as commissions, promoters, corners say, you know, I know he was cleared to fight, and I know the Hulk needs an opponent, but that doesn't mean you want to put that guy in with him. That doesn't mean he could, and that's the same thing on the other end. You get a 17-year-old, or a 19-year-old who just turned pro. Don't start him off down the wrong path. I mean, we talked about this before with the very unequal fights. Sometimes the opponent knows they're the opponent, and that's okay, but at other times they don't. So again, we gotta sort of protect our fighters. And if he's fighting someone where it's going to be a fair and equal bout, and they're not really going to, really try to hurt each other badly, I'm probably more okay with that. But I don't get the luxury of that. I just say they're either fit or they're not. Does that make sense? So it really relies on everybody. Because what'll happen when the old guy fights the Hulk? Everyone's going to say, "Who cleared him to fight?" Right? Yeah, well, that was me, but I thought he was going to fight someone who looked exactly like he did. So, questions, comments, concerns?
Hello. We all saw all the slides and we understood the stats and everything, but could you give us, please, like a conclusion so I can get an idea what the message was? Because I read everything, but I need to get a conclusion. If somebody is overage, should I let him as a commissioner fight, doing all the things you said? Or should I prevent him even if he wants to? What I want to know is a conclusion of what you just said.
Yeah,
please.
No, and that was so good question. So the question is there like is there a take-home punch list from this? And there's not a definitive one. And again, it sort of depends on the scenario. If we do it correctly, we could probably allow folks to compete for a while at a relatively safe level, but they can't fight at the level they did when they were in their prime. It's just not reasonable. Or if they develop medical issues where they're failing their neurocognitive testing, or they've got issues on their MRI, MRA, then we need to put the brakes on and say, all right, you just can't do this kind of sport anymore. So it's when we find issues, I think it's a little easier to make the call. When you don't find that definite issue, it's hard to make the call, if that makes sense. But what I would recommend is doing the test. A lot of commissions don't require any imaging at all. The push is really going to be to do MRI, MRA as the testing going down the pike. Read the new, brand spanking new within the last month, neuroimaging guidelines that just got published. It's in my slide set. But read those recommendations, and that's not just for the older fighter, that's for all fighters. I think that will help considerably, because if we start doing MRIs earlier in their career, we're going to have that comparison. So we're going to be able to see if there are structural changes. Then the hard part is going to be, okay, if we start seeing these subtle structural changes, what do we do with it? Then that's the hard medical call. Is this enough that we need to stop the career, or do we let it go and then get another test in a year or 2 or 3 and just follow it along? But do the testing. That's really the take-home message.
Dr. Durgan, thank you. The last slide was great. I like the way you put the promotion, the matchmaker, the commission, the officials.
Yeah, we have to be a team.
We have to be a team. I've been officiating since 2004 MMA as a referee in New England, and I have reffed a lot of these bouts with fighters in their 50s. And one of the worst things for a referee is when you get to that event and you have a commissioner come up to you and say, just keep a really close eye on this one. Right away, that's in my head when I got to step in that cage, and I'm now questioning if that was a proper match. I don't know, is Serb in here? Is Greg in here? Greg last year at the Orlando conference gave a really good recommendation about how to respect an older fighter, but learn how to step them down as a commission. And I think that's really important, because that's going to help your officials. And that, as an official, I need to make sure I'm representing that commission well, but I'm trusting that that match that you approved, you're not putting it now on me to keep a closer eye because that might have been a questionable matchup to begin with. So I just wanted to make sure I said that.
Although I have to confess, I do that before every fight. I always try to find the refs, and if there's a fighter that, you know, might have been a little bit off, or, you know, I've got, you know, I thought they cut a lot of weight, but they look okay today to compete. I always have a conversation with the ref saying, hey, keep a close eye on this guy. I'm going to be coming in a little bit more frequently, but so I'm sorry. But I always talk to the refs about anybody that you know, it's not to the level where you're going to shut the fight down, because half the time I have concerns, they end up doing just fine and they win, you know, but every now and then it's like, oh yeah, I'm glad we had our talk, because we just, you know, we just got to shut it down. Anyone else? All right. Hey, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
And what Dr. Durkin said is very important. When you do these tests, use the results. There are too many times I find where fighters have undergone tests and have positive or abnormal results, and yet commissions have allowed them to compete. And then I got to bring it to my commissioners and explain to them why they just fought in another jurisdiction with an abnormal test. So if you find an abnormal test, and you're questioning even your physician, you could reach out to the ARP or reach out to myself, and we will discuss that result with you. Because don't just do the test for the sake of doing the test so we could say the test was completed. Okay, the next speaker is Dr. Nidecker. Dr. Nidecker is a sports medicine physician in North Carolina. He's also the president of the ARP. And he's going to be speaking about fighter deaths, boxing deaths.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks, Mike. Thanks for inviting me. Appreciate it. So before I get into the study that I'd like to present all of you today, I just wanted, I couldn't help myself in being president of the Association of Ringside Physicians without plugging the organization. So I just want to let you know a couple of things that we are doing or have done recently. And I would like you guys to take this back to your physicians, also take this information. We are a resource for you guys. Our mission, our motto is to protect, serve, and educate all those in combative sports. So we reach out with open arms to anybody who's looking for any information, any help on the medical aspect of things, whether that's the ABC, whether that's with the individual commissions and other combat sports organizations, promotions, things like that. If you need help, we're here for you. One thing that we did recently, and you know, COVID has changed a lot of things in our lives, but it certainly has accelerated technology and means of doing things. So what we decided to do recently was create an online, on-demand, ringside medicine basics course, okay? This is, so as physicians, we do need continuing medical education to keep up our certifications. This does give a physician what we call CME, continuing medical education, but it's also a great resource to learn the basic nuts and bolts of what it means to be a ringside doc. So it's on demand. People can register for the course and sign up for it, and they can go through the individual lectures at their own pace. And that is on our website. All of these resources are on our website as well, ringsidearp.org. We have a conference every year, and we have one in Las Vegas. It's going to be at Caesar's Palace in October. We invite commissioners, officials to come and join us if you want to learn more about ringside medicine. Now that we have this basics course in place, we're going to really dedicate our annual conference to more hot topics and case basis and panels and things like that to basically, we don't have to cover the basics now because the basics are now available in this basics course. And in 23, we are going to the Muhammad Ali Center in Louisville, Kentucky. And that'll be the first weekend in June. So we'd love, if you can't come to the one in Vegas, we'd love to have you in June in 2023. There's been a lot of mention with Dr. Durkin on our recent consensus statement in neuroimaging in professional combat sports. This was recently published in a journal called the Physician in Sports Medicine. This is peer-reviewed, so this wasn't just a bunch of ringside docs from the ARP who wrote this. This was also looked over by other physicians and other editors and who essentially agreed with our statement. And again, this is also available on our website as well, if you want to pull that up. Dr. Durkin kind of went over a lot of the basics, but there is nuance. And I think the big thing is there's a lot of discrepancy in what is required for medical licenses around the different commissions as far as neuroimaging is concerned. I think we try and give a good rationale of the medical literature of why we're recommending what we're recommending and what we consider would be good recommendations for best practices. You already seen Dr. Volata and the manual that we put together. And it is possible. We are working right now, and I think it's going to happen that we're going to provide some type of malpractice coverage for our members. So this is something that has been a huge undertaking and certainly a consideration, and for our members, and it looks like it's going to happen. So hopefully we have this by the end of the year. Lastly, and this is what I wanted to basically what I'm going to speak with you about is a study that we did perform, basically going back and looking at boxing deaths over the last 20 years in professional boxing. And this was published in our Journal of Combat Sports Medicine, and this is our self-publication thing that we do as the ARP. This journal is basically put out biannually 2 times a year. Dr. Sethi, who spoke earlier on the transgender, is our editor-in-chief of the journal. And basically a lot of it is submissions from our membership on various topics in combat sports. And this comes straight from it from last year. So to get into that, what we did and how we went about doing it, I'll give you the background of the study, the new data and how and what was collected and the findings. So not many studies have been done looking into deaths into boxing. Probably the most robust one was this study that was published in 2010 that Baird did, and I'll go over into that study in a little bit. But I wanted to look at this and kind of revisit this, and that's why the study has revisited in the title, because we similarly replicated what they did in this 2010 study, but we tried to just do it over the last 20 years. And a lot of that had to do with 2019 being a particularly tragic year that we had. So what was that old study? That study looked at 339 professional boxing deaths from 1950 to 2007. And some of the main findings was that 79% of the deaths were associated with a knockout or a technical knockout. 64% were knockouts and 15% were TKOs. There was a higher percentage that occurred at lower weight classes. And basically what this study was trying to look at, was there a difference when we went down from 15 rounds to 12 rounds for championships in that 1983 particular year when that happened. But after their research, they hypothesized that the decline wasn't due to the round changes. It was more due to shorter careers, boxers were having fewer fights, and there was more increased medical oversight. So before I go further in telling you about our study, I have to give some credit where credit is due. One to Joseph Svinth. So Joe is the current curator of what's called the Manuel Velasquez collection. And for those who don't know, Manuel Velasquez was actually a gentleman who in the around 1930s started curating all the boxing deaths and outcomes over the years, and really kept tabs of it. He eventually transferred over to this gentleman named Robert Smith, and then that ended up going to Joe in the mid-90s. Now, up until with Joe taking over, it was all like newspaper clippings and very disorganized. So Joe basically took all the newspaper clippings and turned it into more of an electronic document. And I reached out to him, and he got back to me right away and provided his list, no strings attached. I talked with him for about 3 hours on the phone. A great guy. He's actually like an insurance adjuster, which is crazy, but he just, I couldn't have done the study without him. But basically, they kept records of all the deaths in amateur boxing, pro boxing, tough man as well. And they weren't just looking at deaths in the ring, they were also looking at deaths in training. And this actually started from 1724. That's how deep they were to go back through newspaper clippings and all these things. And currently, well, it might be a little bit more now, but it was at 2,077 total deaths between everything during this time period. So what we get into is we try and make it a little bit more specific to pro. Also, I have to thank John Shepard with BoxRec, because he also helped me with this project as well. And whenever I had a question, he got back to me right away. He got me the numbers that I needed, and again, I couldn't have done this study without him. So this is just basically a little screenshot of the collection that Joe sent me. Basically, when did it happen, who the two fighters were, who was considered the favorite. I think that's interesting. That's what the alpha is for. Where did it happen? And then basically source material. A lot of it's from the earlier fights, from newspaper clippings of anything you could find on that death. And then everybody in this room knows what BoxRec is, so I don't need to get into that with you guys. So what did I do? We took the collection and we correlated it with BoxRec. So, and we tried to expand it a little bit more. So things we collected: when was the bout date? Where did the bout happen? What was the result? What weight class was it? The round ended. What was the actual bout scheduled for? Was it a four scheduled round fight or 8 rounds? I looked into winning record between the survivor and the deceased, and what was the cause of death. Now, there's limitations with this, because you are at the mercy of what's reported in the press, because not all the time, we're not getting the medical record from the hospital on these things. So we are limited to what's reported. Thankfully, in the last 20 years, that information is a lot more accurate, I think, than what was reported in the 1700s, right? So we're at the mercy of what was put in BoxRec. Now, that's not always correct, as you guys know. And the other thing, too, we were looking at death specifically. So we weren't looking at, fighters that had significant neurological damage, but that still survived either. We weren't looking at that either. So what did we find? Well, during that 20-year period from 2000 to 2019, there was over 400,000 professional bouts in that time period, worldwide. Based on the collection, there was 100 total professional boxing deaths during that time. Now, we threw 16 of those deaths out, because what I really wanted to focus on was deaths that occurred in the ring or shortly thereafter in competition. So 8 occurred in training. 2 we could not correlate with BoxRec. So I couldn't tell whether or not the information in those fights was accurate. So we removed them from the data set. We were specifically focused on neurologic deaths, brain injury deaths, okay? So subdural hematomas, brain bleeds, things like that. We did not focus on non-brain deaths, so like cardiac factors, like having a heart attack in the ring, or somebody dying of kidney failure or something like that. So we threw those out of the data set. And considering we just wanted to make things a little bit cleaner, there was only one female death during that time, and we just decided to remove that from the data set just to make this a total male study. So we ended up having 84 fatalities, brain-related fatalities from 2000 to 2019 in professional boxing. So that's 1 in 5,000 fights. So average deaths per year during that time period was 4.2. If you guys look at the bar graph here, you can see there is a decline. So actually from 2000 to 2009, that was at 5.2 deaths per year worldwide. That did decline to 3.2 from 2010 to 2019. Where did the location of deaths happen? Well, predominantly in the United States. There's about 20% of those deaths occurred in the United States. I will tell you this, about 20% of all bouts worldwide are in the United States, though. Okay, so Indonesia had a particularly high amount. And interestingly, Indonesia had a tremendous amount of pro debut versus pro debut deaths, but that I'm not so sure the information that was put into BoxRec was accurate on that sense. So, take that for what it's worth. Where did the deaths happen in weight class? Well, 74% of the deaths were in the weight classes of 135 pounds or less. Correlate that to how many bouts that happened at, during that time period. At those weight classes, 43% of all bouts during the time period were 135 pounds or less. So 74% of the deaths occurred at 135 pounds or less, but only 43% of total bouts were at that were at 135 or less. All right, another thing that we found that correlated with the old study, things remain true. 75% of the deaths were associated with knockout or technical knockout. And you can see that from the pie graph there. Interestingly, 1/3 of TKO, KO deaths happened in the last round that the fight was scheduled for. So if this fight was a 6-round fight, the death occurred 1/3 of the time in the 6th round. So. Number of deaths each round. You can see that from the bar graph here, everything was skewed more to the right. You can kind of see how it goes up and down, like 6 and 7's low, and 8 is high, and 9 is low, and 10 is high. This has to do with how we decided to collect the data set and saying, let's say the fight went the distance and somebody died subsequently, after the fight was over. We counted that last round as the death. So, considering most pro boxing fights are scheduled for an even amount of rounds, that's how that kind of goes up and down. You guys can understand that. But 54% of the deaths occurred in round 7 or later, which is interesting because I think the majority of fights that happen are, scheduled for less than 7 rounds worldwide, I'd say. We looked at career bouts and deaths. You can see that there wasn't a lot of deaths that happened in people that had a substantial amount of bouts under their belt. But then again, how many of those fighters are out there that have over 25 fights? So. And then we looked at winning percentage differences between the two people. So if you look at basically we took the winning percentage and minused it by the winning percentage. So there's a positive difference, it indicates that the person that passed away had a worse winning percentage than his opponent. We didn't include professional debut versus professional debut. You just can't do that. So interestingly, 51% of the deaths had, the person had a losing record. So it was almost 50-50. What about MMA? And I'll give a shout out to Combat Sports Law with Eric. He keeps track of this as well, not just the weight cutting. He does keep a track of this as well. So if you use the same criteria as I did, in the sense that it's a professional bout that's regulated and it's a brain-related death, we had 3 deaths over from 1998 to 2019. So compared to that to 84, essentially. So what I took away from this is that deaths can happen at any time. Now, there's certain situations where they're at higher risk. It's when a fight ends in a TKO or a KO. It's at a lower weight class, and it's at a bout that goes into the deeper rounds. But you know, there was deaths in the first round, so it can happen at any time. So we need to we always need to be vigilant and be prepared. But there are certain situations where you should be more concerned than others. That's my email address. If anybody has any questions, wants to reach out, I will get back to you. If I know the answer, I will get back to you sooner. If I don't know the answer, I'll find that answer out for you. So, questions?
Quick question. That was really fascinating. Again, every time this comes out, did you talked about the number of boxing deaths versus the total number of fights or rounds, the 500,000?
It was fights. So
Fights.
there was over 400,000
Right.
total bouts.
Okay, so on MMA, you said there were only 3.
Yes,
Which
yeah.
implies that it's much safer when it comes to death.
When it comes to brain-related death.
Brain-related deaths, but did you compare that to the total number of MMA
I don't have that
bouts?
information.
Oh.
I was able to get, that's why I say John Shepard was so helpful. I didn't have that
With
number.
what you had, right.
He found that number for me and got
Thank you.
back to me the next day. So, yeah.
Doc, you work with the commission. After looking at all this information and the data, if you could create rules now that, taking this into consideration, would you do shorter fights? Would you do, you know, the going into the fight, knowing certain, is there anything you would like to do in view of all this data that would perhaps make the sport less dangerous? What, if you formulated, have any suggestions, what would you do?
Great question. I've obviously thought about this. My views are not completely formulated, but what I will tell you is this. Let me break it down for you a little bit more in that sense. Why do I think this is happening? Okay. Why is it the lighter fighters? Why is it deeper in the rounds? And I don't have any medical evidence to back this up other than just extrapolating the data and through my experience here, is I don't think it's the big shot that kills you, okay? I think it's the repetitive paper cuts over time that slowly cause the damage to accumulate. So let's face it, the smaller guys, they don't hit hard as the big guys. They don't have the one-punch knockout power, most of them anyway, okay? So that kind of leads into the sense that there might be some micro damage that occurs, and then the repetitive blows on top of that create the bleed that puts the risk of the fighter's life in jeopardy. You also, the other reason why I think that too is because of the the damage over time. You know, it takes time for it to develop. You know, so the deeper rounds we go is the higher risk. I look at the fights that are more competitive sometimes are the ones that turn into the wars too, right? It's the guy that's completely outmatched, the guy that's completely outclassed is not going to sustain as much cumulative damage over a fight than somebody, than a closely matched fight. We've seen that, right? So it's tough to make a recommendation on the sport without drastically changing the sport. You know, one thing that could happen is we are, you know, change the knockdown rule. We know 10 seconds is 10 seconds to get up, to answer the ref to get up. Well, you know, maybe if we decrease the 10 count, you know, they don't get up in time enough to take more damage. That's another, you know, that changes the sport drastically though. I don't have a great answer for that. And we certainly, you know, have our boxing matches that go the 10, 12 rounds, you know, and deeper, and it's important to have those things, and especially in the championship fights, especially with the veteran fighters who've been doing this for a while. But it's certainly something to consider. I think what I've learned in this is the sense of know the situation and know when I need to be concerned. You know, this is getting deep. These guys have taken a lot. You know, certainly, you know, after pulling the ripcord, you know, not all the time we send guys to the hospital, but if there's been a long, grueling fight, it's better to send these guys to the hospital to get checked out to make sure. I hope that, okay.
I have a question.
Yep.
If you looked at one of your slides and extrapolated the data, it looks like from 2000 to 2019, there's actually a curve that's slightly in the downward direction.
Agreed.
Now, the AAPRP, which is the AARP, started in 1997, and we've promoted education and also increased testing to identify those individuals who may have something pre-existing. Are you able, from your data, to suggest that that's playing a role, that more education, better testing in reducing the boxing death?
I certainly think we could. What I need is probably what changes were actually made and when they were made. So we can say that, but I need the data to correlate it to. And that's part of so we just put out this neuroimaging statement and what we're recommending. You know, we are recommending that a boxer or you know, any combat sports fighter, we are recommending that every combat sports athlete, upon licensure of their pro license, to get an MRI, to look for pre-existing conditions. Because there are certain conditions, certain lesions in the brain that are silent, and if they weren't a boxer, it wouldn't have, you know, they'd go through their whole life without a problem. But then you start throwing head trauma on it, it starts opening up. I could tell you, there's some documentation, there's some medical papers shown about subarachnoid cysts, and runners getting an intracranial bleed from a subarachnoid cyst just from the jostling of bouncing up and down from running. What do you think? What do you think throwing a punch can do? So I would. That's one of the reasons why we've recommended this, to find those suspicious lesions, to look for changes over time, and maybe there was something there that ruptured or something like that. No, it's a good question, really.
Yeah, and I think it's important because there are still some jurisdictions that are not doing any imaging at all. And I think that if you can put it into your regs to at least get a baseline MRI. I don't think a baseline CAT scan is helpful, as helpful, I should say, because you really need the MRI. CAT scans may be good to follow up, but if you could look to put in your regs, if you're one of those commissions that doesn't have anything that recommends or suggests or mandates neurologic screening, I think you do that, and maybe we bring these numbers down even further.
Yeah, CAT scan is for more of the acute setting. So if somebody goes down, you know, after the fight, they're not getting an MRI in the hospital. They're getting a CAT scan in the hospital because CAT scans are better for looking at an active brain bleed. whereas the MRI is better at looking for old damage.
Doctor, thank you. I'm asking this question on behalf of my wife. I'm right in front of you. Right here.
There, thank you.
And so in New England, we've recently, over the last 5 years, we've had 2 amateur MMA deaths. One was attributed to sickle cell. We're waiting the results of the other. Can you give us the science on sickle cell? I don't think it's a sickle cell that killed these fighters, but it led to complications. And what is the science on that, and where's that headed?
Yeah, sickle cell is actually been something that's been very forefront in the world of non-combat sports. Okay, so there's a lot of the football related deaths in the summer are due to heat stroke, but the actual other end of that is people with sickle trait. So people with sickle trait can walk around and not have any issues. Sickle cell disease is a totally different, it's taking that to the next level because all of their cells are sickle. When you have sickle trait, only some of your cells are sickle, and some of your cells can change to sickle if put under the certain stresses and situations. I always tell this story of, I think Ryan Clark used to play for the Steelers. He went into sickle crisis when he played at Mile High in Denver. Okay, so that just the high altitude actually put him under stress. But things of severe dehydration, things of severe exhaustion, really taxing the cardiovascular system, that can put somebody into sickle cell crisis who has sickle cell trait, right? So what we've been now doing in non-combat sports is certainly on the college level, we've been screening athletes for it, or offering screening athletes for it. They can opt in or opt out if they want to. And then if somebody has sickle cell trait, that does not preclude them specifically from participating in sports, but it puts it on everybody's radar that this guy has this. And if he needs a break, he gets a break, okay? Now, there's some questions whether or not that's, knowing that if you're one of these recruited players, like is the top place is gonna take you if you have this kind of condition, that's the, the political problems with it. But that does open the, but when you take non-combat sports and you try to equate it to combat sports, some things cross over and some things don't. So, you can't take a break in the middle of a fight. Ain't gonna happen. But I think it would be important, I would say it'd be important for the ringside physician to know that an athlete had sickle cell trait, because it's something to be aware of. Should something happen in a fight, you can get that person to help, where you need to maybe stop the fight sooner. What do you see? You see cramping, and lots of muscle cramps, but they don't cramp. You guys have seen what happens when a muscle cramps. It gets hard, all right? They complain of cramping, but the muscle isn't cramping. It's actually soft and pliable. And what's happening is the cells are, since they're sickled, they're going into the blood vessel, and they are basically occluding the blood vessel because they can't flow well because they're not the round, bubbly, tubes that bounce around everywhere. So.
Is that a blood test to find out if you have sickle trait?
It's actually done on all of us when we're born in this country. It's just lost. Sometimes sometimes people are aware of it and they keep it with them and they realize it, and then sometimes it came back and everybody forgot about it.
Is it something the ARP is looking at to start to make a
potentially? This was a new thing that happened this year. Obviously, we got lots of plates spinning and something to look at. It is going to be a topic at our conference this year.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so there's another thought to that too as well. Is it obviously our lighter fighters tend to cut more weight, percentage-wise, exactly, as Chris showed earlier. And there was some talk about, dehydration and what it does to the blood-brain barrier and cerebral spinal fluid and all that stuff. So if there's less water in the brain and the spinal fluid, there's less cushion in the brain, or maybe the brain sways more in the cavity, and you can rip those blood vessels because it's just moving more. That's all speculation, though. We don't know that for sure. How much they were cutting, that was not any information that I could study or was available.
Hey, Doc, I got one more question for you over here.
Yep.
So, Doc, I wanted to ask about I have a few comments and a questions. The first question, you didn't find any, your data didn't show a positive correlation towards less deaths after the reduction from 15 to 12 in 83?
15 to
12 rounds.
Yeah, well, so I think that has to do with the fact that there's just less of those fights around. How many 10-round fights do we?
No, let me explain.
Okay.
15 to 12 was done by the World Boxing Council.
Oh, that wasn't my data.
Okay.
That was not my data.
I disagree. I think that's one of the most profound safety measures in the history of boxing.
Mm-hmm.
And that was done by the World Boxing Council, and it improved fighter safety.
Mm-hmm.
We have a problem now, as your data shows, and this is for everybody in here. We have a proliferation of titles in this country, in this world, okay? And there's some organizations, and I won't name names, but they have a gold, a regular, a special. They have all in interims on all those, okay? That means that we're fighting more fighters in 10s and 12s than we ever have in the past. That does not improve safety. There's a title all the time. And I've noticed it, and it's getting worse, and it needs to be scaled back a little bit. President Mazzulli sent a correspondence and got some of that fixed last year, but that directly relates, as your presentation does, to fighter safety.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense to me, it makes sense to everybody in this room, it should, that the less rounds that you're in that boxing ring, the safer it should be. Your data just suggested that. Another thing that I would suggest to the group is referee training and recognition of what's going on is important. Go back and look at Wilder Fury 1. Jack Reese took a tremendous amount of praise and a tremendous amount of criticism for what he did with the count in 12. I felt like that was entirely appropriate. New Jersey does that assessment. California does that assessment. And the Ringside Physicians Group, I think, has weighed in on that in a positive way. And I'll just leave with this. With the scans and with all that type of thing, we just changed our regs. We went from 5 years to 3 years. So you have to have a new MRI every 3 years. We changed our neuros up. We're having more frequency in that. But with the ARP consensus statement, we follow your consensus statement for fighters over 40 verbatim. So if there's a fighter over 40, we have them printed out in the office. They just get that scan to them. Turn this in. Whatever the Association of Ringside Physicians recommends is exactly what the state of California requires. And, if you want to update that, let us know, because we follow you directly. It's an exact duplicate of what you guys have recommended. I like the presentation, and I would just caution the membership, when you get a title, the titles are from some organizations are more prolific than they have been in the past. We're seeing more of them. That means more 10s and 12s. That means fighters are potentially at greater risk.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you.
Doctor, do you have statistics on what percentage of boxer deaths occurred in championship fights as opposed to non-championship?
Well, I would assume, well, I guess I don't have the exact on that. I guess you can say all the 12 rounders were. But, as far, maybe it was a championship bout that didn't go the distance either. I don't have that information. One more for Chris.
Thank you. Just one more quick question. The 1 in 5,000 number, I think that's probably the headline data from this paper. Were you able to compare it to other potentially catastrophic sports, say rugby, horse racing, football, to give us some context as to what the number means?
That data is out there. I don't have it. That data is out there, though. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. What's that? Boxing was 7th. Yeah, but you also have to break that in the sense that this is professional boxing too. We're not looking at amateur boxing, okay? So that is a thing you have to consider. Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Real quick, I have a few vegetarian meals. Please raise your hand for tonight's banquet. Okay. And you do know that you have silver tickets on the back of your badge that say 1 drink, and that is your admission to the banquet. If you did not register, we are really tight on meals. You can address that, Mike. And also, there is a shuttle tomorrow morning at 4:30 a.m. for those that have to leave early. And there is one tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. returning to the Buffalo Airport, right out front. And there is a shuttle Thursday at 10 a.m. Those are the only shuttles. You had to sign up early, but there is space on each of them. Tomorrow morning at 4:30 a.m., anyone besides Mr. Lindsay Tucker need to go early tomorrow morning. Okay, Mr. Tucker, be out there on time. Thank you. Raise your hands again for the vegetarians.
I think this is a good problem to have concerning the tickets, but unfortunately, if you're not a speaker or invited guest and you did not sign up for the whole convention, we 99.9% sure we're not going to have room. All right, so if you spoke to Lydia, you can talk to Lydia if you have any other questions. Oh, that's a vegetarian. Oh, my bad. All right, let's rock and roll. Hey, guys, we're going to move on to Mauricio Sulaiman from the World Boxing Council. He's a huge supporter of the ABC, just like the WBO is, and they'll be speaking tomorrow. But with that said, here's Mauricio. Hey, guys, also tomorrow, and I want to tell you, I use Pat English probably more than anybody in this room when it comes to his legal beagle stuff. So he's going to be up here tomorrow, and if any commission has any questions, legally speaking, Pat will be here to answer them. I think it's a new thing that maybe we will implement this on a yearly basis. But Pat is a source when it comes to Muhammad Ali Act and contracts. We go right to him on all this. Sometimes he yells at me, and sometimes he doesn't. But overall, he's a good guy. So here's Mauricio. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Good afternoon. I think it's good. Good. I would like to thank President Masuli for inviting me to address today's meeting. First, I would like to say, Lydia, thank you so much for the hospitality. You're doing a sensational job. And I brought my wife because she always thinks that when I go out to a congress, a meeting, a seminar, it's fun. And she came into the room, she stayed 1 minute, and then she went shopping. So I like to praise every single person who is here because it means you are working, you have great passion for the sport, and this is the difference between the so many topics that are being addressed in these days and the life of a person that goes into the ring. I apologize. I'm going to refer on whatever I say as boxing. I don't have much knowledge on MMA, but I respect so much all the athletes and everything that happens regarding the combative sports. But basically, with the World Boxing Council, I'm going to say, and referring to boxing. Boxing began as the oldest form of life, when in the caveman era, they fought for supremacy. And there's so much evidence of boxing in the different eras of life, from the Egypt, from Mesopotamia, all the way through humanity. And modern boxing was born in the UK. Basically, people would gather together to see two men fight. And they would gather together to gamble, to bet. And I would like to ask if anyone knows how the first round was stopped. How did the first round ended? Because they would place the bets, and when the first round ended, they would pay and begin the next set of bets. So anyone knows how that first round ended? Everybody is saying knockdown. That is partially correct. The first round ended when there was blood. When there was blood from either fighter, they would stop and pay the bets, and they start the new set of bets. Subsequently, every single round ended when there was a knockdown. Fights went on for, rounds could be 10 minutes, 1 hour. Fights could be 100 rounds. Unfortunately, many times the fighter could not continue due to passing away. So from that beginning of boxing to what we have today, many things have happened. Boxing was part of the first Olympic Games and the original. And the modern games, boxing has been since 1904. What's happening today? We're in a very complicated situation. Boxing is out of LA Olympics, 2028. And there's so many things that everyone as an industry have to do from now until then, hopefully to save boxing to remain in the Olympics. But to say that boxing can live without amateur, it's simply impossible. Amateur boxing is the most important factor, because that's when the kid that is in the streets, that has to make a choice, finds the gymnasium to change their lives. What we had as a WBC, it's an organization that was formed in 1963. Basically, the most important boxing entities from around the world gathered together in Mexico City. Among them was Nevada, California, New York, Europe, Argentina. In total, there were 13 countries, and they gathered together and formed the WBC, and here we are 60 years after that. From the 13 countries, we have 175 affiliated countries right now. So dealing with boxing worldwide is a tremendous experience. And what I can say is that a boxing commissioner is the same in Timbuktu, in Philippines, or here in New York, where we are today, because we love the sport. We care for the fighters, and there's something that whenever you get into boxing, it stays on you for the rest of your life, and it is just sensational to see and to meet people who are in boxing and who have a possibility of doing something in our sport. I wanted to say, before I continue, I want to recommend some great boxing movies. You know, boxing is the greatest sport in arts. More movies, more songs, more paintings have been dedicated to our sport than any other sport. So if you have not seen Somebody Up There Likes Me, somebody knows who that fighter was? Rocky Graziano. So put it down, Somebody Up There Likes Me, that's where Paul Newman became famous. It's a sensational movie. Of course, The Champion with Jon Voight. I hope everybody has seen that. If you want to cry and you have not seen it, go ahead and watch it. The Hurricane, Cinderella Man, and Raging Bull. That's a good thing I had from the pandemic. Had the possibility to watch many, many things that I would not have otherwise. Let me tell you the great difference of boxing against every single other sport. In boxing, the leagues, the organizations, the groups have absolutely nothing to do with the business side of the sport. You have in American football, the NFL, baseball, Major League Baseball, NBA, NHL. All these sports are controlled by an entity, which is a business. The NFL, they sell the franchises, which are the teams. Then they own the TV rights, the sponsorship deals, and everything that has to do with the sport. And they put the rules, and they put everything that controls the sport by itself. In boxing, it is absolutely different. There's a difference between the administrators and regulators from the promoters. Basically, boxing will always have that shadow of corruption from the 1940s, 1930s, all these stories that they say about corruption and fights being fixed. And that's why there's a great difference between us administrators and promoters. They do all the business. And that has some downsides because there is no boxing industry. Every promoter is independent, and they are basically working for their next event. There are a few promoters that have a strategy, they have planning, and they want to do and build things. Don King and Bob Arum were great planning for the future. But basically what we see today is independent events happening all over the world, and that leaves completely the growth of the sport limited to the athletes performing in great ways. Boxing began with thousands of people attending to watch the fights at venues. Madison Square Garden, the Olympic Auditorium, each city, each country had their own venue, and they were the promoters. So they would have fighters from different managers come in and fight, but you knew you had fights every Saturday night at X place, and people would love and people would gather, and great gates were seen in these venues. When television came in, that changed. It brought from thousands to millions. But then came pay-per-view and limited those millions into only the few that could pay the pay-per-view. So boxing has been varying so much, but the fan is very loyal. The fan is there, and there will always be boxing as long as there is need and poverty in society. Every fighter out there in the gym is a fighter who has struggled in life, a person who has struggled in life, who has been having problems in school, in society, in his family, and they find in our sport a way out. They find the possibility of becoming someone in life. What happens when the WBC goes to sanction a fight? That's when us get a way of having something to do. And the ABC was formed by great people, by great boxing men, by Sammy Macias, by Dwayne Ford, who is here with us, Mark Radner, who has been here, Dickie Cole, all these legends who were boxing commissioners, and they would participate in a very direct way with the boxing organizations. We worked together to make things happen. Coming from 15 to 12 rounds was not a dream, simply that somebody woke up and said, let's move it to 15 to 12. There were years of research, years of Sammy Macias and Dwayne Ford communicating with the WBC and taking the step to do that first fight in 1983. Eventually, the Muhammad Ali Act happened. It was a political thing that got into the sport, and in a way has had very good things, but has limited boxing in many ways as well. The promoters have to do a lot of paperwork, and it has brought a distance between the state boxing commissions and the rest of the world who is in boxing. So when you go to a fight to a state, it gets time to know each other. Even though we're doing the same, we're hoping to do the same, and we all want the fight to end in a safe way. It takes time to get to know the commissioner and the WBC or the WBO or the IBF. Add all those additional regional titles that we all have to develop the sport, and it becomes a more confusing state, especially for the boxing commissioners, for the states. But we do the same thing. You just held training for ring officials. I am so marveled at the topics that have been discussed today with the doctors. That is the key, because nobody ever wants to be in a fight that there's a tragedy, that there's an accident in the ring. So the idea is to continue the path to work together as a team, with reciprocity, with continuous support. The WBC is nothing without the local boxing commission. We go into state or we go into a different country, and we have to work with them in many matters. And sometimes those relationships get strength and get momentum, and things start looking better, and things happen, and great fights happen. And when you feel comfortable and the things get moving forward, that's the best scenario that we can all look for. To see the WBO here is special. They're outnumbering us, but we can do a game of, how do you call that? Cornhole. The cornhole, which I experienced yesterday, and anyone who wants a challenge, I'll be there. It's a tremendous thing, and hopefully we will have at the NABF convention, Mr. President. We have found resistance to change to be the common enemy in the boxing world. As Andy very thankfully said, it was the WBC which introduced the 12-round coming down from 15, or the weigh-in the day before the fight, or the 4th rope that was placed in the ring before it was 3 ropes, or the anti-doping tests and the clean boxing program and the weight management program, and there's so many things that boxing commissioners of the world bring together and discuss at the WBC and then put them into implementations, into rules. So I would like to make it clear that a boxing commissioner is not separate of the WBC. It's not an enemy of the WBC or the WBO or the IBF. We are not separate. We're all together, and I have learned great things today from the topics from the Association of Ringside Physicians. And I share this with the European Boxing Union, the Oriental and Pacific Boxing Federation. Boxing is a world. That's why Manny Pacquiao is from the Philippines, Tyson Fury is from the UK, Maidana from Argentina, and we see Cotto from Puerto Rico. It's the world of boxing. It is not only the UK or the USA or Mexico or Japan. It's what makes this sport unique, and it's what makes everyone, when we see each other, we talk the same language. So hopefully we can begin a series of openness between the boxing commissions and the peers in the organizations, that we want to work forward and work with reciprocity and respect. That's basically what we want to do at all times. We have great interest in several topics. I have been in the ABC many times, and I have had slides and videos and all these presentations with instant replay, with open scoring, with a 30-second signal, and all these things that people from around the world think of. For example, we have a red card that is used mostly in the Orient because when you, as a referee, you go to Japan, the ring doctor, of course, does not speak English, and you don't speak Japanese. And when they come up and they check the injury of the boxer, and they start talking, you have no idea what he's saying. So the red card is an instrument that we use that the doctor presents to the referee with his opinion that he thinks the fight should not continue. If he shows the green card, it says the fight should continue in his opinion. Just as that, we have played around with so many things, and I believe that we need to understand that boxing needs to get to 2022. Yeah, 2022. We are so resistant to change. While the NFL, they have instant replay, and they have different rules for the referees, and every year they review what's going to be the, interference scenario, and they change the rules and they modify, adjusting to the market, adjusting to the need of being fair, because the worst thing that can happen in any sport is a wrong decision by an official. In boxing, you have the justice in the hands of the judges, and you have the life of the fighters in the hands of the referee. And we need to look for how to use technology. But if we stay behind in the years of, no, I like the way it is and the way it always has been, we're not going to change, and shut the door of any possibility of making changes, we're doing boxing a disservice. I would like to take an opportunity of the app that was introduced today. That's something that could be greatly used by everyone in the sport. One of the things, and we have seen it over and over, every presentation, weight. Weight is the worst enemy of every boxer. Why? Because it leads to dehydration and to those ways of cutting weight and then being in a very unsafe place when you enter the ring or the cage. If a fighter was to submit their weight every month, every 30 days, even if he has no fight schedule, then you have a database on see where he's weighing, what weight he's walking around, and then you start building data. We would like to work on the weight situation and try to find ways to help between the commissions, the gymnasiums, the managers, the trainers, everybody. We have to protect the fighters from themselves. A fighter would be willing to fight 15, 20, or 50 rounds. They're willing to go in there and do whatever it takes to make money, to make them proud, to make their family grow, and simply to compete and to win. That's why boxing commissions exist. That's why boxing organizations exist, to make sure that we try to protect the fighters from themselves and from their all way of thinking. We work with our local commissions in appointment of ring officials. We work in certain rules, but I just can say that it is always a privilege to supervise fights and to be together and see the great organization that some commissions do have. To go to California, and it's always a pleasure, it's sensational. To go to Nevada, I have to say you've done a tremendous job, Jeff. You have stood up to the plate. Well, that's baseball. You have gone into the ring, and you're a champion, and I'm very proud of how you have held such an important entity to that standard. And it goes to Washington, goes Florida, New York, Texas, Puerto Rico. I am just very, very happy to be here. I did not want to bore you with different topics or videos or presentations. Just, it's a celebration of life. We've been through a horrible pandemic. Many people suffered losses of family members or dear ones throughout this time. We all suffered from mental health issues, having our life change dramatically in such a drastic way in a short period of time. But it's so incredible to be here today, to be here with our fraternity of the sport, and to be seeing a Mexican beat you in the cornhole, or what? Cornhole, right? Cornhole. No, but I think there was, I asked for instant replay, there was not available. I think they did something wrong in that last game. But I would like just to say thank you so very much for everything that you do every single day. You know, we all wake up and go to bed thinking boxing or MMA. And we have so many things to pride ourselves because we do it with so much passion. We take away our time, our efforts, our opportunities somewhere else, and we direct them to the sport. And it's something that nobody can take away from anyone. When you have a pride that you have done something, when you finish a card and everyone goes home safely, and you see your officials that they have done a good job, they have improved, and you see that Pat English is smiling and he's not sending letters of grievances, then you know it was a good event, but you have to get ready for the next one. Boxing is a great sport, and I just cannot thank you enough, as I say, for the great work that you do in your own way. And yes, Mr. English. I'm sorry? Okay, yeah, the bridger weight is a long story. In 1909, the heavyweight champion of the world weighed 168 pounds, which is today's super middleweight. Times went by and humanity got bigger and stronger. And when we started the 80s, we understood the need to find a weight category because heavyweight began at 175. And we were having heavyweights at 200, 210, 220. So the WBC created the the cruiserweight, which was 175 to 190 pounds. It worked very well. Evander Holyfield came from the cruiserweight, and so many other champions came from cruiserweight. Greg Serve was a strong supporter to increase the weight from 190 to 200, understanding that the heavyweights were getting bigger and bigger and stronger. The WBC increased to 200, the cruiserweight division. That was about maybe 15 years ago, 12 years ago. And then Alexander Usyk was able to mature in cruiserweight and move on to heavyweight. 2 years ago, after many studies and data research and speaking with many fighters and trainers and promoters, we introduced the bridger weight, which is from 200 to 224 pounds. That is the history of the bridger weight. There is a tremendous good number of fighters, universe of fighters in that area of 200, 224 that can have great competitive fights and not have to go all the way to 270 to fight our champion Fury, or 250 or 60 to fight Joshua or Usyk. So I think the fights that we have held on that division have been tremendous. All have been very good fights, and it's going to be a very good weight category in years to come.
think now that the WBC is implemented and would like that, we should actually address it with the other sanction bodies as well, and the commissions determine that. So we'll put a committee together with that, and we'll have a report next year.
Excellent.
We can have some data relating to what you're doing and see how it works.
Let me share why it's named Bridgerweight. During the pandemic, there was a situation which happened in Colorado. A 6-year-old boy saved his 4-year-old sister from a mad dog attack. I don't know if you saw it in the news. This little kid with his face all beaten, and it was a horrendous happening. And it was big news during the pandemic, of course. So we sent them a belt as a champion of the bravest man in earth. And when we introduced the division, his name is Bridger Walker. So we use, it's a bridge between cruiserweight and heavyweight, so we use the Bridger as a recognition to such a heroic event of the kid. So that's
Mr. Suleiman, thank you so much for the history lesson. Just to correct, maybe it's an oversight, but the organization that implemented the 12-round rule was the WBA after they sanctioned the Doku Kim fight against Ray Mancini. Within a month, they no longer allowed 15-round bouts. So it was the WBA who first instituted the 12-round rule. The other thing is...
With all due respect,
yes.
It's wrong information.
I have the proof in newspaper articles. I'm doing a book on it, but that's besides the point. You mentioned NFL. If boxing was run, in my opinion, like the NFL, it would be much better off. There's only one Super Bowl champion. The other, and again, I'm not with all due respect, but I think certain things have to be addressed in terms of boxing safety, because that was a main theme here. And I've seen certain bouts that were sanctioned, not just by your organization, other organizations, that would appear to be out-and-out mismatches, and there's no explanation for it. Well, I can surmise, but to give you an example, a year and a half ago, you had the great Mexican champion Canelo Alvarez fight mandatory defense, okay, against somebody who was completely unrated in the previous 6 months. He had not fought in 2 years, and in that fight that he had 2 years ago, he lost. His name was Avni Yildirim from Turkey, and he fought in a 12-round title bout in 2021 against Alvarez. The fight proved to be, naturally, it was a complete mismatch. Thankfully, his corner stopped the fight. He could have been seriously injured. I don't know why your organization sanctioned that fight. The other I'm concerned with...
Let me if I don't respond, I would feel very embarrassed.
No, I don't, I'm sorry, I don't...
No,
yeah.
please. Avni Yildirim fought Andre Dirrell. Andre Dirrell.
2 years earlier.
Yes, there was a pandemic. Please let me elaborate. Andre Dirrell, and they fought, and he lost a technical decision when he was coming very strong at the end of the fight, and the WBC mandated a rematch. So he was given officially and legally a rematch. Dirrell then, he had to fight Benavides and lost the title, and Yildirim was going to fight against the new champion.
Benavides.
There was an injury and there was a pandemic. That's why he had the mandatory position. Then Benavides lost his title on the scale. And there was no champion, and they reached an agreement to fight Alvarez against Callum Smith, and the winner with Yildirim. I agree with you, it was a tremendous bad performance by Yildirim, but he had a proven record, and he was mandatory of the division.
I think any fighter who doesn't fight in 2 years, that's a long time to be idle. And,
tell the lawyers.
Well,
tell them that to see what.
And you know, but I'm sorry. Can I ask one other? Or one other question? I was looking at the ratings, I'm sure there's an explanation, but Anthony Joshua, who's certainly one of the top 3 or 4 heavyweights in the world, appears nowhere in the WBC ratings, in the top 15. Why is he totally, I mean, as a fan, and any fans like to see who's the top fighters, what is the explanation for Anthony Joshua not being rated in your ratings?
When the ratings are meant for fighters eligible to fight for your title, and he's contracted to fight for the WBA, WBO, IBF title. Okay?
Thank you.
I'm so sorry, I apologize to everyone. We do a very hard work, and we love boxing, and I am at your orders for anything. And what I can promise you is I will do every single day my best to do a good job in the sport. Thank you so very much.
All right. Unfortunately, it's going to be a long day today, guys, so there's going to be no break in the afternoon. We got a couple more presenters. We got a guest speaker. But with that said, I want to bring up USADA, who's been a great partner to the Association of Boxing Commissioners. And Nadia, where are you, dear?
It's all good. Thank you. All right. Sorry that you're missing the break and you have to listen to me. But anyway, thank you, Mike and ABC, for having me. My name is Nadia Silk. I'm the Legal Affairs Director at USADA, the United States Anti-Doping Agency. I'm primarily responsible for overseeing the UFC anti-doping program. Okay. Is that better? Okay. I'm also on the anti-doping committee for the International Mixed Martial Arts Federation, which is amateur MMA. So just a couple things I'm going to talk about today, and I'll keep it brief so we can try to pick up some time. I wanted to talk about the UFC prohibited list and why we think that the ABC and state commissions should adopt our thresholds, and then just a couple other ways that we can collaborate. So just a quick background on the UFC anti-doping program. In 2015, they contracted USADA to independently administer a comprehensive program that includes year-round, unannounced testing in competition and out of competition. So we've worked with a lot of the commissions on in-competition testing and sharing results. We also do investigations, results management, education, and one of the unique things we do is because every athlete that's contracted with the UFC is in our registered testing pool, we come up with customized test plans for each athlete. I happen to think it's pretty progressive for professional sport. I used to work in Major League Baseball. I've worked on the Olympic side, and we have a lot of, while it's a robust and comprehensive program, it also has a lot of tools to be really fair to the athletes. So just, I don't know how many commissions we still have in here, but how many adopt the World Anti-Doping Agency prohibited list?
We adopted that.
Yeah. And how many commissions use WADA-accredited laboratories to test the samples? So as you guys probably know, the WADA prohibited list is used by over 650 sport organizations and dozens of different sports and disciplines, despite their extreme differences. So it's really broad and comprehensive, and it needs to capture every single substance that has the potential to enhance performance, that can pose a health risk, and that violates the Olympic spirit of sport. Under the WADA code, the presence of a substance itself is a violation. So what we've done on the UFC prohibited list is it's modeled on the WADA list. It includes all of the same prohibited substances. It's still updated annually to incorporate that list, but it's modified slightly based on what we've seen with science, with trends in the industry, and just some common sense, and it's customized to fit combat sports. So there are 4 major differences. I'm only going to focus on one that's relevant to mostly in competition testing, and that's our thresholds. The other ones are, they're up there, hygenamine, cannabinoids, and glucocorticoids, but the differences wouldn't really affect in competition testing. So just a little bit of background on how we got here. Laboratories detect prohibited substances by finding a parent compound or a metabolite in the urine or blood sample. So if you ingest a prohibited substance, there's a window of time that it's going to be detectable in your sample. And you guys have probably heard some substances clear really quickly, like EPO. So if we don't test an athlete within 12 hours of when they used it, we're probably not going to see it in their sample. So what the global laboratories and scientists have done is they've worked on finding new metabolites that last much longer in the system. They've also enhanced their detection capabilities to be lower and lower. And you can see here that now we have laboratories that can detect at ultra trace levels and some of these long-term metabolites. So these are just examples. This is with metandianone. In 2005, laboratories had a new long-term metabolite, and you can see how many more adverse analytical findings were detected over those next years. Same with stanozolol. So the question is lower better? It is, right, because of the example I gave. It gives us the opportunity to catch more dopers. It gives us the opportunity to detect more prohibited substances in samples. The issue just becomes that there are substances that are known contaminants. We have growing prevalence of supplement contamination. We also have substances like M3, which is a long-term metabolite of oral turinabol, that have just been known to linger in an athlete's system for years, upwards of 3, 4, 5 years. So the further out, because we're in a strict liability environment, the further out that we detect a prohibited substance in a sample, the harder it might be for the athlete to identify the source of the positive test. So just here we see we have a growing prevalence of contamination in supplements, growing use of supplements, but at the same time, the laboratory detection is going lower and lower, and more longer-term metabolites are being identified. So our thresholds, when we first came out with the thresholds, we actually had more, but WADA's addressed some of them. The ones listed here, clomiphene and M3, are ones that have been known to pulse or linger in an athlete's system for years. And then SARMs, GW1516 are ones that we see pretty commonly in supplement contamination. So one of the doctors that presented earlier mentioned the supplement industry. It's not regulated. There's often ingredients that aren't on the labels, and it's by no fault to the athlete. This is just an example. Since we've had thresholds, you can see with the DHCMT M3 how many positive tests have resulted at ultra trace levels. So, you know, why should ABC or, well, did you say you already adopted the thresholds? Or the WADA, but so why should commissions adopt this? Well, the science and the trends and the evidence show that with these few substances, it's not necessarily intentional doping. The concentration alone doesn't distinguish between intentional or unintentional doping, but with the rise of and prevalence of supplement contamination and with the presence of these long-term metabolites, we've seen that athletes are being overly punished for unintentionally doping, for ingesting it unbeknownst to them. We've been tracking this on the combat sports, specifically with the UFC, for years, and we've customized it. We're constantly evaluating it. And then, of course, it would provide consistency among the states and the UFC program. Just a couple other ways that we can collaborate. Of course, USADA, we are experts in anti-doping. It's what we do. We do it across many sports. So When we have a UFC fight that's in a state, we share test results with that relevant commission. We also share all of our sanctions with ABC so that it can be on the database that's used. But it's also helpful, I mean, there's ways we could reverse collaborate. So USADA can provide support on cases if you have an athlete that tests positive for a substance that you've never heard of or that you're not familiar with. We have a lot of industry experience. We are interested in the trends in the sport outside of UFC for athletes that are up and coming or maybe have left UFC. What positive tests are you guys seeing? And we also have our own algorithm that tracks biological passports. So every urine and blood sample, there's steroid data. So we were talking about this earlier with the testosterone levels. There's all different steroid ratios that we put through our algorithm and we track over time. And when there's an outlier, that can be indicative of doping, and that will trigger additional tests. So there's ways that we could collaborate with tracking steroid data for in-competition tests that you guys are doing, or even if you have an out-of-competition testing program. So that's it. Do you guys have any questions? No? Okay, awesome. Thank you.
How many people actually utilize the WADA list and test? It's California. My guess is probably New York, Mohegan. Is there anybody interested at all in Massachusetts? Is there anybody interested at all? Great. She's a great source when it comes to testing. If any questions related, she's also another attorney, so just be a little careful. But with that said, she's a great source. I spoke to her numerous times, when I was adopting the testing, because all my testing is in my operations manual or my rules and regulations. And USADA is just a perfect person to talk to. Nadia's a perfect person to talk to related to anything, even when it comes to hearings. So she goes to hearings as well, so she knows it all. So pick her brains if you guys need it. Okay. Done. Oh, all right. We're going to start next charitable fund. John English is coming up. Mr. English.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, everyone. I'll keep it brief. I'm John English, chairman of the Retired Fighter Fund through the ABC. Oh, Joe's going to put it in for me. Yeah. There we go. Great, thank you. So I'm tasked with giving an update of what the charity did this past year from our last convention in Orlando in July of 21 to date today. It's been quiet, obviously, with COVID still going on. We had 5 total applications for gifting. 4 did not qualify the requirements of the ABC Charity Fund. And 1 did, and I can go over that with you in a little bit. But just to give you a quick financial breakdown of last year, if you attended the Orlando conference, we didn't do any type of fundraising, again, due to COVID. So all we did is apparel sales, and we did an auction at the banquet. The money that we brought in is on the screen there, and that helped fund the charity for this past fiscal year. Who we helped this year? We helped Larry Frazier. If any of you guys know Larry Frazier, he was a heavyweight champ in the 80s. His niece reached out to us. He was having significant health issues, starting to develop dementia, and they wanted to try to get him closer to family. So his gifting was approved by the committee. We wrote a check for $308 as a security deposit to a landlord, North Haven West. And then we helped pay 6 months of his rent. And then we also helped his daughter with some moving costs to help get him up there. This is just a quick video that he sent us for his thanks. I'm sorry about the volume. Nope. So he was very thankful. He wanted to thank the commissions specifically of New York, California, Nevada, where he fought throughout his career. And he also wanted to thank all of you personally for the gifts and the support that you gave him and his family. Many of you know we had our cornhole tournament, so this is the first year we were back up and running with an actual charitable event. I want to thank you all personally for all of those who competed last night. It was a great time, great team building, a lot of laughs, and it was great. We were able to find a local company, Buffalo Cornhole League. Kevin and his wife Melissa were absolutely incredible to us and helped out with wooden plaques and trophies. Everyone had a great time. It was a lot of fun. Here's a quick rough breakdown of those numbers. That's the money we took in registrations, apparel sales, and raffles. That's where we are currently for this conference on our fundraising effort for the Retired Fighter Charity. Tonight we have our banquet and we have our auction. We've always done very well with the auction, and I want to thank everyone who gave gifts for the auction. Just to give you a couple items that we have up there, we got George Foreman signed gloves, Canelo Alvarez. Mike was able to secure some MMA gloves with Chris Cyborg signed, Nunes, Amanda Nunes, and also Gegard Mousasi. We have some awesome books, Future of Boxing. These retail at $175, and these are we have 2 of them, and they're actually signed by Roy Jones Jr. You saw the flag out front. Steve Rita donated that from Massachusetts. We're really appreciative of him for doing that. And then hours ago, we got a guitar in from a commissioner signed by, it's a Fender acoustic guitar signed by the Spin Doctors. It's got all their signature on it. So we have a UFC trip, 2 airline tickets to a UFC event anywhere in the continental U.S. with a hotel room. We also have one at Mohegan Sun for Bellator, and we also have one for boxing. All of that's going to be raffled off tonight. Top Rank Boxing actually supplied that for us. Just want to thank the committee, Mike Mazzulli, Lydia Robertson, Brian Dunn, and Steve Weisfeld. That's the team. They're the one that get everything done. I couldn't do anything without them, and obviously we can't do anything without your support. Any questions for me about the charity? Again, as a commissioner, if you know an athlete that is maybe at the end of their career and retired, they competed in any pro combat sport, and they need help, direct them to the abcboxing.com website. We have the tab there. They click the tab. There's an application online that they can fill out. That goes directly to Steve Weisfeld. He filters it to make sure it qualifies. It then goes to committee for vote, and then we vote on it, and we try to get funds out to that athlete as soon as possible. Again, we never pay athletes directly. We pay debtors, hospitals, landlords, things like that. Again, any questions? I can't thank you guys all enough. I look forward to seeing you tonight.
Say, is Mr. Suleiman still here? I do owe you an apology on one aspect of one of the comments I made. You're right, you did direct the 12-round rule. I got confused. The WBA sanctioned that fight, and the WBC, your organization, did change the 12-round rule from 15 to 12 immediately. So I'm sorry for the mistake. Okay.
As many of you know already, I was a longtime MMA competitor, and I supplemented my income during that time.
A very good one.
I supplemented my income during that time as a small local MMA promoter as well. 44-19 with 4 draws. So a fighter on my card said, "I've got a friend at my gym." And when I say gym, I mean health club, not fight gym. And he said, "This guy wants to come and fight for you." And me, being one of the few promoters with a heart, I said, "Bring this guy to my gym. Let me see him. Let me show him some basics. He's never trained. and we'll get him in if he's qualified. So the fighter comes to my gym, brand new fighter. I show him just a couple of moves, and he's fit. He's ready to, it's not a super tough fight, so it's a fair matchup for him. We set the date. Come fight night, I was one of the first to witness what you all know Jake Ellenberger for, is devastating punching power. So he won that fight by knockout, and then went on to have a career of 30-15, with 30 of those fights being in the UFC or Bellator. So please welcome my friend, Jake the Juggernaut Ellenberger.
It's been a couple years, Brian, since that first fight. But no, I appreciate the introduction. Excuse me. But no, it's good to be here. It's good to be here. I'd like a lot of familiar faces and stuff. But yeah, I was a fan too. Like I think like most fighters, was a fan first and really enjoyed training and just it kind of took off. Right place in the right time. So my goal initially too was to fight one time in the UFC. That was my goal, right? I could say I'm a UFC fighter and walk off into the sunset. But yeah, I ended up being able to make a few dollars and 22 fights later, 22 fights in the UFC. So quite an accomplishment. But no, I really I enjoy being here, and I come here to listen to just as much as I am here to speak. So it's educational. I think it's great to help not only fighters become safer and help move the product forward and help move the sport forward. So just want to thank Mr. Mazzulli and everyone for allowing me to come here and speak. Yeah, I know we're getting to the end of the day, so if you have any questions, please feel free. Let me know.
I have one question. What, in your opinion, what was the toughest fight you were ever in?
Toughest fight?
Yes, sir.
Well, I have 3 kids now, so I'd say that's probably my toughest fight right now. Kids. No, but I don't know. I had a lot of tough fights. I'd say Robbie Lawler would be up there. Definitely comes to mind. Stephen Thompson. But yeah, a lot of tough ones there. Especially when you're competing at that top level. There's no easy fight.
Hello. Today we've been discussing about the health of athletes. You that have had a lot of fights, how do you feel now physically? Do you have like sequels of fighting, or you feel perfectly fine after so many fights?
No, that's a great question. I've always really taken care of myself, and fortunately never had any serious injuries. Yeah, I've fractured my hand, my orbital, some stuff, nothing serious, thankfully, but I was definitely kind of part of that era. I started fighting in 2005 and trained at Team Quest for a while, and so had seen a lot of injuries, a lot of you can kind of tell some of the more some of the fighters have a little more trouble as they get older and look to retirement. But yeah, for me, I was lucky. I think I wouldn't say I'm perfectly fine. I still don't recover like I used to. But yeah, for the most part, though, I've been able to pretty healthy overall. Yeah.
First, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. So you started in 2005. So that's 17 years ago. What would you say is different about the industry or about the sport from when you started and now? And what advice based on your experience, would you give new pro fighters starting out now, based on your experience in the sport?
Sure. Yeah, it was a privilege too to be a part of kind of that 2004, 2005, before it was really still had a bit of a stigma, and maybe it wasn't as accepted quite to what it is today. But no, there's definitely appreciation. Even listening to a lot of the doctors speak here today, like I really enjoy just seeing the amount of work and really professional opinions that have been involved. But yeah, obviously, there's a lot more eyeballs on the sport today, and seeing where it's going. But really, just the overall safety. It's good to see because, like I said, I have a lot of friends in boxing, MMA, too, that have had a little more trouble transitioning or have a little more residual effects, But, yeah, like I said, overall fighters, just safety and kind of long-term health is having had more of an importance today is really cool to see and cool to watch. But yeah, even when I coach today, I have some guys that I coach today, and I always talk about if you really want to compete and you want to do this, you got to commit 100%. So it's dangerous. It really, as you know, it's dangerous. So I just tell young guys and girls, be 100% committed. They can't do it 1 foot in. Because even when I started fighting in 2005, there wasn't the income potential either. There wasn't the money involved like it is today. I'm sure, as Brian could tell you too, people were working and did it because they loved it and were true martial art fans. And so today the level of competitions continue to rise as well as income potential and the eyeballs on the sport. But like I said, just completely be committed. That's all. That's what I'd say.
I think I paid him $300 for that first fight.
Yeah.
Hey, Jake. Jay from Sherdog here. I have a question pertaining to this conference for you. Do you have any notable or memorable interactions, notorious ones perhaps, with commission officials over the years as you were a pro fighter? We're all friends here.
No. Always, yeah. No, I'd say I'd had some interesting endings in a fight. Like, example, when I got my foot caught in the cage in Nevada. That's a weird one. It's a weird one. But no, overall, I've had great experiences. Like I said, I know a lot of the men and women in here, and fortunate to continue to build relationships just through over the years. But yeah, I wouldn't say any. I don't know. I'd say there's been more positive, like building long-term friendships than anything. So.
Is there one fight you remember thinking to yourself, man, I'm all done? Or is it just like a culmination of things saying, you know what, it's time to retire? Your wife say, hey, let's call it. What made you retire? Because I think the big issue, and what I like about this is the interaction between the fighter and the commission, because we don't know what they're thinking. You know what I mean? I think it's I always try to get a fighter here every year, and just so you guys know that his flight was canceled yesterday in Chicago, and he called me up. He's like, man, can you help out? I'm like, yeah, we'll figure something out. We got him here. It costs us a lot more money, but I wanted him here just so you can see that we really give a shit about you guys. Definitely. And that's a big thing in my eyes, at least. I don't know about you guys, but if it wasn't for these guys, a lot of us wouldn't have jobs. So is there something you remember that you were like, damn, it's time for me to go?
Yeah, that's a great question because and that's just part of, I think, as an athlete, just being honest with yourself too. Like I had well over 50 fights, and I think it's just, like I said, having that honest conversation. For me, even like the advice I give to up and coming fighters, when I tell them it's got to be number one, you got to be completely committed, you got to be all in, that whole thing. So for me, when I can't dedicate the time that I know that I need to, that was really when it was kind of like I need to ask myself those hard questions. Should I continue doing this? Because it's funny because every fight, and fighters might lie to you and tell you they don't, but every single fight they'll ask themselves that question: why am I fighting? Why, what am I? And you know what? You can tell though. You can really, I believe you can really tell when somebody wants to be there, or if someone's kind of, because. It's funny, last week I met a couple of guys in Vegas, young kids too. They're 27, 28. They had played for the Yankees for 8 years, and they just retired. And they're like, it was like, they were so happy to be retired. And I'm like, you're 27, what are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, it was, we're on the road, I don't know, 300 days, they were really going through the emotion, and they weren't enjoying it. It's not a passion anymore. And so I could kind of relate in that sense to where, you don't want it to be just a job in a way, or show up for a check. But again, going back to this is dangerous. You can't really, you can't dabble. I mean, exactly. There's a lot of sports where you can continue to extend your career, and this is a young man, young woman sport. It's one of those things. So just being honest with yourself. I mean, I'm 37. I think my last fight was when I was 35. But yeah, that's 15 years of fighting. So it's like, people are like, oh, you're young. It's funny. Even today, I still get a lot of people in Vegas. Oh man, you got a good 5-6 years left to fight. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I have 15 years of fighting. But no, it's more than anything, I think what my takeaway was the relationships that I've got to build over the years was really the gold for me. What was the big takeaway for me? But to answer your question, though, I think just continue to have those honest conversations, And but I even to kind of add to that was just with the fighter safety and I think just the athletic commissions too, being able to help keep it safer and really understanding, and referees being more smart and more aware, more in tune with fighters. So it's like, when someone's, when the fight's over, basically, in a way. So, but yeah, great question.
Hey, I've got a quick question for you. I know your flight was delayed, and we had a large group of officials here training, judges, referees, trying to get better, trying to hone their skills, and a lot of them have experience as judges and referees, and they're still here trying to learn, trying to get better. I think it'd be really interesting to hear from a fighter standpoint how, over a long career like yours, your opinion of judging has gotten, and as a regulator, I see our judges as being better now than they've ever been, and always trying to get better still. But I'd like to hear what a fighter thinks of the judging and the judging criteria and how it's evolved as well.
Sure. Yeah, I would agree. I think that the judging has definitely gotten better. I think, and just given there's more resources and more training, I think. But yeah, it's tough because everyone's continued to have a little bit of a bias, and depending on your background and where you come from. But I think I do believe collectively it's gotten better, and it continue to get better. But it's one of those things too where in such a highly competitive industry, there's always going to be somebody unhappy, But I would agree. I think it has gotten better collectively.
Yeah, I just want to say, I come from a boxing background, and I've refereed MMA and kickboxing, Muay Thai, and a lot of boxing bouts. But I just want to say that I want you to know we respect people like you, and it's beautiful the way you came here and the way you present yourself. And we look up to people like you because we know how hard it is. I've been in the ring. I know how hard it is, but I refereed a lot of cage fights, and Corey can tell you I did a lot of amateur and pro fights, and you guys are really the tough guys, man.
Oh,
Real
thank you.
tough guys.
I appreciate
God
that.
bless you, man.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
What's his first? Jake, what background did you bring into the sport? Were you a college wrestler, or are you into judo? What did you bring into the sport?
You know, funny enough, when I first started fighting, I had not much training at all. I joined the Marine Corps right out of high school, so I had very limited actual training. But no, I was a fan. I have a twin brother, Joe Ellenberger. He grew up wrestling, so I think just having two brothers always competing against each other, you know, was a little bit of an advantage. But yeah, I started training kickboxing and like I said, as a hobby and a fan standpoint. But when I was going to college too in Nebraska, I started wrestling there and just kept, but it was to answer your question though, I didn't really have one specific background. It was kind of just, I was training a lot, all of it at the same time.
Just another question. Do you know, we talk about boxing with concussions, do you know if you suffered any concussions or how many concussions you had? Were you aware of that? Or just comparing it to boxing, how many concussions do you, if any, did you think you had?
Sure. Yeah. No. I definitely had a couple over the years, but yeah, I think to really touch on that, and I'm sure as you know, with in training and sparring is usually when a lot of the subconcussant and a lot of concussions happen. Because even me, I would have typically I would see that more often in training than at the actual fight. But yeah, I definitely had a few. So I've been fortunate overall to really, have my health for the most part. And like I said, I've had a few neurosurgeons and really concussion specialists in a way that I've been able to use as resources and talk to. So, but yeah, I'd say I'm fortunate though for the most part. Haven't had anything serious.
Two questions. What regulatory changes would you like to see in mixed martial arts, and how do you feel about the 10-9 scoring system?
That's a good question. What would I like to see change? You know, I don't. It's one of those things too. Like until I can propose a solution or something better to an issue, it's really hard to touch on that. But I think just given the amount of resources and just overall kind of the educational hurdle too, it's really I think helped bring safety and a lot more things to light. But no, I don't think I have anything specific to be honest.
It'll probably hit you later when you're driving home or something. That's
yeah, sure.
The 10-9 scoring system. How do you feel about it as a former fighter, somebody who's gone to decision and stuff like that? It's greatly affected your life. How do you feel about us using 10-9?
Yeah, it's tough because I'm very empathetic too, and I like to put myself in, even with judging and what I've seen has really been a hard one too is the like 10-8s, because we've watched a lot of fights where somebody will give a fight a 10-8 and there'll be a lot of disconnect there where a lot of people watching the same fight won't give a 10-8 and some will, and it's kind of like that one's a tough one. I think that's kind of been, but overall, I mean, the 10-9 is clearly, it's been effective, but again, I'm a solutions kind of person, so the only thing you could really I would say potentially change is maybe transparency, maybe showing the scoring. That's, I don't know. It's, right. That's, because I've had a lot of conversations too about that, what, you know, the benefits of that. And, but yeah, I mean, obviously just being able to shed some transparency on it, like that could help, you know, but I know with, at least in Vegas with the sports betting, that's not, they're not a big fan of the open scoring.
Yeah, Kevin O'Toole from Alberta, Canada. You fought UFC. Your very first fight, do you remember anything of it, or was it just a blur, or do you remember every tiny little detail? Like, was it a ground? Was it a standing type event?
The first fight in the UFC?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one quite well. I had taken a short notice fight in September, 2009. I fought Carlos Condit. So it was one of those opportunities where it was, you know, I couldn't turn down. And I took it. It was about a 2-week notice fight. So I wasn't in the best shape, but there was certainly a lot more upside than downside. One of the things I vividly remember was between the second and the third round, I'd never been so tired in my life. and I remember it so well because it was miserable being, when you're sitting down and you're not sure how you're going to stand up and keep fighting between the second and the third round. But hey, it's, you know, it's one of those brutal lessons to learn. But for me, I was like, I never want to feel that way again. So it's kind of one of those where you'll remember those and think about that, you know, just in preparing. But yeah, it was a short notice fight, so it was kind of one of those I didn't really have a. There was like I said, a lot more upside to it. So yeah. Was there another question? Sorry, I didn't.
Hi there. Just out of curiosity, can you share your personal experience with weight cutting?
Sure. Well, I've certainly done things the wrong way quite a bit in my career, but and that's a great question because I really think that there's just so much kind of maybe ignorance is, I don't know if it's the right word, but a lot of it is just, you know, you learn to do things the right way, doing it the wrong way in a lot of ways. And so I think that, I think it's definitely gotten better too with just not as drastic a weight cuts. Cause you know, even like when I first started fighting in the Matt Hughes era, and there was, you know, people cutting 25, 30 pounds in very, very unhealthy ways too. So I think I know like the NCAA went to like the hydration test, which would certainly kind of limited the amount of weight athletes can cut. But, you know, for me, I was pretty square. I was pretty, I didn't cut crazy amounts of weight. So, I mean, it's, yeah, it's tough too, because so much affects weight cutting, like lifestyle and eating habits, and so for everyone it's so different, you know. But you know, I mean, for me, I never really had a lot of issues. I tried to stay within that 10 to 15 pounds of a weight class, but no, I didn't really. I've seen it, and kind of just to add to your question, I had seen a lot of, you know, you see how people do it the wrong way. You see. It's kind of a teacher too. You see people that are suffering, and then you see the wrong way, and that's like, you know, you learn a lot from other people's mistakes in a way. So.
Jake over here. So when you were fighting, a lot of the purses that, you know, your fight purses would be made public because it would be, you know, state regulation or something like that. We've seen a decrease in that. Some states have kind of pulled back on that. How did you feel about kind of having what you were making publicized?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I never really minded it, but I think too, it's kind of goes back to like, you can kind of tell when it's a kind of hard to answer too, just because it's the game. It's changed so much. I mean, you know, for someone getting paid, you know, 7 figures a fight back when I started, that was unheard of. You know, so it's like, you know, I remember back in 2004 or 5, you know, there was the $2,000 to fight, you know, in kind of the entry, you know, into the UFC. But I don't know, as far as making it public, it doesn't really, I mean, I don't mind, I don't really care too much, but I know it's, you know, you might get more family members asking you for loans or for tickets, but yeah, I don't really, it doesn't bother me either way.
Talking about the open score, will you think that will change the way you fought those days if you have an open score system?
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
With the open score, if you had that opportunity to know how the score was going on, do you think that will help you on some fights?
Oh, like as a fighter? It's tough. You know, I thought a lot about that too, with just open scoring and even, you know, from a coaching standpoint too, where there's a lot of close rounds, you know, and so even with, like today, and you don't know if you really, you know, you don't know how the fight's going or how the rounds. In my eyes, I want to assume that we're, even as a coach too, it's like I would rather not have my fighter know, okay, I'm up 2 rounds, or I won that round, or I'm up 2 rounds, you know, whatever it is, because, you know, it could potentially create some complacency there, but I don't know. I would rather the fighter not know what, you know. Obviously, there's pretty clear cut and dry rounds, but close rounds, you know, I don't know if it's going to help to know how that was scored. But yeah, as the viewer or even the commission. That could be helpful for sure. It could be, you know, with transparency, it could help keep things pretty crystal clear, you know, as far as who won the fight, and at least know where the fight is at from a scoring perspective.
Right over here. Looking back at your career, I mean, you fought Robbie Lawler and Matt Brown, Wonderboy Thompson, Pele. I mean, the names keep going on and on and on and on. Is there one that got away? Is there a one fighter you go, oh man, I wish I could have fought so-and-so when you were active?
You know, I definitely had a few fights that were really close, you know, that kind of, like Stephen Thompson, that's one of them. Yeah. Just kind of seeing, you know, and it also makes you think too, not overreacting in a way too. So it's, no, you know, I had I get that asked a lot too. Do you have any regrets? And I'm like, I regret nothing. I have no regrets because, like I said, I was given a lot of opportunity. A lot of, you know, I got to travel and more than anything build relationships. So I think that yeah, there was a few fights, yeah, that, you know, that you could have done. You could have done some things differently, but there's a few that are, you know, that'll still annoy you, like the Masvidal fight or the Stephen Thompson fight, but those are the ones that kind of stand out to me, but, you know.
Well, more than just the ones that may or may not have gone your way, but opponents that you didn't get to face and would have enjoyed taking them on.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I had always wanted to face, like, George St. Pierre. I mean, he was just one of the pioneers in a way, and Hall of Famer. I mean, yeah, I know a couple of times I was one fight away from him, but just, yeah, as from a fan and a respect level, I mean, he's one of the greatest of all time by far. So, but yeah, that would be one of them I would say stands out. I know it's been a long day.
No, it's been a great day. Really, we really appreciate it. Actually, with that said, guys, we're gonna break until we have the dinner. And if you want to come up and grab a picture, this is probably the time to do it. And he'll be at the dinner tonight as well. So thank you very much, brother, coming. We really appreciate it. Yeah, dinner's right on the other side. I think 6 o'clock cocktails, dinner.